Call of Duty begins today.
They ain't ready for you. They ain't ready for you.
Who's better today? That is going to be the question. So much pressure on these players. We're only halfway through our season.
They ain't ready for you.
Let's get on our feet. We are wasting no time.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me, HyDra! Oh my!
I do not believe what we are seeing. Oh my word! The aBeZy pounces.
Knock it out the park, yeah, show in it.
The newcomer getting me the hero. Hey, Tasty.
I know you say you want it. Now you gotta get up on it.
Whoa! There is no place to hide.
They ain't ready for you. I cannot believe what I am witnessing.
This is the moment that we have been waiting for. Here we go.
Good morning, you gorgeous gamers. It is day 3, Major 4 of the 2023 Call of Duty League season. We're coming at you from Columbus, Ohio. A beautiful spring day for everyone to stay inside and play video games. Let's get it. We've got Chris Puckett, Alley Cat, and Nameless here at the desk. And Alley, I'm ready to lock in for a Saturday full of fun. Yesterday, we said goodbye to 5 teams. Today, though, we could be sending people already to champs, 3 teams with opportunities to lock in with their performance here at Major 4.
Yeah, Atlanta FaZe, I believe, is already clinched, but I think the situation is if OpTic Texas wins their match today against New York Subliners, they also clinch champs.
And if Toronto gets 2 wins somehow this tournament, they lock in for champs. A lot to talk about today, but let's first talk about the teams that are gone from Major 4, that are not locked for champs right now. First one that stands out to me, we had to talk about the tough situation. Boston Breach had to play OpTic in round 1. That 8th seed then drops down to play Toronto, our Major 3 champs who went 1-4 in qualifiers and sent Boston packing.
Yeah, you know, I saw a lot of people talking about their losses to OpTic and Toronto over the last 2 tournaments. While I would feel bad, but they might have been in a better situation had they done better in the online qualifying stage. That being said, though, did have some tough battles, took these teams to the limits in some of these respawns. But for Boston Breach at 160 points, you ain't safe for champs. Got to figure it out online.
Las Vegas, they got beat by New York Subliners in the winners bracket. Then they got sent packing last night. LAG went to a game 5 against the Surge, but it wasn't enough. And London is struggling once again. The big news, though, Surge, after going up over the Røkkr, they crumble and are now out of the event, Allie.
It was insane. It was a reverse sweep. We hadn't seen a reverse sweep since like January, and I'm pretty sure it was from the Minnesota Røkkr at that point as well. So I think that was probably the biggest upset on the day specifically.
Let's talk about the Mutineers upset, though, first, because this was our 12th seed coming in 0-5 in our qualifiers. They come in as the lowest seeded team. They face off against the Legion, and Vickle coming back into the starting lineup for the Mutineers was a game changer. He and Caps had a great series, but it's especially Big Vic in that game 5 that sent Mutineers to play on Saturday.
Yeah, Mutineers are just playing spoiler at this point, right? They come in here seemingly nothing to lose, feeling like they're out of the race for champs, going up against a strong Vegas Legion team. And what do? They beat them in their best game mode. Vickle went crazy. He dropped 24 kills across 2 search and destroys and was picking up first bloods left and right. Also got to talk about this control, the respawn that they stole. They pop a streak, and Brack gets 3 kills from within the point. Massive plays out of that guy. So, you know, Mutineers feeling very confident being the underdogs in any of these series. They're used to being spoiled.
They have to play Toronto today if they're going to pull off back-to-back upsets. How do you take down our Major 3 champs?
I mean, I think surprise is kind of on their side, as well as the fact that it's going to be a little Vickle v Scrappy going up today. I mean, so maybe a little bit of storylines there. You know, traditionally, I would definitely favor the Toronto here, but there's always opportunity.
40 Mutineers are still in it. Boston Breach were sent packing, though, by Toronto Ultra. We mentioned it. Toronto coming in with the 9th seed, matching up against number 8 in this one. Scrappy, phenomenal performances in the hard points once again, but it's Toronto Ultra just stronger than Breach across the board. They get it done in 4.
Yeah, certainly a tough couple of matchups for the Boston Breach. I think there's just so much talent on this team, but they all just play a little bit too similarly. I think we're struggling to have some role players and maybe struggling to have some leadership as well. Again, though, a very young team. I'm looking forward to see if they end up sticking together and what they're capable of doing.
Yeah, you can see in Kremp's individual play, like, why they made the change. Like,
Yeah.
when you watch him play, it's like maybe we gained something from this guy. They lost something when they lost Vivid. And, you know, we talk about the listening that we heard. They were going a little bit rogue. They might need a leader on this squad. Either way, they have a star on their bench. There might be an iteration of these 5 players. That can work, right? So whether that's put Nero on the bench or bring Vivid in, they have some thinking to do in the Boston Breach camp.
After 3-0ing the London Royal Ravens, Minnesota Røkkr got a chance to play against Seattle Surge. This was for top 6, and Surge heavy favorites. They win games 1 and 2. They go up 2-1 here in control, and then it's the Røkkr. The reverse sweep came in. They took us to 10 p.m. last night, Nameless. How did the Røkkr stay alive as long as they did?
Well, I will say this. This team is 4-1 on land. They've only lost 1 time on land, and that's to the team that they seemingly couldn't win a map against prior to that. But for the Minnesota Røkkr, just a beautiful series. I mean, when you look at the map layout, I love what they did in the vetoes. They got their Asilo because they've been so excellent at Expo. They win that Asilo. Number 2 holding team on Fortress Hardpoint. That holds true. They win there. And then at Game 5, some heroic efforts. Afro gets the clutch. They win.
Yeah, that El Cielo offense was certainly the highlight and the start of that reverse sweep for the Minnesota Røkkr, but can they continue that momentum into today?
That is the big question. Røkkr back in action, but we won't know who they're playing for a minute. We have to see the loser of Texas and New York, which is a battle in that winners bracket semifinals. That'll be coming up, our 3rd match on the day. We also have LA Thieves versus FaZe in the winners. Everyone else facing elimination. And at the end of the day, we're going from 7 squads to our final 4. Allie, who do you think right now is set up to survive the long run?
I think OpTic Texas right now is set up to survive the long run, but if we're talking elimination bracket, you have to look at Toronto Ultra.
We mentioned champs and who's locked in. There's only one team of 12, and that is Atlanta FaZe. If you want to join FaZe in the other 7 teams playing for the 2023 trophy, make sure you get your tickets right now. We'll be at the Thomas and Mack Center at UNLV in Las Vegas. CallOfDutyLeague.com, the place to pick up your tickets. Already over 50% sold out, so do it right now, Nameless.
And that QR code at the bottom. Shout out production, man. Hold on, let me get my phone. How many tickets we got left? I'm hearing we're, 50% sold out?
50% sold
already?
I don't think you have a ticket in.
Scan it, send it to your friends. We got to go to a commercial break. When we come back, we're breaking down the first games. Actually, let's do it right now. Can we talk about these big squads?
Yeah.
Alley Cat, you mentioned this team, Atlanta FaZe. Not a top 3 team in your book coming in.
All right. I
Today
know.
they play FaZe, and FaZe can make your prophecy come true.
Everybody's trying to make me
LA Thieves.
eat my words with that one. But I mean, yeah, the Atlanta FaZe, I mean, it's no shock that they've been struggling in hardpoint throughout this season. I think it's been a huge turnaround for Slasher specifically, who is struggling in hardpoint in our stage 4 qualifiers, a .74 in hardpoint heading into this. Huge map number 4 HyDra versus Seattle Surge in day number 1. And, you know, land Slasher, land FaZe, they're just stiff.
Well, we talked to Slasher after their win. Here's what he had to say with Maven.
I've seen drop Slasher, and he doesn't have what it takes, and blah, 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 blah. And you guys come in here and handle business, but I just want to hear from you, like, at this point in your career, like, that type of stuff phase you at all anymore?
Nah, not really. I really don't care what people have to say at this point. I've literally proved everything for 10 years. I've done it all. I've won it all. Like, it doesn't matter to me. And honestly, too, like, I knew the situation coming in that I was going to be the scapegoat if we weren't winning. Sure. That's just the situation I'm in. I like the pressure, though. You know, I can always handle it. And, yeah, this past stage, like, we've been playing pretty poor. It's obvious I've been playing poor. I was really sick, too, to be fair. I mean, that's not a full excuse, but, like, my practice was just terrible and stuff like that. So I'm starting to feel a little better now, and obviously I played better, too. So, yeah, we're actually good. Who thought?
Yeah, you know, it's a big bounce back for Slasher in that series. And, you know, to Allie's point, Atlanta FaZe is a nightmare to analysts and data people, right? Because this is a team that online has been struggling in hardpoint throughout the whole year. And when you look at the last stage, it was a lot worse than it's been. So for them to come in, win that hardpoint versus Seattle, who's given them a lot of struggles, is very impressive and shows that they put in a lot of work here. And they're going up against LA Thieves, who in the finals that they had, beat them in both of those hard points, so you will need to be strong in that.
Now, this is a winner semi, so if you win this, you are guaranteed top 3. That's what they're playing for. A big matchup for both of these squads, and same is true for the other teams in the winner semis, and that is New York Subliners, our Raleigh champs, going up against our Major 3 second-place squad in OpTic Texas. But today, I think you have to say Texas is the favorite coming in. They are now a perfect 6-0 in matches in our Major 4.
Yeah, and still undefeated on hardpoint, right? So, I mean, I think there's a little bit of opportunity here for New York Subliners because they were a really strong respawn team, and from what we saw to them out of day one, they were able to steal that respawn in the 30-minute series that we saw against Vegas Legion. Again, that's against Vegas, who's also been struggling in respawns. But New York, this is a very talented roster. When HyDra and Skyz are on the same page at the same time, they could certainly give Texas a run for their money.
Yeah, I think stylistically, this is one of the most interesting matchups for OpTic Texas. I mean, you look across, you have two really strong ARs, right? You match up in almost every role. You have KiSMET, who's sort of that dirty work player who can get it done and be annoying against the SMGs. And you have HyDra, who is a straight-up killer. Even down to the maps, when you look at it, like, they're comfortable playing OpTic on a map like HyDra. Last time, it was within 40 points, right? This can be way different because now with OpTic being 9-0 in Mercado Hardpoint, you're getting rid of that going into this series.
Last time it was OpTic locking up that HyDra. I want to see this one go to a Game 5. OpTic versus Subliners. We saw it in week 2 here of our qualifiers. Now we see it on LAN. And Dan Ghosty, he put up a 1.19 across the board last time around. His numbers lower as the rest of his teammates have been up in their game here so far in Columbus.
It was even in the slang in that series, to be honest. I think the fundamentals out of OpTic in that matchup specifically were just fantastic. I mean, 250 to 92 on Mercado. It was just stunning from the side of Texas.
Get your channel points ready because we got a lot of bets to put on the line today. Let's take a look at your full schedule on the day. Matches begin here in just 10 minutes. Toronto Ultra kicking off against the Florida Mutineers. We have LA Thieves taking on FaZe in our winter semis. And of course, OpTic Texas versus the Subliners. After that name was, we're sending folks home. It's going to get dicey towards the end of the night.
I mean, the loser of LA Thieves and Atlanta, those are two contending favorites. One of them has to go to the losers bracket to potentially go up against our Major 3 champions. That is a terrifying bracket.
Big shout out to everyone in the chat. The early birds are here. The matches are moments away. And while we're in break, we want everyone to head on over to Twitter. Make sure you are following Call of Duty Endowment to join over 1 million followers who have helped place over 113,000 veterans into high-quality jobs. Awesome program that we love to be a part of. And thank you all for your support at COD for Vets, or Code for Vets, I should say. And of course, we've got the Watch and Earns, Allie. All you got to do, link your accounts, and you get some goodies.
Yeah, my account's linked. My laptop's in the green room. Having us popped up so I can make sure I can earn my blueprints and my calling cards as well.
We were live for about 9 hours last night. Most of you already got the drops, but for everyone who didn't, gather them today. We are coming back with plenty more. This is the Call of Duty League live with Major 4 from Belong Arena in Columbus, Ohio.
Here comes the rain. So we're here in Southern California. We're about to do some off-roading.
I feel like it's always joked about gamers need to touch grass, but I feel like it's very, very needed for professionals.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
I'm next, I'm a threat. Oh yeah, really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. It's a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. Gotta run up the next, point to the sky with the run up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich, and black, so you know I'm a threat.
Give me the smoke, I want it all. What they saying, take a toll. Ladies and gentlemen, what is going on? I'm joined by Scrappy from the Toronto Ultra and Vickle from the Florida Mutineers. Gentlemen, what's going on, man? What's happening?
What's goody? Nothing much. Chilling, just rolled out. Time to play some COD.
Oh, yeah?
We know about Scrappy. And Scrap, I know you're famously not a morning person. I just don't know how you do it, bro. I just don't know how you do it.
But you guys are playing each other today. What are the vibes like, man? Who's winning, man? Who's going to get this dub?
I mean, I'm going to say myself. He's going to say himself. He's going to say himself, but let's be honest. It's me.
Well, what's it like playing against each other, man? You guys are teammates, man. You guys came from Challengers. I mean, isn't it crazy now that you guys are both sitting on the couch? You're both professionals. Like, you're both on the big stage. Like, well, what's it feel like?
I mean, whenever we're not playing each other, I'm always supporting him and Charlie. And I hope he supports me as well whenever we're not playing each other.
Yeah.
Obviously, we want to beat each other, but it's just like we're friends still. Like
I'm always watching him saying, "Yo, you got to win that, Baldy. You got to win that." When he just gets absolutely, but you know, it is.
Well, Vickle, let me ask you. Obviously, you guys scratched out a really big win yesterday. It was a really close match. I mean, what's the vibes like with the team? How you guys feeling? What's going on?
I mean, we're feeling good. I mean, obviously, the match that we played against Toronto in the online qualifiers was like recent. We made the change recently, so.
Was it close? Not close.
It wasn't close. It was a 3-0. But it was, as I said, like I just joined the team like on a Friday and then had to play them on a Sunday. We barely had any practice, so hopefully we show that we can compete against the best of the best today against Toronto and maybe moving forward. But yeah, excited.
What about you, Scrap?
Yeah, you know, I'm excited to play. Always LAN is just a fun atmosphere, especially even with no fans here. It's still pretty fun. You see, you know, all the pros talk to each other that you might not hear at a regular event. So yeah. It's definitely fun like that. You know, playing this kid's going to be a fun time. We had a good-ass time last year. And, yeah, it's going to be a fun match.
Oh, that's awesome, dude. Well, man, listen, I really appreciate you both hopping on the couch. Good luck to you guys.
You're lucky I'm sitting on this couch.
What's the map count, man? What's the map count?
3-0.
I'll give him one. 3-1.
3-1? You're going to give him one? Because it's funny because he's so nice. You're just, you know what I'm saying?
3-0.
I mean, that was a gimmick last year. Like, he would everyone, and sometimes so much I would stand up with him and he would be like, yo, are you shouting with me? And then he would fry the rest of the event. Like, well, it's just like gimmick, you know?
Hey, man, I'm really excited to watch you guys play.
Then Charlie the humble ones, then this guy's just like...
This guy's nuts, man.
This guy's
absolutely
I'm here to win. That's what it is.
I like that. Well, I like the fire. I'm excited to watch you guys play. Obviously, you know, the matchup, the storylines. I know you guys go way back in Challengers, and you guys built a really good relationship down there. So to see you both on the main stage now and playing against each other, man, I think is pretty cool to see, you know? So
what I said yesterday.
Yeah.
It's great to see.
Yeah, man, and thank you so much for hopping on. Good luck to you guys the rest of the way. We'll obviously be watching, and hey, man, it's a pleasure, man. It's a pleasure, Scrap. It's a pleasure,
boys.
Thank you for having
Benjamin.
Sir, man. Hey, Desk.
Good luck.
Back to you.
All right, listen, in my predictions, I have Toronto versus Subliners playing for the title. So I have Toronto winning this one. But I don't think there's any denying that Vickle may be becoming a fan favorite. Definitely the hero of the underdog team. And he's playing up against his good buddy. But Toronto, the favorites here. Let's go over their Monster Energy pregame keys. What do you got for me, Allie? What's the key to not losing against Florida?
My key is I need to close my eyes immediately because I see Merkin Raven over in the corner. But for Toronto Ultra, they need to continue their search and destroy off of yesterday. They've been struggling in that game mode during the qualifiers, but on LAN, it is all another story. So just continue that prowess and shut down Cap. He was a big factor in yesterday's matchup. And that man on your screen, Scrap, is certainly going to be a player to watch. He balled out the last time these two teams went up with a 1.5 overall in the series. So definitely going to be a player to watch.
Scrap's so kind to his former teammate. Didn't call him dog poop or any other names. But he's going up against a Florida squad that is looking to play spoiler. Let's talk about the Mutineers.
Yeah, I mean, well, thinking about the Mutineers, this is your Monster Energy pregame. I mean, these guys have to win the search and destroys. We saw Toronto throughout this stage. They're 2-7 in S&D. Obviously, it went to the very end in a lot of those, but Vickle yesterday had a hot 2 games, 24 kills across both of them, going up against his ex-teammate. I expect him to have another big one. Also, in the hard points in this series, it's going to be very difficult. They've gotten smoked in all 3 hard points they played against Toronto in the season. Toronto 3-0 against them in that mode. So, I don't know, respawn it's got to be probably the control.
Can I give a shout out to my man Vic, by the way? Hair plugs are looking good. Baldy no more, and the man is looking to score another win over one of our top 4 teams on the season. Toronto, though, with the 9th seed going up against number 12. Let's take a look at our maps and modes. Allie, statistically, Toronto is the favorite across our win rates, but where could Florida play spoiler? Which of these games can they steal?
I would say possibly in that El Asilo. They played Expo last time, which is where Florida kind of gave them a struggle, but we're going to be heading into hotel control this time around. And do you see any opportunity?
I mean, I think if we go to Game 5, Florida lost. They're 0-5 on Hotel S&D with Fellow and Capsule. So you got to win some respawns. See if you can do it.
If Florida can win here, it could set up a run, a much-needed run if they want to be playing at Champs. Our first match of the day is ready. Who's going home? Is it Toronto or is it Florida? We're about to find out as we send it over to the very handsome and now buttoned-up Maven and Mr. Merc.
I used the steamer on my shirt. I did not do a good job, Joe. I'm now seeing as the camera comes on.
I don't know why Ali was saying, looking at us. It was really you who was being an idiot. I was just standing here.
I steamed the whole thing for a half an hour. Do I don't know how they work?
Probably not.
Okay,
so.
I'll try better. Maybe during a commercial break. But I swear I gave my all, and then I got these guys rubbing in his new hair in my face because I'm bald. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate that. But let's get it going. Toronto, Florida. And I find myself rooting for Florida Mutineers a bit just because they are the underdogs. Vickle, I know you've got a great relationship
That's
with
my
him.
son.
I love watching you guys play ranked in his comedy.
No, I'm so happy he's back in the starting lineup. But yeah, big win yesterday over Vegas. I mean, it wasn't the cleanest win. They had to have a big comeback in that game number 5. The problem is they're going up against Toronto Ultra, and they just played a couple of weeks ago. It was a 3-0 over to Ultra. This map we saw, but honestly, you know, you heard Ali talk about it. Scrapz was the only player positive in this series. He really had to take over. Can everyone else contribute?
Well, let's get right into it. Mercado. To start things off, Hicksy, we had him on the podcast. It was amazing to listen to kind of his insight, his path to get here onto this team. You come in, you get a win, but now a little bit of adversity. You struggle through the qualifier. You're trying to make this run through losers bracket. Let's see if they can make some magic happen.
Yeah, just finding that momentum. Again, I think just winning that Boston Breach matchup last night. Just sometimes that first match of the tournament, it can be tough. Boston already played one, but they were able to just win that map 1. They had control the entire time. So we're looking at this P2 rotation. You do have one player here. That is going to be Vickle. He's going to be playing the corner, able to find one, but not ready for the second. He was the only player over here for the Mutineers. They were trying to rotate through for this P2, but with 5 seconds left, Ultra, they're going to be in a very good spot.
Hicksy saw him when he backed down, so I thought for sure he was going to check that corner. I guess he just thought he rotated over to green. Maybe he wasn't going to have to deal with it, but the fact is you're going to be set up all right now. What can you do? Capsule. Find that opening kill, maybe going to be the pressure of the other players, but it's Insight and Hicksy that are able to line them up. So far, so good. Look at the scoreline. You got 1 point for Mutineers. They found no success in the early going. That's just all the audio cues outside from Insight, and he's doing a great job.
Yeah, it's just how this map is, right? You lose some of these key rotations. It can be difficult to break these hills. I mean, you had an opportunity. Capsule was able to sneak through right at that first push, but Hicksy was able to win that gunfight. Now Insight on a 5 spree. Well, with 25 seconds left, Capsule's going to spawn up over by 10. The rotation over to P3. Those are the next fights for the Mutineers. They're able to win them for now. It's Insight. That's going to be the cruise missile. Maybe he wants to go for this. The problem here is you actually spawn 2 players up. That is a mistake for Florida. They did not play safe by 10. 2 players spawn up this side, and this is not looking good. This is scary if you are the Mutineers.
Yeah, Clear says he get the second, ends up being a team kill, but now you can push out, try to get eyes on these cuts.
What are we doing?
Some damage in. A little nade and backing up, keeping them at bay, delaying 3 players as they push and backing up to the table inside. So inside will be set up. Kleenex there to work with them. 2 others watching on the outside, but Brack and Fellow, they get the kills on the outside. Now all the pressure going to come to the 2 set up inside. Vickle, fabulous gunfight when he gets both. And that break, well, it's beautiful. Maybe not needed had you set up properly in the first place, but now you start to get some points.
Well, they needed it now. Yeah, they absolutely needed it. But now Hicksi's able to go right through mid. We know this position just so strong. Vickle trying to play his life with the Vaz, able to win another gunfight. But still, you make it messy if you are Ultra. You take that all day. Now you're going to rotate over to Barbershop, but Capsule, he is here. Only able to find 1 scrap there for the trade.
Yeah, you're going to need to change something here at some point. You just go almost into a 100-point hole to start the game off. Makes it so difficult for you. It was great seeing Scrap and Vickle kind of chat through, BS a little bit about their history and the expectations here, but so far looking pretty good on the Scrap side of things.
Now what? Florida, they are here. That is 3 dead. You have a 1 versus 2 on the hill. They got to go quickly. Insight now through mid. They know he's going to spawn it up, and I love that. Kleenex just takes the fight right to him. You have the position. You just got to get the hill control. As the players off a spawn, they're going to try to cut them down first. None of the SMGs for Florida were there. They had to wait for them off a spawn. Rinkle, though, is going to take it to him. Able to find 2. That should be the 30 seconds going their way. It's Ultra, they're going to start to rotate over towards patio. Well, they're going to fight for the scrap time, actually. They're just going to go for it because they know that tin control, the Mutineers already have it.
That'll be a swing of about 30 seconds or so. And can your teammates win the break on the other side? You've got a 3-on-2 now. One got across the mid cut. Brack was able to pick that up. The 2 players, they're going to be able to work it from mid if you are Mutineers. That'll be 3 kills through, 2 coming from Fellow. So early setup, trailing by what, 70, 80 points? How much of this can you get? Can you lock it down? You do, you're right back in this game.
Yeah, not always the easiest hill, right? Just due to the position
not.
of it, right? And, you know, usually when you have control of tin, that is where it goes. But it just takes a gunfight, and it's like, all right, I don't want to leave tin. So this is what Ultra wants to do. Just pick off that player on the objective, and you're just wasting the time. Already 5-10 seconds away from Mutineers, even with Fellow in that position. Here comes the retake, though. Hixie. He's able to find a double and earn Ultra some time.
Brack spawned in Narnia. He had a hike to get back to this one. Finally gets here, just drops and right back to it. So the 25 seconds or so, the tail end of the hard point go to Ultra. Every time it feels like Mutineers have a chance to really get back into this, Ultra open up the lead once again. How much more could they put on top of this? Because the next hard point they're in a good position for.
Yeah, this is where like you can chain P6 and P7 together to get back to the game if you are Mutineers, but they lost the rotation. They're going to need an early break. Fellow on a big pinch. That's going to be 2 dead. Klinex now in the hill with Hixie. What can the sub duo do? They're able to take down 3. It comes down to a final 1 versus 1. But Vickle is all alone. He knows he's got to play his life, and well, he's not able to dodge that nade.
The score just keeps growing. It has been a bruising, a battering here out of the map 1. Klinex on 3 in a row, 14 and 7. See what he can push this out to, but might not be a whole lot of time left in this game. Another one-on-one W there. It's going to go the way of Klinex. Let's hop to a listen in right now with Ultra.
Nice. I'm going to. We have a streak, so right?
I think low. Nice, Cammy.
Okay, play back.
On the barrel.
One shot. Play safe, Jimmy.
Yo, 2-0. One bit, dead.
Nice, I'm all on the right. See where you spawn.
I have a sub. I'll go.
Okay, I have all the right, boys.
I'll get P4. Just get trip cars.
I have all the right.
Say trip cars.
Funnel in the middle.
Do you have my back, Eddie? I can look you back, Eddie. Alright, they're gonna play through P4, okay?
Yeah, they're all going left, boys. Nothing right at all. We have a streak as well, too.
Crossed. One shot in P4. There's at least 2. They have a streak as well, okay?
Okay.
Streak.
Gate. Gate flanking ladder. Cap. Cap's already in ladder, boys.
Give me a second. I have your go on.
Ladder.
P4 me as well.
That's the time. Nice. I have all you right again.
I'll get you P4, okay? I'm blowing up the card. That's one ladder. I have all the P4. Just hold it.
Two back alley. Get you time.
Right now, they're getting P4 in back alley. 2 back alley heading right now.
I have P4.
You got 12 trips.
Come on. I can they nade me. They didn't hit me.
Back alley now. Trips.
One back alley.
Mid. Weak on the back alley, heady, Brack.
The Pasha is there from Scrap, and they keep rolling. 2 are going to fall out, make it 3. Everybody dropping outside to inside. He's going to be in trouble, but Mutineers on the scoreline, they're in a world of pain. It started out ugly, and it has continued.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, they had the decision to add P6. They were spawning back parking lot, but they hit the hill one last time because they kind of had to. You were down so many points. They needed a 25 or 30. That turns into them losing rotation to this final hill. And then they use this streak, and they lose a 2 versus 4. Scrap and Inside were able to hold on to control of the hill. So that is just not looking good as the AR is going off here for Toronto Ultra. 20 seconds away from winning this map number 1, but just all of the breaks out-rotating Florida Mutineers.
It's like there's not even that many kills on the map.
No, it's not usually.
The slaying differential is like, what, 8 or so? Somewhere in that ballpark. Maybe Klinex is having a map inside as well, but they're not exactly getting murdered, but in the overall scoreline, that'll be the case. They see 10 more points to put it away. And they can get it done right here. Mutineers trying to fight for any amount of scrap, not going to happen. Ultra put him to sleep in the map 1. They take it convincingly. And there you hear the trash talk coming in from one side of the stage and Ultra to the other.
They tell him to shoot back, and honestly, like you said, I mean, the slaying is one-sided, but when you're losing that many rotations on Mercado, when you're in power positions, it's tough to shoot back on this map. It can be.
Well, I was saying it wasn't even like that bad. Like,
No,
it was like 8 kills or something, yeah, but
basically, like, I mean, you just can't lose that many rotations in a row.
Yeah.
And then you're in such a hole where you have to hit some scrap time. And what does that turn into? Well, you lost rotation again because you don't earn that scrap time. So just from start to finish, Ultra a couple of steps ahead. Well, as you said, Kleenex going off. He's plus 10, but just a very solid team effort there.
It was basically, what, 100 to 1? Somewhere right around there. I mean, you take that out of the equation, which is not how this works, but you take that out of it, and it's like a 100 to 150 game. Like, they played pretty tight. After that point, you just can't come out and get haymakered and have to battle from behind like that. Can't do it.
Yeah, you just have to take the chances to just go on those deep rotations and try to make a comeback that way. We've seen it. There's a huge swings on Mercado, just with how difficult some of these hills are to break, but Florida not able to put it together, and that's just props to Ultra. But for them, it really hasn't been the respawns that have been struggling. It's about this map number 2. Throughout the stage, really been a tough search and destroy qualifier for them. Able to win one yesterday, but on the other side, it was Florida Mutineers who were able to win both of those, and in that game 5 with that comeback.
Well, back to this map, though, I think it was, what, one of the 10 rotations where it was a little bit too pushed up for the 2 players on Mutineers. Is that where, like, the collapse kind of started at the beginning?
Oh, yeah, P2. I mean, right away. They try to, like, trap them in P1, but what ends up happening when you get a kill or 2, there's nobody in tin. They just spawn them up tin side. They just take tin away. Like,
I feel like we've seen that a lot of maps. Like, I was watching Seattle last night in HyDra, and, like, I think Accuracy at one point just pushed up a couple steps too far. 2 players spawn right behind them. Like, it can be so sensitive.
And it just makes no sense because there's so many power positions inside of P2. Just play from the table and play from up top. You don't really have to leave it. Like, I know you want map control to really spawn them out far, but you don't need the risk.
Well, it is a risk reward. It's a very fine line of when can we push out and really punish, and when do we just need to strap in and make sure nothing fluky happens. Elasilo, though, coming up next. I mean, when you talk about this search and destroy, when I think about Ultra, I think about them ending that FaZe win streak. They're on whatever it was, 15 in a row. They go to Elasilo. We saw Kleenex just hitting top for free over and over again. Like, they did their homework. They found the openings. They were brilliant there. So we know that they can be great.
Yeah, it can be, but they're also 4-5 on the year. This is the opening for the Mutineers. I believe Mutineers are 6-1 on this. Very good at getting that bomb down, and they're going to need it here. They need to get back into sort of the game. But yeah, Ultra, while they're 4-5, they're very capable of winning on this map.
Yeah, and I don't know if Insight had any dreams this time around. I mean,
sure.
Last time he had a dream that he beat FaZe there, and that's why they went and played it, and they got it done. I'm not sure if he had any superhuman powers as an omniscient being looking above that planted that into his brain this time around, but a look at the Florida Mutineers and their ability to bounce back. I just love this matchup between Vickle and Scrap. Just the pre-interview and the chatter you heard at the end of it. We'll see if he can shoot back in this. But yeah, Search is where he was good.
Yeah, I mean, you throw Hixie in there as well, right? Those 3 dominated challengers last year. Yeah. Great to see challengers getting into our pro teams. But for the Florida Mutineers, it's just been about trying to find that roster.
Hearing Hixie talk about Scrap and like what it was like living with him, how he just like be in his room, lay there, and Scrap would just
seems like the Energizer Bunny,
he
right?
just run in and like, kick his door and like, yo! I was like, what, bro? Like, who knows what you could be doing? What are we doing, Scrap?
Dude, he just stays the Energizer, but just goes. Yeah. Just always is like that. Just 100, 110%. He's like, dude, I'm just trying to chill and watch. Like,
oh yeah, if someone kicks open my door where I'm chilling, you're getting thrown out the front door.
Yeah, you weren't wrong there, but just total different beings. Even aBeZy was saying, like, bro, sometimes this guy gets up, starts talking crap. Like, yeah, I'm right there with him. But he knows the type of personality he's going up against.
Well, let's see if they can bounce back and just get this to 1-1. You feel a whole lot better if you give yourself a chance in after this search. You don't. I mean, you heard, I think it was Nameless's concerns. If you go to a map 5, the struggle you've had for Florida, they haven't won it there. This is where you've been great. If you are Mutineers, you have got to get a win here. Is it as simple as like, Joe, you don't win this, you're not winning the series?
For me, yeah, I think so. Yeah. I mean, honestly, Florida's hardpoint's they've been slaying pretty well.
Yeah.
With these teams throughout the qualifiers and even with what we've seen here. But just leaving open some chances. We'll see if they could potentially take a control. Their control yesterday looked unbelievable on that hotel. So, but I mean, we know how much Ultra love hotel control. But yeah, this is step 1 for me.
Oh, snipe out, looking for the angle. One falls quickly from either side. So Vickle, who's been a machine for them, taken out of it. And his partner in crime in the past, and the other side, Scrapz will drop, but now fast to a 2 versus 2. Cap, Fellow versus Hixie and Kleenex. Cap in trouble, trying with the reach out, not gonna happen. Now it's just Fellow and the big stick in hand. See if he can clutch up in this 1 versus 2, but he's been spotted.
Yeah, what in his hand? Oh, the SPX.
The big stick, dude.
Makes sense, but yeah, 1 versus 2. No Deddy yet, still some time to work with, but Ultra throw, I don't know if that was a hard counter, just very aggressive right up mid. They basically denied the A bomb site. Do not think Cap and Vickle were ready for it. Fellow with nade in hand. We were just trying to hit that player behind the couch, but not going to work.
Show me something, Fellow. Show me something. Show me something. A little bit of pre-fire there. Might have caught him if
Well,
you pushed the
showed you
doorway.
how the guns work.
Yeah,
They sound like. So,
I like
yeah.
that. I like that. Thank you. Thank you, fella. Never really a chance in this one, though.
Oh, Hixie with the ace. The ace in the round. He was just always that next player for
I was gonna say,
Ultra.
that actually seems insane to me because it was such a flurry of kills for a lot of that. Just like fast trades, mayhem around it. Had you not said that, it really wouldn't have crossed my mind just based on kind of how that round played out. But after that first blood, just keeps it rolling. The next guy up to get out to 4-0. Dominant there from Hixie, and what an addition he has been to this team. But he's going to hold a stun at the start of this round 2.
Yeah, but really struggled online. But starting to turn things around here on land. And, you know, it's just such a young player. Maybe it was just one of those things. You know, but took a little break. But, just, you know, you got 1-4. You got to relock in.
Yeah, your head's got to be a weird place when you come into your first tournament ever and just win it. It's like, all right, this is easy.
I got this.
This is easy.
Yeah.
Scrapping the first blood, though, into Capsule. Bomb getting down. Vickle, though. A little revenge there. He said to shoot back. He's going to shoot back, and that takes Scrapz out of the mix.
Still a lot more work to do, though. You have to retake this bomb site. Insight's going to find another one. Maybe a key gunfight in the round. Vickle does get traded out. A nice win, but the number's too strong for Ultra.
Yeah, look like he just joked him there, but...
That is the Vaz. Headshot bang.
A little bit of a shoulder, yeah, and then just shotgun to the forehead. Hixie, he'll keep it rolling, though. After that 4-0 start, tack another one on there.
And nothing really that Ultra's doing. This is kind of what we've seen all year on this map. Just working that A bomb site. On defense, right through the mid. On offense, right to A. Just confidence in themselves, winning those skirmishes.
How far can he push it? 5-0. Knock, knock. Hixie's here. Tries to bank one in. No info off of that, but quickly to the flank, it'll be Vickle.
Talk about
Deddy out.
Some info.
You lose a little bit of aim assisted time.
A little bit, all of it.
Hello. Like Vickle killed inside as well. He's able to get a second off of that, but Hixie firing back 7 in a row before he's going to drop.
We're at 1v1.
Okay.
Vickle got 3. Had Hixie there with a trade. He was able to get 2.
It started with 75-mile-an-hour winds.
No, through the rails you get 0.
Yeah. Oh, I know. It's brutal. It's brutal. You got to see that. That's not Vickle being a bot. That is what no aim assist can look like up close and personal. Hurricane-like weather.
Doesn't look like it. The trees aren't moving.
Yeah. Good point, Joe.
Just like how realism is worse, you know?
Yeah.
Thought the trees would sway. He's got Deddy now. Gotta get this bomb down. Just does he know where Kleenex is or have an idea? Does he care?
And we saw, I think Ant called him a corner checker. Like, Brack, on those retakes, he was checking literally every single corner. A little bit different here with him getting the plant down. He got out the audio cue. He knows he's inside the side. The timing, horrific. He gets the stun out, but the shots get in. Kleenex able to clutch up, and that's just... you go for the stun check, it's right as the peak comes in, and this title, to do anything, it takes a while, whether it's a mantle, a nade, it's a process.
Yeah, if he doesn't have fast hands there, that's tough. But, he hears him drop, and it's like, he's probably thinking, I don't want to chow this right away because it's CleanX. He's got the Vaznev in hand. I'm probably not going to win that gunfight. He's trying to wait for the sound cues for him to run to the bomb. The problem is the bomb was planted on the other side of the bomb, right? Like on that opposite side where he can't see it from mid. So he's got to stun check it, and as soon as he does, CleanX says hello.
Hixie, after that 7-0 start, earns a cruise, bombs away. CleanX is going to drop the Brack, though, during that sequence, so you get numbers if you're Mutineers, and you're desperately looking for a round as you're in an 0-3 hole.
Yeah, that is not what you want. You're hoping to cross to that bomb and get that bomb planted, but now they know the game plan. Cap, he's just hanging out with Kayali. You have 2 players outside of B for the Mutineers, and then watch number 7, Brack going on a wide flank. They're going to cut this round down, but actually he is picked. Inside able to read it now, just like that. We're in a 2v2. There are no trades. And it just feels like you're not on the same page if you are the Mutineers. But both of those players just get picked off.
Well, this is like let fellow make a play. Vickle has not moved from his spot behind B. You get the information. Deddy's about to run out.
Yeah.
So Deddy's out. Now you just lurk. I mean, you've got a lurker basically on either side of the site. There's the info. I like the trigger discipline. Might not have been able to kill him.
I don't know.
Oh,
Okay, it works. I liked it too, yep.
Well, I don't know if he would have got him before he got behind the wall, and then who knows how it plays out. But then when he did shoot, I was like, I don't know if that was the right time either. Now Hixie, he's just dancing, him and Vickle. A little tango around the B site, round to Mutineers. No, but you're right, though. Like, I guess I could have gone bad either way, but it's always like, this game's interesting to me with like the trigger discipline stuff. Because it's like,
he dies out so fast.
He dies so fast. It's like, well, would he have been able to just burn him there? Maybe. Would he not?
It doesn't matter. I mean, big Brown win for Florida.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, you get this streak out. You're hoping CleanX doesn't get picked. That first blood out of Fellow, that was the bomb carrier as well, so they had all the info that they needed. Yeah, and Vickle just hung out at B, just stayed there.
Oh, I don't think he moved for a lot of that.
And yeah, just stellar search and destroy out of him.
Just admiring his new air. Looking good.
He's able to pop Deddy. Again, just a ton of info. He's in a great spot. What timing does he get? It's going to be great timing. Deddy's going to reset. Now it's just finesse time. Brack able to find another one.
He's been a monster in their search and destroys. He's on up to 7. Hixie, who was the hero in the early going, trying to do it again. Under 30 seconds to go. They had a 2v3, now down to a 2 versus 1. Onto the bomb they go. Brack going to be the last guy that can make a play. Brack, does he get there in time? Gets the kill, gets out, tries to chow with the pistol around the edge, and still plenty of time for the defuse. I'm not sure what you can try to do there if you're Brack after you get the first. Like, you're weak. Could he maybe have gotten out? I doubt it.
No, I think Scrapz chases him there. I mean, you just can't lose that 2v3, 2v4, whatever it was. After that first blood comes in and you have bomb down, that should turn into a round win.
Well, it feels like Hixie was kind of the catalyst again. Like, you're in a hole, wins one top, and then just
I love how quick they were in those decisions. Just right onto the bomb, just force Brack to check it. Trust his teammates, and they do it with enough time left. For around 20 seconds, they start that defuse where it's just an easy play, an easy trade for Scrapz.
Up to 10 now if you are Hixie. Young man has been terrific. You haven't needed a ton out of the other guys, honestly. And on the other end, can Capsule pick it up? Maybe Philo? It's really just been Vickle, but you need to string together or at least a round or two here if you're Mutineers. Bomb down quickly here. Hixie with the plan.
He knows nobody is in that site with the route that he takes. Fellow has Deddy Pop, just kind of watching these doors. Brack is still over towards B. He's starting to move up. But they get aggressive. Does Toronto Ultra. Able to find 2 picks, and now you're in a 2-on-4 situation.
Vickle able to get another, and I thought Brack had a freebie, but shotgunned as CleanX snaps. 5th round on the board for Ultra, and we were thinking this is a must-win map for Mutineers, so unless you rip off 5 straight, Ultra continue to move on in this tournament.
That is just
I missed what, to get in top 6?
If Brack is able to win that gunfight, but yeah, it's CleanX just snaps, and we talk about the Vaz headshots, you saw it there.
Oh, Yeah, I mean, Brack, it looks like the animation when he gets to the window hop, like when the audio cue
like
comes in, like he's looking the other way. And then half a second later, his body's on the ground. And now Kleenex is twisted. My guy, he'll snap quick, but from Brack's POV, that looked like a effing joke. 2 to hit it. 1 bullet into the second, but not quite done. Insight's nade, though. Will it rain true? It does. Nice nade there from Insight. Fellow, SPX in hand. Well, knife inside for Insight. Maybe he was trying to tickle Brack with it, but that's not going to work. Brack will be able to take the kill.
I mean, Fellow with this snipe, I don't know what he's found at all with sniper throughout this map.
It's kind of like when I play with you and you snipe.
You don't play with me, because you're like a bronze 1.
That's hurtful.
Well, it's a fact. You're just bad.
That's hurtful, Joe.
It's okay.
Just because I'm a giant bear-like figure doesn't mean I don't have feelings. Well, Brack is dancing. Look at him go. 2 versus 2, 30 seconds to go.
And this is great, but how long are you going to take? I mean, this route is... We're looking at everything. We got to go. They're going to know sooner or later that you're going over towards B. And yeah, here now you're going to get reflanked by Hixie. You're going to have Scrap work up towards field. Maybe the sniper's going to pay off. I lied. It will not. He's just going to get beamed by Scrap. That tree not going to protect you much.
That was the moment. He was going to hit the snipe. No, Scrap just absolutely laces him. My guy's shooting ropes. Brack, 1 versus 2. Brack tagged up to 2 HP. Not a prayer. Round 6 on the board for Ultra. It has been dominant so far. You crush him in the hard point. You annihilate him in the search and destroy. Kind of what we expected. You know, was that a little sheesh there?
Yeah, sure was. But yeah, I mean, another round where, like, if you're going to be that slow, they're going to figure it out sooner or later. Like, they're going to check that A bomb, and then they're just going to rotate on over. But Hixie, from start to finish, he's able to drop 11. We talked about Vinkle on the other side. Great search and destroy, but you just did not get a lot out of Capsule in Fellow. Now we'll see. I mean, you go to that control again. Florida looked good yesterday.
Well, that's why I was like, listen, you're showing me records up there that Ultra's not been great and Mutineers have. We casted them.
No, I know they're capable of winning it.
And like, when they are prepped and know they have like what game plan they want their ICL, they can be terrific. So, not shocked.
Honestly, I don't know how much game planning went into that one. I mean, the first 2 or 3 rounds, they just went right down the middle and gunned them. Sometimes it's as simple as it is.
Yeah, I guess I'm just like speaking to when we talked to them about the FaZe matchup.
Sure.
But yeah, no, here is just sort of like, let's come in and fry. Hotel Control going to be coming up next. This has been all Ultra thus far, a chance to get this done in a 3-0 fashion and continue moving on. And you got to think just slowly starting to build a bit of confidence here the deeper we go. It's been impressive thus far.
No, I mean, that's just really it. This team won a major. I mean, plain and simple. They won the last major. I know there's hype elsewhere, but nobody wants to play these guys.
Yeah, I think once you get the land, you can flip a switch when that's the case. You won the most recent major. But that's 2 underway. Dominant from Ultra. We're heading to a quick break. When we get back, the control, we'll see if they can close it out clean.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. And upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the CDL.
Here we go. Welcome back. Getting ready to rock and roll in Columbus, Ohio. Listen, we were kind of hoping this match was going to be a bit more competitive than expected, just maybe due to some of the relationships between these players. Maybe Mutineers were starting to hit a level we hadn't seen them at this event, but like so far,
it hasn't.
It hasn't. It has been all ultra. They've been calm, cool, collected, handle business, and now we're heading into a map where they're the favorite by a wide margin. It should end here unless Mutineers muster up something wild.
And I mean, Ultra, especially on the defensive side, they've kind of created the blueprint for this map, right? It feels like everybody was kind of, it was a little bit more 50-50. I think Tim, our stats guy, kind of said this last stage. It's more 67% to like 33%, where defensive teams are winning more and more rounds. Now, I don't know if, you never know with online, playing your life. Sound EQ'd out of your mind, you just hear all the footsteps. Yeah. But I imagine a lot of teams watched Ultra VOD, figured out what they were doing.
You know what you created the blueprint for?
I don't know.
Being a hot dad.
All right, thanks, man. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Shout out to the dads.
Into the map 3. And Hixie had a terrific search and destroy. See if he can carry that momentum right into this, but Scrapz shooting nukes into early going. Just lovely shots there out of attack.
Yeah, Florida with some nice patience. Now maybe a chance to try to retake this. That is going to be the call. Cap. He's going to get taken down. Hixie up to 2-0, but slowly but surely going up. But it doesn't matter. 4 is going to go down for the Mutineers, and this could be a quick transition over to B for Ultra.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they are across the map. Get into bedroom side control quickly. They'll have eyes for the gunfights up top, but everybody gets fried basically outside of Kleenex. There's some big wins there from Vickle and Capsule to delay this a bit, but you got 2 minutes to go. You got the life advantage. Take your time. Look for your good setups. Should be able to put away this round 1 on offense, and Kleenex railings don't matter for this guy. He's hitting.
Capsule continues. He's on 3 in a row. Just playing his life, finessing around the map, but Insight able to snap. So now you have 3 players over here. This is going to be a fast stack. 1 player cutting off mid. That's a nice find for Scrapz. Or on to Scrapz. But already 2 ticks done. A trophy down. You gotta go. You gotta go. Now the nade's starting to connect, but halfway there. They should be able to get this retake, or will they? Insight just playing his life beautifully. Scrapz off a spawn. It's a 1v1.
Nice nade. Oh, I thought it was good, but not going to be, and the fellow able to chow. Great job just avoiding that nade. But yes, they did so much damage. They're already right back onto the point. This should be an Ultra round. You've just been scrambling from the onset. Hixie with the shots, Ultra with the round win. Dominant thus far. Is Scrapz so fired up his camera turned off? That guy's twisted.
Was he just yelling? Are we just yelling now? We're not even talking shit. We're just yelling.
Yeah, Jonah had like 2 TVs. We have one with just gameplay. We have one that shows the broadcast feed. I just turned to look at the broadcast feed, and it showed the 8 cameras, and Scrapz was just a black screen. He was just screaming.
Just yelling.
He's fired up.
But there we go. I mean, just no map whatsoever.
I was trying to keep you on your toes.
Yeah, I was ready. I was ready. Capsule is the only player who, got pushed up. But it was a nice trade. Insight just went huge. Thought maybe he could get the retake. Just took too long over at B.
Brack already there. Easy cleanup for him. Now onto the point to go. It has been all Mutineers thus far.
Quick though, they're leaving 1 on it. They're playing for map control. You already have Vickle all the way pushed up backstairs. But it is going to be Scrapz challenging through Freezer. Brack's gonna spot it though. And now it is just a dance battle. And while Capsule's there
Show me what you're working with.
You should not. You cannot. You should be careful. I don't want you to like tear something.
Yeah, I was trying to do like this thing kind of in real life, but I was worried that might tear my ACL.
Yeah, you're gonna have to stretch.
Ooh,
but
all right, Cap.
Starting to heat it up. We saw it in round number 1.
Four in a row. How far? Can he keep this streak going? Daddy about to run out. He heard one up here. Where is he? Oh, he's behind the doorway. We'll see you later. 3 are going to drop. The transition. It is coming through quickly. Last player was Scrapz. He falls. Onto the point we go. efficient thus far from Mutineers after a slow start. They go like 3-1. They've gotten every kill since then, basically. Look at this. It just keeps flowing. 25-13. You can't buy a kill right now if you are Ultra. Just getting choked out. Put to sleep. Nighty-night in round 2. Mutineers take it.
Well, we talked about defense winning more rounds. Not here. Not throughout this map. It has just been both teams getting bullied on their defensive sides, but it's really the transition from A to B for both teams.
It's like the opposite of the Cavs game last night.
All right, leave me alone, dude, okay? It was awful to watch. I was just like, this is gross.
That wasn't even an offensive or defensive game. That was just ugly.
It was. Is that Ben just yelling?
Yeah, I thought for a second I was hearing one of the Mutineer players. Then I realized I think I was hearing Ben. Just like was Ben coaching? I'm not really sure.
He might be. I don't know. He was giving somebody a rant, but
Ben's fired up.
What is that? 15 kills in a row to end that round for the Florida Mutineers.
Oh yeah, that was dominant. Like more so than what we saw from Ultra in the first round. Even though theirs was dominant, like that was impressive. You literally could not kill anything for a long stretch there if you were Ultra.
Okay, but we're right back to it. The offensive team over to B. That's going to be Ultra this time through. You do have a couple of cruise missiles on the side of Mutineers, but you might have to use one right now. It might just be too late. There's 3 players on this. Probably 6 trophies. Yep. Wait, there's no trophy, but I think you hit the roof.
Brack just gets 3.
But the point's done, so it don't matter.
The nade is Simtech's able to take out 2. The gunny there for the 3rd. Now Cap gonna call in the dead silence. He's gonna get stunned. Gun up, ready and waiting. The drop shot not gonna work out there for Insight. Now put attack into his bag as well as Capsule, but Scrap. ADS at the corner.
Yeah, and the problem is when you lose those fights, look at where the spawns are for the offensive team. It's right inside a kitchen, so you are on to the point. Now you have to try to retake this. The other crews is coming in. They're going all in on this one, are the Mutineers, to try to retake, but they get picked apart. The trophy takes care of the cruise missile. Now you're right on to the point. So far, all offense. It might be staying that way.
Shake it. Shake it, girl.
Shake done. They can't even take it with the 4 stack.
Yeah, so maybe we're going to see defense at some point.
I don't know.
It reminds me of...
it's like the NBA All-Star game.
No, yeah, that, or like what were those, like, those Suns teams back in the day, with like Nash and Dirk, and they put up like 120, 130 a game. Regular season, there would be no defense whatsoever. Like, that's what I was thinking of. Like, but yeah, All-Star game's probably an easier reference point. We're aiming for 150. All right, somebody. Show me some defense. Lock it down. We're going like 80s basketball now.
Really, you like the sign, Steve, and then you have a Fed sign.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. I'd have been a great cheerleader. Nice shots from Scrap. Yet again, 4 in a row for him. Snap back, take the fight. Bye-bye. We'll see you later. Capsule going to fall. So far, so good from the defense this time around. Defensive win here. Ultra take the series. Lurking, waiting, ready, rocking. It's Hixie. He is on the move. Nice movement and shots into one more, but finally that streak comes to an end, but it's Kleenex there to try and follow it up.
Yeah, Scrap was still 1 kill away from earning a cruise missile of his own, and he will find it, so that's going to be a cruise for Ultra to use. Maybe they close this game out, close this series out, and they will play later on today. But it looks like for now they're just going to give up A. You do have 1 player kind of lurking. That's going to be Hixie right around carpet, but the other player's over towards bedroom.
Second bit done. Yep, they're just setting up. Capsule maybe thinking about a little bit of transition here with the dead silence. Not going to happen though. Hixie ready for it. Hixie ready for it. Puts down another there at the mid cut.
And I like this from Ultra because the last time through it was a transition from A to B. That's when they got caught. That's when B was wide open.
Oh, they got pinned.
Let's get into our defensive setup over towards bedroom. Force Mutineers to really have to work towards it.
Well, you talked about their defense, Joe. Let's see if this time around they're going to be able to do it. Show us that blueprint and lock them down. A chance to actually do it this time. Nice shots from Insight. Whoa. Oh, God.
I mean, that's obviously a aBeZy. He just to take that challenge.
Oh, yeah. He was like, who's out there tickling me? Sit down. I'm sure if we heard comms, would have been the dead.
Joe Ford, he is just finessing his life. This is beautiful to watch. Fellow does take him down with Brack. Now maybe an opening inside here. Bedroom side, they know that someone is just lurking. On this side of the map, the door from the nade just hops open, and okay, here we go. Mutineers on to B.
Streak in from Scrapz.
I don't think they have one. They're leaving one player on it. One player jumps off. Just okay. Takes him down.
They had one, like hits the top of the bar and able to get the kill. I mean, I don't know what you're seeing right there. It's just smoke from the explosion. You're trying to clear the zone, get it back to one tick, 50 seconds to go. Lives-wise, good chance to close out here if you're Ultra. You're up 6.
Yeah, not a lot of time. I mean, they're going to try to work this flank. Good luck winning that gunfight. You're hoping maybe someone from middle can help you out. Capsule's going to get cut down. That's going to be 3 dead. Javi, the last player alive. Well, he just knows. With 6 lives remaining, we can't waste any. But Ultra, they hunt them down.
No respawns remaining. 20 seconds to go. Desperation time for Mutineers, and you're not even gonna get close to it. It's Cap and Bickle left. They both get a kill, but what are you possibly able to pull off? 1 down, 2 down, so long, farewell, adios. Mutineers sent packing straight to the airport.
And well, I mean, we talked about getting into their defensive setup, and you just saw it there. They don't allow anything. There was one moment, but you had the cruise missile to bail you out that Scrapz was able to earn.
And yeah, I think you learned maybe from the first defense, right? Like, it was a little too messy, like, and we ended up getting smoked. Like, let's just give it up, play it safe, get set up. And yeah, you saw what they're capable of there.
If you were a concerned Ultra fan, these last couple of series, they've shown you, you know what, we'll take care of this. We'll fix our mistakes. HiXy playing a lot better, Inside playing a lot better on land.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things with teams like Ultra and FaZe. I know some people were really worried. I mean, I wasn't super worried about the two teams just because they've just been so consistent. Like, you expect a little rough patch, they're going to be able to figure it out, and so far, so good. Into the top 6 go Ultra. Anything jumping out of the scoreboard for you?
I mean, honestly, yeah, really the only thing was just the offensive rounds for both teams. Yeah. The first 3 were quick. Thought Florida maybe had that chance, but they could just not get comfortable on their defenses with what they showed yesterday versus Vegas. I thought it was going to be a better showing here, but Ultra the much better team.
Yeah, and I think sometimes, like, if you are an Ultra fan, you're thinking, well, you know, not a lot maybe to take away from whatever Mutineers, but like, I feel like that one you can. That was dominant. I mean, it's 150-point hardpoint, 3-1 control, 6-1 search and destroy. Like, you dominated from start to finish. I guess that's what you want to see against a team of the Mutineers caliber. Like, come in, just lay them out, and they did.
Yeah, you and I thought this was going to be a banger, and, well, just unfortunately it wasn't.
No. We thought maybe some heroics from Mutineers that did not end up being the case. It is just Ultra doing Ultra-like things. We're going to check out the bracket here quickly before we get back to the desk, kind of show you where we are standing now as Ultra move on. You saw Røkkr, very different story. I mean, they do it in a reverse sweep last night to get into the top 6. Ultra get it done in basically a 20-minute series, and now we start to think about the top side of the bracket. You have Texas, New York, Los Angeles, Atlanta, both series with some potential to be great.
And I mean, Thieves and FaZe have to be worried because that bracket flips, so the loser of that goes right down to Ultra. So I mean, you do not want to lose that matchup. You want to be top 3 and done the way Ultra has been playing today.
No, 100%. That's one of those things where, you know, typically when you have a team like Ultra that is in losers, which maybe shouldn't be, yeah, it gets a little bit frightening, kind of changes how you look at it from the top side when you're looking at the
rest of this day should be amazing.
Yeah, we're going to be hanging out. We're going to head to Belong Rita, do some interviews, hang out maybe on either of the watch parties and sort of watch how this plays out, but it should be great. I mean, this looks awesome. Like, it's shaping up for some absolute magic.
Do your predictions? Who do you have for the next one? FaZe, Thieves? Who'd you pick?
FaZe for that one, and I'll pick for the other.
Wow. I'm telling Nate, that's crazy.
I'm sorry. Please forgive me, but speaking of FaZe, how you boys doing? Over to the flank we go.
Is this a CDL one?
Yep.
Yeah,
CDL.
on the CDL broadcast.
Ladies and gentlemen, what is going on? I'm joined by HiXy from the Toronto Ultra. HiXy, how you doing, man? You doing all right?
I'm feeling good, bro. A little quick series to start the day.
Yeah, man. Yeah. That was a quick 3-0. I mean, you guys took care of business on stage. How'd it feel to get a big win?
I mean, it's good to start that way because obviously we had a rough stage. So to get a good early win on the Saturday, of course, got to play later as well. So build some momentum and hopefully keep it going.
Yeah, I heard you guys chirping a little bit on stage. Scrappy was getting loud. What's it like hearing your teammates chirp a little bit?
I love hearing Scrap chirp. Obviously, it started last year in challenges, and it was funny because in challenges people do that a lot. You know, there's all the chirping and stuff, and people love it. But it's not as popular in the pro scene. But he still does it. Obviously, Vic was our best friend, so from the scene. So yeah, it's just a little bit of friendly banter between the three of us.
Yeah, you're used to it. But go ahead, Chris, ask.
I was going to ask about the stage, but you just touched on that a little bit. I just want to ask, what's the transition like, you know, going from Challengers to the Pro League? Obviously, you've had success in Challengers and Vanguard. I know that you've had a decent amount of success here in Modern Warfare 2
They won the last event, you know.
In Modern Warfare 2 Challengers, but how was that, like, transition overall for you?
I feel like my play style has always been quite a pro play style. Like in Challengers, you know how it is. I mean, you've been playing. It's like there's a lot of charles, a lot of things that you don't expect a player to do that ends up working. So in the pro scene, I feel like everyone's kind of not readable, but everyone kind of plays the game the same way. It's more about who scams less. So I feel like my game kind of translates better to the pro scene. So I feel like it's been a pretty good transition, obviously with a win as well, the first event. So
yeah, cool.
Well, obviously, you guys won. You're going to go ahead and face a team dropping down from winners to go ahead and make it to Sunday. It's going to be either Thieves or FaZe. So which team would you like to play of the two, if you could pick one?
I mean,
or neither.
I mean, I don't really mind. Obviously, we played FaZe at the last major. We haven't played Thieves yet, so that'd probably be good to see where we stand against Thieves. But yeah, that's going to be a good game. I think those two are probably two of the top 3 teams going into this stage with OpTic, you'd say, from like the online thing. So that's going to be a good game, and obviously we'll be ready for whoever drops down.
Oh yeah, man. Well, listen, Hicksy, I really appreciate you hopping on. Congrats on a big win. Good luck the rest of the way. Desk, back to you.
Thank you so much, Flank. Great stuff there from Hicksy. Got a chance to play against his good friend Vickle, and he sends him home with the 3-0 that Scrap promised us. Now, we expected this outcome. In fact, most of the chat just made bank on their channel points predictions here. But I didn't expect it to be as swift as it was. It looked like there was no solution for Florida, whether it was on the sub line or the AR front. They were getting outclassed by what we saw from Toronto.
I think this is just a terrible matchup for the Florida Mutineers. I mean, it went exactly like it did a couple of weeks ago. A hot 3-0. I mean, in the response, Toronto just seriously has the edge. And you'd think Florida, with the way their S&D have been looking at the beginning of the season, maybe some opportunity there, but Toronto simply outclassed the better team. I mean, Hicksy went 11-4. It's not often that we see that player kind of pop off, and to see him be so comfortable in a series like this is a testament to kind of how outweighted this matchup was.
Nameless, while we were in the green room, you were mentioning that these two teams are playing the game the same way. It's just a difference of pace. What separates the Ultra?
Yeah, I mean, like, I started love watching series like this sometimes because you see excellence on the side of our top teams and, like, how good they truly are when they're on point. They're just making decisions so much quicker, right? Whether that be how they're going to approach their break, you know, calming through it. They're just routines. It's so practiced, and for Toronto Ultra, that's how it was today. I mean, you see the SMGs throughout this series, Chris, led the whole match in damage, both of them, just absolutely on point. When your system's working and you're getting those kills, you're going to dominate. For Toronto Ultra versus the Florida Mutineers, it's just a comfortable match. I mean, they've smoked them in every match of the season.
Yeah, what makes Toronto Ultra so terrifying is the only time they really show is when they go against more top teams. Like when they went up against the Boston Breach, it was a little bit of a closer series, but mostly because Boston Breach was outslaying them. But at the end of the day, the team chemistry and the fundamentals in Toronto Ultra outshined the Boston Breach. And then in a series like Florida Mutineers, they don't really have the slaying over Toronto Ultra, and they don't really have the fundamentals over Toronto Ultra. And that's why they get kind of outclassed in the specific matchup.
There we go. Let's take a look at our Scuf play of the game. It comes from that sub duo that we've been talking and loving on. Hicksy and Kleenex took over. Nameless, you were saying Kleenex, he's up there with the likes of aBeZy in your books. You're saying this is one of the best subs in the game. Why?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he's the most valuable player on this team. I think any franchise given the opportunity would go ahead and try to grab Kleenex. I mean, the pace that he sets, like, you know what you're getting out of him in every single series. He's extremely hard to kill. He can take over a game like we saw in that map 1 hardpoint, and the guy is on point fundamentally. He knows when to be aggressive and also when to slow it down. More times often than not, he's going to be aggressive though, right? So I just think he plays his situationals very well. I think it's like top 3 SMG in the league. When he's on point, this guy is a menace.
And to that point, I think also has something to do with the confidence. I think when it comes to subs, there's a lot of high pressure on them because their entire job is to kind of set the pace and relieve the pressure off of the rest of their teammates. And I think that's something that sets CleanX apart, like Ann said, is that I think he always goes in with like this imbued confidence, whether he overperforms or underperforms.
And the man is a sneaky beaver around that map. Well done to CleanX, Hixie, and the rest of Toronto Ultra. A hot 3-0 powers them into our top 6. We got to go to a break. Before we do, quick reminder, start your digital collection today with the 2021 Call of Duty League trading cards by Upper Deck, the official trading card partner of the CDL. Collect your favorite teams and players on UpperDeckEPAC.com or scan that QR code. We love those things. We also got our gear on sale right now. Check out the Call of Duty League store for all the official CDL merch. We've got some hot new hoodies, the full line of 2023 jerseys, and more. Go to shop.callofdutyleague.com to pick yours up today. We're going to a break. We come back. It's our top 4 teams all in the winners bracket. Atlanta FaZe versus LA Thieves, a grand final rematch happening on a Saturday.
Look like the pros, play like the pros with the new CDL team packs. We've got it all. Home and away, male and female versions, weapon camos, emblems, and calling cards for your favorite squads. And stay in the loop by signing up for the Call of Duty League newsletter. Keep up with breaking news, event discounts, and more. Scan the QR code on screen for more information.
So what's the plan? Same crew, but this time, we take everything.
Looking to take care of the entire squad, and he's done it. Boy, this is a big moment. LaRue is cooking. He comes out of the break. I think he did. You can see the arrow comes. Here it comes. Oh, by the second. Huke rounded the drop. Oh, my God. Defending up. Kenny on the flank. Kenny on the flank. Kenny!
100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say. I got Gucci on my belt, but my pants sag. Wouldn't be surprised if my biggest hater made a fan page. You taking orders from your boss, you man-made. Grown at getting touched up by the handshake. Don't think you hear me right, let me clear my throat. 100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say.
Finals, you guys came out and made that look easy.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we've been saying it online the whole time. Online respawns are different. No sound EQ, we're a way different team, and we just showed it right there. Also, people seem to forget who built that camp. I know how they play. I taught those kids how to play Call of Duty, so don't forget that. All right, like, let's get that straight.
I gotta say, one thing that we were very confused about, at least in the green room, was to see the Embassy Search and Destroy in the map set. Were you guys like at all surprised that they decided to play you on a map like that?
No, I knew they were gonna play us on that map. They were running out of ideas. We beat them in every S&D possible, so they were just trying to throw a curveball out there because we haven't played Embassy in a while, and they got 6-0'd in 2 minutes, so.
Ooh, some wise words, some big words coming in from Slasher. I gotta say, man, right? We know it, right? You guys are on the Search Destroy win streak. You're the one who...
Welcome back, everybody. The chat saying we could have a full day of 3-0s. I don't know if that prediction's gonna come true, but if Slasher has his way, this will be another swift one for Atlanta FaZe. He's playing against his old team, and it seems that this gives a legend, an old man of the circuit, a little extra juice every time he takes the stage.
Listen, this is the most amped I get for Call of Duty matches when there's some drama behind it. You heard what he said in that interview. These guys have played so many times. It is always a banger, and Slasher seems to step up. You know, in the all-time discussion, there's a lot of discussions about who's the top 5, top 10 ARs of all time. Octane and Slasher are very high up on that list, so they go hard when they match up against each other.
And this is the showdown we can't wait to see. Octane versus Slasher. We're gonna have Drazah, though, looking to drop some bombs. He's been doing it throughout the qualifier. And Envoy and Kenny, well, when it comes to land, the subs have caught fire.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think Kenny is certainly our player watching the series as well. He was completely diff against Minnesota Røkkr. By the end of the series, everybody on LA Thieves was popping off, but I feel like when we see LA Thieves winning championships, it's when Kenny is comfortable in his role. And in this matchup, they still have the edge in the respawns. They're the second best hardpoint team right now. They're number 1 in hold, and they're number 1 attack team when it comes to control. So they gotta lock up those games 1, 3, and 4.
Now, as we take a look at this season, LA Thieves is the number 2 seed for this event, but Atlanta better on the year. How does LA beat Atlanta this time around?
Yeah, it comes down to the control. I mean, you know, when you think about LA Thieves on the season, they're the second best control team all season long. Versus FaZe, they have struggled in that game mode. You're talking 1 in 4 in the controls against the Atlanta FaZe. They played 4 times. The team that has won control has won the series each time. They stole it 1 time, they're able to take that series. So clearly that's the key for LA.
How do you win the control? Well, you got to get behind enemy lines and cause some chaos, and that's something that Kenny does best. West. What are you looking for from the young gun that has some MVP performances in his trophy case?
I'm just looking at him to continue it. To be honest, I feel like this entire stage we've maybe seen a little different version of the Kylo Ken. I mean, it was the slaying yesterday against Minnesota, right? 31 and 22. He had an ace in the search and destroy, and that was on LSClo. LA Thieves is not a very strong search and destroy team, and they're going to go against Atlanta FaZe, who has been one of the best and on one of their best maps, LSClo, of which LA Thieves played yesterday and was incredibly comfortable on.
We were talking about it yesterday. Confident Ken is in the building here in Columbus. He's all positive vibes, ready to take on their rival. Let's talk about Atlanta FaZe, though, because this is the team that has bested their opponent at LAN event. Slasher, the LAN Thanos, says the chat. What is it about this guy and his squad of young demons?
I mean, well, what is it about Atlanta FaZe? I mean, they have some of the most talented players of all time on this roster. They've been absolutely disgusting at search and destroy throughout this entire year, something that plagued them last year. Well, you brought in Slasher to sort of help command the troops, and they literally had maps up until the last stage that they were unbeatable on. Yeah. 2 of them, by the way, they have those in this series, which we'll talk about in a bit. But, you know, it just makes them dangerous. They have the Tiny Terrors who are really setting into their own. aBeZy is way better this year than last, and when Slasher's playing well, they're going to win their respawn.
And when it comes to the Monster pregame, I mean, I think the storylines kind of build themselves here for the Atlanta FaZe versus LA Thieves. Obviously, continue the SMG dominance. The interesting stories here is that Atlanta is the #1 First Blood team, and they're going to be going up against the LA Thieves, who is the #1 3v4 team. So they cannot get comfortable when they get that First Blood and have that advantage. And then take advantage of LA Thieves' lackluster rotations on HyDra Hardpoint. That's probably going to be our map #4 here. LA Thieves is ranked 12th in rotation, which is so hilarious to me because they're #1 in hold right now. You would think on HyDra with the solid ARs that they have, they'd be better at that map and mode. So Atlanta has a lot of opportunity here later on in the series.
Let's take a look at one of their star players. He goes by the name of aBeZy, half of the Tiny Terrors. And if you're looking for someone who's going to challenge for records, it's this guy. In the hard points, he has been known to take over games, putting up 38 kills when 19 was the next highest in the lobby. We've seen him drop over 40 twice this year. Can he do it against a squad of the level of LA Thieves?
It's going to be very, very tough, Puckett, right? Because you're going up against a strong hardpoint team that has given you a lot of trouble in that game mode. But aBeZy is disgusting. If there's anybody that I would trust to drop 40, it is him. I mean, when you watch him play, he's just special, man. We just talked about Kleenex. It's like Kleenex, aBeZy, HyDra. Like, these are guys that are insane. Shotzzy, like, those are the guys that you want to see pop off. And in this matchup, he's the best SMG in the lobby. There's no debate about that, right? So he's the guy that I'm looking out for.
I think maybe there's some opportunity for Envoy there. I think specifically in this stage, at least he's trying to put himself in that top conversation as being a better SMG, and I definitely think this might be a little bit of a prove-it matchup for him.
Players have about 1 minute left on their warm-up, then this matchup will be ready to go. So let's take a look at our maps and modes. Hotel, LSClo, we go back to Hotel for Game 3 control. No Expo today, then Hydro and Embassy Alley.
I love seeing that Hotel game #3. Like Ann touched on earlier, it's a really important map and mode for both these teams, and the fact that it's going to be the #1 attack team in LA Thieves on control versus the #1 defense team in the Atlanta FaZe, and the fact they're playing Hotel, which teeter-totters on either side of those kind of ranks, is going to be huge for this matchup.
I would just like to say, I mean, that Game 5, I mean, the SDs in this series, obviously, those are the 2 bread and butters for Atlanta FaZe. They have looked more human there, but LA Thieves are 3-0 on Embassy Search this split, so that's going to be a bit interesting. This series is so special. I mean, we have the 2021 and 2022 world champions, right? Going at it. 8 world champions in this lobby. This is going to be insane.
We got rings and things, and this is a battle for top 3 in the tournament. Winner moves on to winner's bracket. Round 3, that winner's final. Let's send it over to our casters to kick this baby off. Gentlemen, we got Miles and Chance on the mic. Are you ready for this?
Chris, you could cut glass with these bad boys. I cannot wait to get into this one, Chance. This truly is going to be... it's personal. I think that's the best way to sum it up.
You know, the paternity test series, I guess we get to run it back and try again. Slasher had very particular words, literally explained that he said he taught them how to play Call of Duty. Like, that is some high grade trash talk that I assure you, LA Thieves paid attention. They want their revenge, and obviously against Atlanta FaZe, just generically, like throughout the entire Vanguard season, Atlanta had their number right up until the very end. So I know Atlanta have had LA Thieves number a little bit this year as well, but it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish, and we are nearing the end of the year. So it is the Square Up series, 8 world champions in the lobby. You know it's going to be a good time.
Here we go. We're throwing down a big series here again. Puckett called it, playing for top 3. The winner of this one. Into the hard point we go. Greenberg will be our battlefield, and our Warriors are already getting stuck at it. Kenny with that first blood. LA Thieves with the time.
And LA Thieves, again, hard point. That is where they have set themselves apart from Atlanta FaZe, who have struggled in the game mode all year long. So they are desperate and they need to be able to strike first. And so far, so good. Able to collect a decent chunk of time, keeping things nice and stable on the map. And even Simp and aBeZy struggling to win some of their gunfights. aBeZy trying to get a little bit hot early on. He's up to 3, but you see what's happening on the map. It is a 50-50 battle right now for rotation. You got Drazah in the mix and Cellium in the back.
Yeah, Cellium in the back. Important position to be in for now. Watch that Drazah play. He's trying to make sure no one spawns up close. Looking at the spawns there for the members of the LA Thieves all over the place.
Instant.
3 clean, make it 4 technically there for the LA Thieves. That's going to be their hard point. P2 locked down. Trophies out. They are ready for the hit phase. Here they come.
Yeah, you had Ali call it out. #1 hold team in the game with a perfect rotation like that. They just get to do the easy part at this point. Octane pushed out the jewels. You are funneling them in all just 2 directions. It is ARs down the line. Kenny Pro, Drazah just over top of them. They write it down. That is as easy as it gets, but at least the trade portion coming through. FaZe, they want one more attack.
Yeah, one more hit at it. Drazah deals damage to every player. Octane there for the cleanups. Number 3 round the corner. LaRue gets it. Perfect. That's a sweet 4 in a row now for him. 7-1 overall. This is still time going the way of the Thieves. aBeZy can't stop that either. Simp, though, might be able to for a moment. The last minute contest. Kenny toe-to-toe with one of the Terrors. Deals with it. And that's another 15 in the bag for the LA Thieves.
Drazah might get dealt with, though. Yeah, the trades are coming through. LA Thieves almost had like the perfect spawns at the old time to set themselves up on a rotation. But Atlanta FaZe, for the first time, able to slow things down, get a triple setup in and around kitchen. You even have Slasher being sort of the errant man. So Kenny, he wants to work his way through the back. His former teammate just over top of him, checks the angle at LA Thieves. That's the start of the breakdown on the point. I think it's just the Terrors that are going to be stuck inside, and they got their work cut out for him. Drazah going hunting.
He's going way hunting for that one. Cellium there with the Baz inside of Freezer. Takes care of business now. Got Octane. Up close personal trophies aren't going to help out. It's the quick contest. Can FaZe break this? Octane, Subtane, gets himself 2. Here comes number 3 around the corner, no problem. The teamwork once again, chance for the LA Thieves. They lock down kitchen, and they're pushing the lead further forward.
I mean, it's just too easy as well. Octane has been just unstressed. He has 11 kills, most of them just cleanups. They're barely shooting back against them, and that is just the efficiency of the teamwork. And, I mean, Atlanta FaZe, I suppose they get the setup over towards New once again, but, you know, Thieves have been perfect of breaking these setups down. Simp at least roaming and being a cutoff man, so there you go. Kills like that are going to set LA Thieves a little bit further back. You're buying your teammates a little bit more time, and you can get a much more comfortable setup, but I say comfortable. It's selling with the Vaznev in the back, and fortunately for him, he's had some weird timing.
Ooh, unfortunate gunfight against Envoy as well. Slasher holding down bar, finds 2. Next set of players coming out of bedroom side. Here comes a last-minute pinch. Drazah gets into the feed, gets the hill. aBeZy check every corner. The comms must have been off. He misses that one. Here come the rest of the Thieves, though. Up close and personal now. Cellium once again in the point. Nice teamwork. Simp there to back him up. This is essential time for Atlanta FaZe. They claw this one back 1 second at a time.
And this is a big opportunity as well, because that was a clean 4 in the feed. Now you're spawning LA Thieves in the back, and for the first time, maybe Atlanta able to play with a little bit of comfort on their side. They're even early on the rotation, and aBeZy popped dead silence to get over towards New. Now it's a 1 versus 2 for the moment, but Slasher's quick to reposition. aBeZy, maybe not even buying him time. He is straight for the chow. With wins like that, Slasher keeping things afloat. LA Thieves are going to be here first. They're in Atlanta. Wow. Oh, yeah, how's that for you?
It's a lot of red, baby, and it's Slasher making them dead. There we go. Cell on the other side. Nice 2 from him. 1 from Simp there with his fist. So we're looking at a lead change in a matter of moments. Atlanta FaZe right back in it. Envoy. Wow. What a gunny that was. Over to Simp. Then he slowed down LaRue. Can't get it done. Nice work there. Octane now gets closer and closer to the hard point. Lead change. Atlanta FaZe, but short-lived. Can Cellium stop this? Oh, takes care of Kenny. Next over at the hard point. As the LA Thieves will be able to net a couple of seconds out of this. FaZe not willing to go this time. Forward they fly. Into it. Octane wins a big one. Envoy with the nade again. He's playing out of his mind. Slasher makes him pay for the aggression. And it's a 10-point game for now. Chance, but man alive. No one is letting anything get away.
No, definitely not Slasher. He's not getting away from anything. Hunted down back kitchen. So LA Thieves doing a nice job breaking through the old hill, getting a bit of scrap time. Drazah even winning extra gunfights as well. So Atlanta FaZe, they are going to be a distant memory from being able to approach this hill. aBeZy's by himself for the moment, but hey, with beams like that, that's a nice little kickoff. And yo, fries Kenny for the second as well. That's how you get it done. Send it to aBeZy, get him the big two, get a couple beat downs as well. And Atlanta FaZe, what could have been a very difficult rotation, now they might even have the edge.
Trying to get forward now. Drazah, the man on the back line. Cellium, take care of him if you can. It's on Simp to break through the front as well. Here comes the collapse. Cellium can't read it. Drazah stays alive in the back line. Can aBeZy take care of him? Yes, now to the point we go. One problem dealt with, the next one's up now. Everyone from the LA Thieves on the inside of the hard point. Envoy, big tags as the AR aBeZy unable to finish the kill, but it's LaRue, one of the greatest ARs to do it in the point, finding kills all over the place. LA Thieves chance still pushing the lead forward.
And I'd say throughout this game, Octane's almost been your barometer of success for LA Thieves, right? He starts off 11-2, absolute run, and then guys like aBeZy are picking up 3 pieces in the feed to bump up Atlanta FaZe. So if Octane's doing well, LA Thieves are doing well. If aBeZy is frying, well, you can see him collecting that hill time and getting guys like Slasher in position. Envoy doing the dance to get nearby, and hey, good enough. Fries Cellium off the nerd spot, and LA Thieves, no time wasted. aBeZy for 3, only buys you 15 seconds.
First set of hard points complete. The second now on us, and man, it is an absolute banger of a hard point so far. LA Thieves, they are currently in the lead. Let's go for a listen in.
Last guy sell, bros. Could be to right. Could be white. Could be white. We got him. That's it. That is it. That is him. He's secret door. All the way. We're going to play to the right, then we're going to go with the left. All right. I'm saying all left. I'm looking. I got to watch the lobby, though. I got to watch the lobby. Make it push me. My lobby's open. My lobby's open. Nice. Yep. Missing all. Missing all. In lobby. Hit twice. Front lobby not moving. I'm blocking. Front lobby not moving. MC. Front lobby. He's standing front lobby. Check it. One shot. Lives. Dude, they're trying lobby. Gotcha. I'm just holding. They're gonna jump away. I have white to hole. I'm just holding Zig. Lobby or no? Oh, watch that hole. Backstairs to BD. Backstairs. White door. I have lobby. Backstairs. One shot. Backstairs. Good job. White door. Zig hit twice. Yo, check in white door. All right, Simpson Zig. He went to time. He went to luggage. Close left line down. I spawn close. Hey, I'm going new. I'm sorry, Zig Bridge. I'm in Zig. They have a trophy down. I'm trying with gun. He was luggage. No, backstairs to white wall. 3-0, triple ult. One new or no? No, we should be fine. One was Zig pillar, they were triple ult. I'm gonna spawn mid. I spawn front. I think we go couch is fast. aBeZy going solo. He's secret. Oh.
So you can hear in the LA Thieves comms, this is a important matchup for them. They want this win bad. How are we going now towards the kitchen hard point? Breaks are on.
Well, and the break might be an important, crucial moment, right? Atlanta FaZe now have the lead for the first time pretty much the entire game. And if they can break this hill, well, they might just seal the deal. But that is a nice hold from the Thieves from inside the point. Get the 4-man clearance. And you got Drazah picking up 2 pieces in the middle of the map. So on the kitchen, LA Thieves, the lead that they lost did not last for long. Right back inside, snaking his little heart out.
Here we go, Envoy. Here come your next 2 challenges. Cellium's trophy taken care of. Cellium will be dealt with in a moment. He knows the read there. Side door, waiting for the nades. Perfect play from Sim. Cuts down 1. Over to Drazah now. Next man in. There's the contest. Here come the snakes. aBeZy loses it. Back over to Simp at the back door. Cuts down 2. Can he get any more out of it? Slasher with the nade. That's the break. Atlanta FaZe.
Oh, Simp is built different. Simp sets that entire thing up, and Cellium wastes just enough time on the contest spot to stave off a little bit of that pressure, but LA Thieves will still have the lead going into new, but that rotation getting locked down by the ARs. Slasher and Cellium, the crossfire on point, picking them apart. Atlanta had the back spawns, and they should be able to get to this hill first. Trophies out and bound in the back, and Cellium again trying to keep these AR players at bay. Octane down. Envoy barely left alive. He's the only player in the back.
Hard point lead change. Atlanta FaZe now running the show. Kills going their way as well. Kenny and Drazah, the father-son duo, cut down there by aBeZy himself. Back on spawn go the LA Thieves. A bit of a journey now to make their way to that point. As for now, it's FaZe. Feet up. Get ready for the next fight. You're looking at a win soon.
And look, for Atlanta FaZe, their 2 best S&D maps during this series. You could not afford to drop a hard point if you were LA Thieves. This is absolutely a desperation moment. They do get inside the hill in Envoy and Drazah there to shut him down. Slasher clean shots, but it is 10 seconds to Scrap. He's fighting forward. He's out of the play on rotation, but Atlanta FaZe, they will be there first if they can hold off LA Thieves, or frankly, it's either team. It is an 8-point game going into new. This game will be decided on Restaurant.
Here we go. A last course of this hard point served up. 20 for the win. FaZe. Thieves now making their way forward. 2 through red. Envoy in the kills. aBeZy bites off more than he can chew. Dives into the point straight away. Slasher trying to stay alive. There's the contest. The next fight is going to be a massive one. FaZe now scrambling to get forward. Thieves desperately trying to hold on. The time's still ticking. Slasher, no one's letting anything get away with it. He's still alive, and the point brought to his knees. Thieves hard point.
They can still win it. Again, the ticket's going to go their way. Atlanta now need at least 1 second in contest time, or still the opportunity to break. aBeZy on the pinch is flying in, got to the hill, gets traded out. It is trade back and forth all day long until Simp gives you the big 2 advantage back towards Atlanta.
Back towards Atlanta, 10 for the win. They can do it here. You have to get in there now. Thieves, go, fly, send it. aBeZy finds 2. Now over to the point. That's game. No one there. Cellium, the last man, brings them down. And it's a big opening hard point for Atlanta FaZe.
And happy for it as well. Slasher, you know in the interview, no sound EQ on LAN. That is where Atlanta do much better in the respawn game modes compared to their online struggles, and that is setting the tone. A map that you have LA Thieves, they love to play Hotel. It's, I think, their most played hardpoint map by a decent margin. They take him down for the game number 1, and for a team that has struggled in hardpoint, that has been utterly dominant in search and destroy, well, now you're on cruise control. You get Tupac to call out the strats. There is going to be 0 time wasted for Atlanta. They now have a massive edge in this series.
What a big opener. Tight hardpoint there on Hotel. Comes to a close, though. Caps being tipped all over the place. Octane, that 31 and 24. Beautiful stuff out of him, but overall, just Atlanta FaZe far too strong. Slasher said he taught him everything he knows. Apparently, there's still a few tricks left up that Tiger's sleeve. We'll see if the Caps, the LA Thieves, can climb that tree and get up there. But for now, it's search and destroy chance. And it's going to be a real good one, but that hard point was so exciting. We are going to now go for our scuff play of the game. We're going to give it to the last 60 seconds of that hard point. What an exchange of hands.
And the biggest difference maker on this, so I think it was literally Simp and aBeZy almost taking turns. I know in this situation, Slasher's just trying to stay alive. Every single one of his teammates ends up falling, but I suppose there's enough contest time just to keep things afloat. But it's after the fact. Simp is the guy that picks up the big 2 on the rotation, so that'll be number 3 on the mini-map trying to make the play. But it's Atlanta FaZe on the pinch. 1 tears there for the setup, flies in for the chow. He's going to get traded, but then Simp's just there to jump on it. There's beams. There's the fry man, and that's where you get the clearance on the point, and Atlanta FaZe win immediately after.
That's the phenom. They had 1 second difference here. Perfect timing out of Simp there to get the break. aBeZy's unbelievable 2-piece there on the fly. Kenny and Drazah once again. There we go. With a single second to spare in the hard point, Atlanta FaZe are in. Brilliant start to this series. Again, we're playing for top 3. This red winners bracket final, or winners matchup final, I should say, has only just begun.
Yeah, and pick your poison for like the most important moments of the game, right? Obviously down to the wire on the restaurant hill, incredibly impactful, but even early on, LA Thieves had the edge. You had aBeZy pulling out the old TAC 56 to try to go on like the back platform hill. Fries 2 different people with the TAC. I mean, like the little 180 he did to catch Kenny trying to jump on top of the vans in the mid hop, that buys you a decent chunk of time. You had on the kitchen hill where LA Thieves had the full setup, where Cellium is contesting for 10, 15 seconds laying down in freezer, buying Simp enough time to come through and end up picking up a 3-piece. So Atlanta FaZe done their homework, did a lot of things right. And I'd say another performance from Simp where he just sets himself apart.
Indeed. Well, that's Tupac Thuglog there, the S&D coach of Atlanta FaZe.
What a name.
The name. There's only one. Final words of wisdom for a squad that has certainly taken the league by storm in search and destroy on the other side of the arena. JCap talking to the LA Thieves, imparting years and years and years of world champion wisdom. Trying to get the boys refocused and back into this one. Search and destroy has not been the strongest mode for the LA Thieves, chance, especially against FaZe. this series just became all the more dangerous for Los Angeles.
And, you know, we could take a look at their Stage 4 S&D stats. I know, like, on both aBeZy and aBeZy, you've had LA Thieves working on both of them quite a bit. I think 3 of their games throughout Stage 4 for LA Thieves were on aBeZy. They won them all. They have a 5-1 record. Absolutely fantastic. First Blood's on point, neck and neck. Even for the 3v4s, LA Thieves, as of late, have been much more clutch. And I know on a map like aBeZy, over the course of the year, that's been one of their bigger problems. A, converting the rounds when they get the first bloods, and B, actually winning the 3v4. So the stats for LA, they look phenomenal. The mats that they have been like working on match up against Atlanta FaZe, but I mean, we saw what happened last time they played aBeZy, where LA were trying to get a little bit cheeky, square up on aBeZy, see how it goes against FaZe. They got 6-0'd. And now we have Atlanta FaZe's 2 best maps again in this series. So obviously Thieves, they game plan for it. They're working on those maps. They have been very intentional about letting them through. At the end of the day, you're squaring up against the best team on their best maps. This is not an easy task.
Here we go. aBeZy Search and Destroy map number 2 here in our series. FaZe with the statistical advantage by quite the record so far in this season. We'll see what happens in this one. All bets are off. As our 2 red teams here in the league go toe-to-toe for another undoubtedly historic matchup here at Major 4. Will it be smooth sailing for aBeZy, or will the Thieves be able to turn it all around here? Level up the series. Let's find out. Into aBeZy we go.
And just to throw the quick nod, Atlanta FaZe, they are 3-0 against Thieves on this very map. You have Octane and Drazah with a .62 and a .57 in search against FaZe. So that is the 2 players to pay a great deal of attention to. Is Simon with the Signal 50 doing one thing, aBeZy doing his normal thing already. First blood collected.
As far forward possible as he could be. Picks up that kill. Unbelievable start from FaZe. Envoy still has that bomb. He's managed to make his way inside the A bomb site. Watch out for that corner from Simp. Perfect timing. Oh, he doesn't stick him. Kenny, though, manages to level up the field. Octane adds another one, and now it is all on to Simp and Slasher.
You got the intel as well, so that is a quick little turnaround. Talk about how their 3v4 clutches a 50% rate. So now the advantage already, but Simp and Slasher to deal with. Simp with the TAC 56 in hand, and that bomb yet to get planted. A couple players making moves on the outer edges of the map, and you talk about the pick game that's taking place. Octane catches Slasher. He's got 2 in the round, and Simp now in a 1 versus 3. Just gonna get fried. Kenny there to shut him down. And Kenny and Octane 2 apiece in that round in spite of the aBeZy first blood. LA clutch up.
And this spot from Kenny, man, what a great position to be in. Reads the transition from Simp, knowing that that B-bomb site was going to be the target, and Kenny the man to hold it down. The rear guard for the squad. They're going to make their way over towards that bomb site. He's going to make sure they get there safely. Solid execution there from the LA Thieves. Round 2, here we go.
And where Octane and Drazah have struggled in search against Atlanta FaZe, Kenny has been their shining light. So he continues his path in round number 1, but aBeZy, who is part of basically every single first blood, whether he wins it or loses it, he will be in the mix. Already quick, aggressive, jumping on it, looking for the trade on Envoy, and he's gonna get it 3v3.
Every time, somehow just finds the tiniest of openings. Prescient plays from aBeZy, not read this time as Drazah proves to be more than a hazard with the 2-piece. That is outrageous. 2v1, all down to Slasher.
That's a cute play from Drazah as well to get him those 2. Lays down on the outer door in the alley and finds the timing to get the freebies. So clearly LA, again, they have absolutely been doing their homework to allow Atlanta's 2 best maps in the mix, but Slasher making moves. He's got a trophy, so he's a little loud. And honestly, with the TAC, this is a tough setup to break.
We'll see if the sound occlusion works through that door, because he may have managed to do this. The Drazah and Octane, it's a firing squad on the inside of that A-bomb side. Oh, the tags, there's one! Dealt with! Drazah! Oh, the nade! The 1v1's not over yet! Slasher on 12 HP, Drazah goes for the chow, wins it! A decisive 1v1, but Slasher nearly makes it possible. What a round.
That is incredibly well played by both of those players. It's always good to see players in 1v1s use the nades that they have at the end. So Slasher gives it a good attempt, but Drazah, he is quick with it. He might have been tagged up and weak, but Drazah, no hesitation to be the aggressor, flies out of the door, ends up winning it. So doesn't get away from him there. No clutches early on. LA Thieves now up 2-0.
What a round out of Drazah. Here we go. Looking towards B. Ooh. Oh, that's the wrong kind of first blood phase. Simp is not on the board. Don't let that kill feed fool you. Now he is. Takes care of Kenny. Makes up for previous transgressions. Can he get another no? Envoy now on the bottom side of pool. A lot of presence towards that A bomb site. Cellium knows he has to maneuver forward. Has to now take up some form of position here, but he might hit the wrap. And this is a lovely play out of Cellium.
Interesting plant spot, though. Oh, he finds the timing to get inside. Dead silence gets reset for the 2v2. Cellium's starting to make moves. He's going to get spotted, but he has some intel as well. Both those players shot, so FaZe knows exactly where LA is at. And they know they have to plant the bomb, but Octane hasn't wasted much time. He has collected it. Hasn't gone for the plant just yet.
And Slasher going now to deliver the final blow. He's hit the flank. Less than 30 seconds to go here. The bomb yet to be planted. Noisy as you like. He's in between the action. Here comes Drazah. The name lives up to the name. A Slasher finds one with a blade. It's all down to Octane. 15 seconds. He's pinned. And he's done. What a round out of FaZe.
Oh, there you go. Michael Myers making a guest appearance right there. Didn't even have the Deddy popped. He is making so much noise.
Oh my God.
Whether or not the theme song was roaming in the background or not, Atlanta FaZe finally able to get one. Because that was the third round in a row where at some point the advantage is just there.
Oh no.
Oh, that is super
Simp's
awkward.
nade. They wanted a nade together. It looks like Simp's bounced off the back head of aBeZy.
Yeah, he took 10 damage there. So frag grenade's hurt. You got a cannon on you.
Oh yeah. Here we go.
And that's the round they won.
That's crazy. What a search this is, man. Envoy looking for the first blood. It's a sweet nade. Will it land? It does. Not enough to get the kill, though. Should have thrown a frag. Those bad boys be hitting.
I think that's enough pressure on the flank with Slasher having to back down that they're worried about those back doors being open. So I think Simp was maybe waiting for that hit to come through. So LA Thieves on the opening break buy themselves a little bit of pressure, and there's more homework being done. Drazah again able to catch aBeZy, shut down the First Blood Reaper, and LA Thieves, it has been every single round. At some point they've had the man advantage. They got a 4v3.
All they do there was exchange glances across El Asilo. Here we go, Envoy. Wonderful way to get into the feed. Cellium, though, he gets one of his own, so it's a 3v2, but Envoy Deddy reset. He's still able to move relatively freely now. Cellium activates his. On the outside of the map is all FaZe. You come to the inside of Asilo. That's where two members of LA Thieves are. Here we go. Envoy can't win the fight. And Cellium is gone. Long gone. Kenny has been baited into battle with Slasher, and he has been dealt with 15 seconds all down to Drazah.
And they're going to hit him as well. They're going to chow for the 1v2. Drazah gets the first. Drazah gets the second. The windmill on point, the 180 there, and Drazah delivers. Another big round for LA Thieves, and Drazah right now, he is piecing them up.
That is a outstanding two-piece from the Alaskan. Right back to it, call the next play. As if it never happened, another day in the office. There were some stunned faces across Polaris. All in a day's work. And there's a stunned face. Slasher could not believe that kill came through. Wow. 3-1. Thieves with the lead.
And fun fact, Drazah is just hazard spelled backwards, so always something to surprise at least a few people. You never know. And now he's leading the charge through field, so he's trying to open things up. And look at this is what doing to Atlanta FaZe. So many players just got dragged. There's like 3 players basically back partying on B. So Atlanta FaZe, they just caved to the pressure. The A side is now virtually wide open, but Envoy wants to take the fight, maybe right to him.
You better hurry up.
Right on the other side of the door.
He's got to hurry up. Someone's moved in. And it's Simp waiting for that one. In the meantime, Kenny's kill onto Slasher now gives a slight advantage there to the LA Thieves. Drazah makes it even better. Here comes Simp, though. Springs to life. He gets 2. Oh my! Drazah, though, ends the run. It's a 5 spree now from him. 8-2 overall. Kenny and Drazah. No need for any fun and games. They put Cellium down as the LA Thieves continue the dominance here on El Asilo.
It is truly looking like Slasher taught his boys well, right? Because LA Thieves, they have been playing that pick style of Call of Duty, and it was Kenny that caught Slasher on the outer edge of the map. I mean, Slasher on a CeeLo specifically, I think, is a 1.56 against LA, so LA certainly has an idea of what he likes to do, but now those ARs getting picked apart on the outer edges. Great plays through field as well. And even Simp's two-piece isn't enough to even things up. Thieves have been on a roll.
Old colleagues and teammates, old pals, watching this battle unfold right now as the LA Thieves running it here on CeeLo. This is a very aggressive play out of Drazah. That's going to be streaks. He could get more out of this one. Armed to the teeth. Full pockets. Attack now in hand. Sadly, did put the Vaz away. An accident, but here we go into the fight. aBeZy, you saw plenty. You saw far too much. Drazah gets another hit on the round. Envoy finds Simp. Chance this is falling to pieces. All down a Slasher.
They're absolutely picking them apart. I mean, look, if you've ever seen Drazah on his walkouts, you know he loves the flex, so he'll pull out the Vaznev if he needs to, make the aggressive first play. They know Cellium loves to play in that top money window, and just there to catch him. The homework has been on point. The coaching staff has to have a big old smile on their face, and Slasher in 1v4 might be able to kill Drazah and stop the spree, but as far as Drazah is concerned, the damage has already been done. He has single-handedly won him 3 different rounds as a cruise missile in the back pocket. Chip Skylark, that bright old smile.
Absolute dominance from the LA Thieves here in the Search and Destroy, and what a bounce back. An air of nervous tension for Octane. He knows he's been there before. It ain't over until it's over, especially with a team like FaZe. If you have the chance to put them down, you get them done. 1 more round's all the Thieves need.
Better make sure you get it as well, because they have been completely on point. You would love to carry this momentum into the control. Playing nice and patient, though, is going to be a cruise missile round. But look at what aBeZy's doing, by the way. Him and Simp are already in the mix, so Drazah's going to have to frantically call out, like, hey, they are standing right next to you. The information has to be completely on point. This is a dangerous moment in time.
All the 2 homebreakers of Simp and aBeZy who have managed to infiltrate the side of the map that belongs to the Thieves. On the other side of it, there's 1.
Yep.
Envoy from down low now. Panic starting to set in. Slasher, the trap set. Drazah in the bar, nearly gets a pair of them. To take out the terrors like that would have been something. All now down to Kenny. He's moving. But that red circle of FaZe around him, no hope of getting out of that one. Fantastic round from FaZe. They burn the cruise and they get another one on the board.
And that's a really good read as well. They're probably thinking the exact same thing of like, all right, we know he has a cruise. They're up by this much. They're just going to go for the investment. Everybody plays tight inside in the tears. 0 time wasted to say, hey, if we think you might be going for a passive setup, they're just going to live inside of your base. They were able to get doubled up in the stairwell. And if you're in the cruise missile and you're calling something like that out, like, it's just sort of a frantic moment for your teammates of being like, oh dear, like, are they actually right next to us? It's not an ordinary S&D round at that point, so kind of FaZe with 1 perfect play call, but now a perfect first blood out of Kenny. That frag, oh my God, all the frags on point. What a round, that's game. LA Thieves call it.
God,
0 time wasted, man. Holy.
What a round. All right. I mean, look, I don't know if we could get a replay. It was pretty quick. That was done and dusted, certainly. The LA Thieves. What a bounce back. Things look very different this time round in the Search and Destroy. Our players will take a quick break. Now they're all tied up 1-1.
I mean, hey, yo, A+ on the homework for Cap right there, right? You got double fragnays rolling through in that final round, completely calculated, on point. You know exactly where to look. I mean, aBeZy had the first blood in round number 1. Instantly, LA Thieves were able to clutch up the 3v4, and after that, they were just having a field day. Outperformed them in the first bloods. They got the clutches as well. Not only the 1v2 that Drazah had, but the attempt of the 1v2 from Slasher turned into a 1v1 against Drazah. Drazah there to make the aggressive play and shut him down, and that's one of those rounds that you just buy your team a little bit of momentum. LA Thieves, they take full advantage, and to the surprise of everyone, how this series has been going. Atlanta FaZe win the hard point, Thieves win the S&D, but the hotel control, that has been the difference maker in every single series these two teams have played. Whoever wins the control has won the series. So far, it's been 3-1 Atlanta.
We got confirmation from production charts that from the moment the first kill hit to the last kill, 6
like 2 seconds. Not even?
6 to count it precisely. That is disgusting stuff from LA Thieves. Well, while we take a moment to recover from that insane moment, it's time for some spotlights, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Our friends at Amazon Prime, Citadel, coming out soon. Here we go. Who's That Pro? Debut LAN at UMG Dallas 2015. Esports Console Rookie of the Year in 2018. If you don't have it by now, you might get it in a moment. Over $848,000 in their career earnings. Who's That Pro?
I believe he teamed with Envoy back in the day, but
we'll find out after the break.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by the new series Citadel, premiering on April 28, only on Prime Video.
We now find out who our Spylights player is. Debuted at LAN on UMG Dallas 2015, Atana Cash, Console Rookie of the Year 2018. That was the giveaway, ladies and gents. Who could it be? That's right, it's Kenneth Williams, ladies and gentlemen. He's in this series. Who'd have thought it? But there we go. That's Spylights presented by our friends at Citadel. That's coming out April 28th over on Prime. Make sure to check that one out. Badass series. Cannot wait to see how that one goes down. Hey, the rest of the series, though. Speaking of other series, we're in a crazy turn of events here. Can our 2018 Console Rookie of the Year keep the insane momentum going into the Control now, Chance?
And, you know, funny how things work out. His debut placed top 12 at UMG Dallas back in 2015. Envoy also in that tournament as well. That was before the 18 and up rule kicked in. And Envoy ended up placing top 20 with G4G. So funny how storylines work out, how the stories intertwine between these players. But now for these two teams, Control, Atlanta FaZe 3-1 against LA Thieves. We're going to Hotel. This has been the kind of decider game mode in a sense, the one that really sets you apart.
Start things off with a bang. It's going to be Octane there in the feed. Over towards the B zone, the LA Thieves are defending from mostly. The FaZe is quite an even spread. They're kind of waiting for that opening. They're waiting for that perfect call. For now, just looking to punish any aggression. But right now, the Thieves, they're taking whatever route they want across Hotel, Chance. No problem.
I mean, they're making a line across the map as well, right? They have got everything covered. Octane's going to fall, so B's now the only thing that's open, but you see the rotation trying to go back towards A, because that's where Atlanta FaZe wanted the play to happen, and Simp trying to open things up. Him and Slasher will do just that, but now it's Envoy, tried and true. He will be flanking you, ready to shoot you in the back. aBeZy's going to turn for it, but Envoy took the deeper route. And there's the first kill. Number 2 getting lined up, reads the third. Envoy dishes out the damage. Looks like that might not be good enough to set up for the trades. Atlanta FaZe nice and secure on A.
Well, there we go. Second segment completed. Atlanta FaZe now flying forward. An additional minute added to the game clock. And a lot of kills as well. Life lead Atlanta FaZe as well.
Oh, poor Octane. He just got spun on by aBeZy, and now he's going to get shot in the back again. So as soon as he spawns up, aBeZy right there behind you. And aBeZy's job at this point, play for kills. Be the cutoff man. Stay alive as long as possible. LA Thieves, you got to kill this man, but Octane can take him down, but he's done enough. You're spawning deep out. You're going to have only a player on point, and unfortunately, no trophies. So LA Thieves, they're getting the kills. They got time to go on these flanks and cut Cellium down. Could have been a moment with no trophy. LA Thieves still under control.
Octane really went above and beyond there after getting spat on a few times. Straight into the feed. Straight takes care of 2 players on the point, and now he's got bedroom control. Simp and Cellium though in FaZe. They are bouncing back out of spawn, desperately trying to make their way towards B. It's a methodical approach now as Cell from that bottom side. Here comes aBeZy, top bedroom. Will he sniff him out? Damn, son. Somehow Octane with 1 HP finds the kill. He's still running out of numbers though. Drazah 1v2 on the side. Gets it. The third so close. Slasher is there. He's going to stop the clock, but no way he stays alive. No hope in hell. Envoy's there. The defensive line from Thieves holds.
Yeah, and you look, Drazah might be 4 and 6, but that is a monster play in that moment. Not just to get the first 2 kills, but to get damage on the third guy as well. That is another time where things could have spiraled out of control. The LA Thieves clutch up just in the nick of time to make sure they stabilize. But make no mistake, FaZe has been pouring on the pressure. Nice little turn burn there from Simp just to make sure he gets the trade. Gets hunted down after the fact. This is a nice little battle. 20 seconds on the clock. Atlanta FaZe, desperation time.
Final 20, Envoy looking to drive the dagger into the back of Cellium. 15 seconds. FaZe have to cross, and they cannot. Octane is posted up in the happiest of places he could possibly be on the Godhead. He absolutely ripping these players as they try to make their way forward. 5 seconds. No one from FaZe close. You might be able to get a consolation kill or 2 out of this, but right now you're feeding Octane. He's on a 3 as we go into round 2. Nice start on the defense there from Thieves.
And I mean, that is truly a round that like is hanging on like the wire balance, something like that, tightrope. There's a metaphor in there somewhere, but there was like 3 different attempts where Atlanta were very close to setting up the capture on the B point. First go around, it's just a nade in the lack of trophy that stops Atlanta FaZe. Next go around, it's Drazah there for all the cleanup kills and the damage on the third guy to make sure he's setting his teammates up. In a couple of those little moments, if Atlanta FaZe just a little bit better, they'd have had the round win. But so far, 1 for 1 on defense. Thieves there to hold it down, and now a quick B hit off the rib, trying to set things up on attack.
3 to B from FaZe now on attack, and if they can get a kill or 2, this might work out. They find themselves 2 on the site, and now you're trying to get forward. Drazah, good luck, son. You didn't need luck. You got Envoy behind you. Brilliant stuff. Slashing out from lobby. That's a 2-man stack. Should be able to capture this quite quickly now. That's going to be the first segment of B gone. This is a wonderful start from the Thieves.
Hey, that was an off moment by Atlanta too. Slasher 1AR was backing down, selling the other guy flying forward and chowing, and it's a flank from aBeZy maybe to keep you alive, and well, that's exactly what will happen. The tears come in the mix, so if the ARs drop the ball just for a moment, you get the bailout from the SMGs, but either way for LA, that is 2 ticks on B. They are happy for it. Now you go back to play the round the sort of standard way, work the A zone if you can, and try to play the distant B, but yeah, Cellium's back in his helmet.
Yeah, Cellium with a bulwark of defense there, solo over by A for quite some time, but the 2 massive kills are now complete. Over to Cellium once again, who's respawned seemingly right next to the point as he flies in. Good timing, on to Kenny, not enough for the kill though. He got him off of the A point.
Excuse me?
To deal with the numbers though.
Did he just hit fire his teammate through a wall?
More on that later. For now, progress A.
Cellium is wild, man. Okay, well, one guy, he's definitely snapping. So good luck dealing with him later on. But right now, LA Thieves, I mean, they're able to capture this A zone. You now have pressure in the back. Envoy on the flank. Again, tried and true. You'd love to see it. And unfortunately for Cellium, Envoy's already crossed. It looks like, though, that internal clock is ticking. You're there for the trades. And Cellium, again, absolute demon. It's like he can see through walls.
Oh, he hit that one. aBeZy got a bullet in on the cross there. Single segment remaining at B. Atlanta FaZe defensively has to be resound, and it's pretty good so far. Octane now making his way through bed. We'll slow the play down as much as we possibly can for Atlanta FaZe, but they're not going to go quietly. 2 ARs going up against each other here. Vying for control. Here come the submachine guns. They're making their way forward. Octane. Oh, he does it. He gets the big kill. That's going to be an open field now. Diving onto the point. 2-man stack. Perfect positioning from Octane. Oh, but no, doesn't matter. The squad's there as the LA Thieves have taken the offense as well.
Yes, steamrolling him as well. I mean, comfortable, laughing. That is LA Thieves in their happiest form. That was a clean round, man. Straight up off the rip. I think Cellium maybe makes one small mistake or maybe a miscomm between him and Slasher in the moment. But those early 2 ticks, you see how quickly that final one is going to fall. Octane just annihilates Slasher on the Godheady. And I can't remember who it was, number 3 on the minimap for FaZe, that was attempting to flank, but LA Thieves off spawn were able to sniff it out. You get the call out, Envoy gets the kill, and you secure the round. So right now, LA doing all the little things right. Envoy and Octane leading the charge.
Really impressive control game out of the LA Thieves here at Major 4. Ooh. Opening salvo of grenades, not ideal there from Slasher. Cellium wins a big one though against Kenny. Now Envoy right back into the fight. Unfortunate timing. Slasher reads it. Drazah, can you get any more than one? Sadly not. Atlanta FaZe now slow steady capture on towards A. The fight, no, not complete. Octane's here. That's going to be Kenny on the inside of Jules. The pinch is on. Good reads out of aBeZy though. Kenny still fighting that front line. No safe places in A whatsoever.
And you have a couple like sort of small missteps from Atlanta. Maybe an opportunity to go towards B though. 3 players spawn that direction, but it looks like they might want to at least partially roam over back to Simp. But you got the kill of B, and yeah, number 3, number 4 gonna jump straight on it. Simp and Slash are working together. Unfortunately, both of their teammates fall, so you now have 2 men that need to watch every direction. Simp trying to dance. You got aBeZy catching players off spawn. Slasher reads the flank. They might be able to get this done. Slasher and Simp setting themselves up. They get all the kills. They handle the mixiness, and they just got hand-delivered B.
An army of 2 just managed to basically capture B alone. Unbelievable work. Now all down to A. Atlanta FaZe with a 1 life advantage and a minute 40 on the clock. Can they make the approach? Drazah, nice work from Jules. Through Chandelier we now fly. Cellium finds 1. That nade's going to slow him down only a little bit. Simp there to back him up as we fly forward now for FaZe.
Yeah, Cellium, an RTG fan. RTJ, excuse me. He runs the jewels, and now he's got in position. Simp flying in, no time wasted, doesn't get spotted, gets the kill, and just like that, you got Simp snaking in the middle. Two-man stack for the moment on point. LA, they're trying to set up the timing on the pinch, but it's a quick hit. Drazah for 2, Drazah for 3. Drazah, give him the quad feed, the highlight reel. Drazah adding another to the bag.
What the hell did we just watch? Or rather not see, but see, you know what I'm saying? Draz. No way. It's an MVP performance so far from Drazah. And now he's got kitchen presence. FaZe have to get him out. 5 kills in a row. As he keeps the spree rolling. Less than a minute to play for now, but FaZe have managed to get themselves onto A.
I think if you trade Drazah, you might be feeling a little bit more comfortable, right? But Kenny and Envoy stepping up, delivering, Cellium on the point. The pressure's still on. Kenny flying forward, though, and you clear house for another moment. And right now for LA, they are desperate. Well, not actually desperate. Atlanta FaZe are desperate. 50 seconds left to capture this zone. And you got Kenny in the kitchen. They're picking you apart along the way.
Chef Kenny made a meal of that last kill. Allows Slasher to make his way forward. But Octane here, the sous chef, has dipped out. Did he keep this sauce flowing, though? Just about 30 seconds to go. This is not over yet. LA Thieves, hold on. You win the map. FaZe have to make the entry.
They're trying to set themselves up. Maybe one player on the flank, the other 3 coming through the front, but it's a couple trades right now. And Atlanta FaZe, they are desperate. You are running out of time. Cellium, though, gonna kick it off.
Octane could win it all right here, right now. He picks up 2 on the push. There's 1 up. Trades are done, though. In from behind, Kenny on the flank. Dealing with the snakes. It's a battle forward. He flies, not enough to get the job done. And that keeps FaZe alive here at Control.
And again, the tightrope that is these rounds of Control as well, right? It is that one moment, especially over towards that B zone, where Simp and Slasher, the only 2 players nearby, when they were in a 2v3 effectively, players coming on the flank. You're getting pinched from desk, pinched from top bed. They made all the reads, won all the gunfights, captured B first, and I know Drazah certainly made things mixy, picking up the quad feed, but eventually Atlanta FaZe they're able to overwhelm them towards A. And still alive, but a long way to go.
Yeah, that's a highlight play for sure. I wonder if we caught it. Kenny taking care of aBeZy, flying out. Atlanta FaZe defense rounds have not been great. Drazah now flying forward. Oh no, aBeZy, bad timing, son. That's a 3rd there from Octane, and now you've got 3 members of the Thieves on B.
And yeah, Simp gets caught as well. I was gonna say Simp's gonna have to do something absurd to make this happen, but Kenny snips it out top bedroom. Nice little 4-man stack on B. The instant secure, and now 2 minutes and 10 seconds to work with to capture A, the easier zone.
aBeZy's desperately trying to race his way across map. Cellium's gonna find a corner on the inside of Jules. He might be able to take care of these players. aBeZy's been caught out, but as has Envoy. And Cellium can't hold them back for much longer, though. Perfect spawns there from Slasher. He's right behind him. Uh-oh, wait, Kenny. Oh, my God, look at the moves on him. Great work out of Slasher to stay alive there. You're on A, though, now. LA Thieves, 2-man stack. FaZe, you gotta go.
Oh, and Simp's got to do 2 things. He's got to catch the spawners, and he's got to help his boys on time. So Simp might get shot in the back. Octane on the point, wins it. Simp, they know where he is. He's trying to stay alive and buys just enough time for Slasher to come on the flank. Again, so dire, so close in these moments. Atlanta FaZe, for the moment, barely holding on.
Oh, barely. There are 2 segments remaining and 1 minute 30 for the LA Thieves to conquer them. Here we go. FaZe trying to push forward a little. Nice kills. Bad timing from Envoy. He's going to stay alive, though. More than stay alive. Somehow gets the kill.
Cellium, you got to trade him out, though. And yeah, him and Slasher just locking things down. You're having team chows from all over the place for both of these teams. High-level COD at its finest. Atlanta FaZe, 3 players in and around Kitchen Simp. He has made this his home. Everybody on LA right now trying to clear him out.
They're doing the best they can. Look, the perfect pinch, though. Simp, he's just too much. Too hard to handle. In the kitchen, there's another. Gets that. It was Cellium. Whatever, man. We'll give it to him. Crazy play out of Simp. That is disgusting.
That is world champ, man. That's it. The 2-time right there. That is the man that lives in grand finals. Anybody that doubts Simp, it's gameplay like that. That is just a reminder. as Atlanta still holding on defense.
FaZe, a phenomenal defensive hold, but that might be enough to break their back. 3 dead.
Right here.
Flying in. Simp, can you do it all over again? I'm not sure if he's got the magic in him on the 4-man stack. This is for the map. Simp, what can you do? You can't take the whole roster down. No way. The Thieves. Teamwork gets it done. A magnificent stack, and what a game of control that was. They take the lead, 2-1.
Hey, Miles, even on the teamwork front, you had what, from Cellium's point of view, like in the icebox corner, 3 different players from LA are chowing at the exact same time, flying at them. I mean, from both of these teams, the team chows, shots, everything completely on point. But for LA, just a little bit better. And again, they have very much struggled in the control game mode, just as they have struggled in Search and Destroy against Atlanta. Well, they win both of those. They're up 2-1. They get to go back to a hard point to try to secure this series. They finally might have learned just enough in Envoy. Absolute class game, 25 kills, the damage completely on point. I mean, he was winning some unwinnable gunfights towards the end.
Crazy map. However, the Thieves, they take the lead here in the series. We go to another respawn. Atlanta have obviously been putting in the work. As we look across the highlights here, I mean, just the outstanding coordination from the LA Thieves, man, when it came to either side of the map. Either zone was dealt with handedly. And they do lose a couple of very strong rounds, chance. FaZe didn't look terrible at control, but they're definitely not the strongest control team we've seen.
Honestly, they maybe only had 1 or 2 sort of mishaps the entire time. Here's a look at the quad. That would be 1 or 2 of the mishaps. And that is just...
Can we see it again? Can we see it again?
LA Thieves just had something extra, I guess. Just a few of those moments where Drazah doing that. Drazah is well defending the B zone just a little bit extra. So, I mean, again, rising to the occasion on the day for the moment. Potentially still a lot more Call of Duty to be played, but for the moment, LA Thieves just have the edge.
So strong, man. What a fantastic matchup this has been, and it's not over yet. Now that we get to cool off, we go to HyDra for our next hard point. Until then, no chance. Just, you can't ask for more. This is what the COD League's all about. This is the highest level of play. This one, this little family feud, this one's a little personal. Last time these 2 teams matched up on land, Slasher had choice words, and we're far from done. If we get to that embassy search and destroy, woo, let's find out. First and foremost, though, a quick dip. We will be cleansed on HyDra, chat. Let's go.
And I mean, 3 things I want to touch on real quick. One, that like 2-piece Simp got the second one through the door, completely absurd. The second thing, has FaZe ever been 4-pieced in a feed that perfectly by one player? Because if I'm Drazah, I'm taking a picture of it, I'm putting that on my wall and framing it. The perfect quad feed against Atlanta FaZe. So that's ridiculous. And then 3, am I crazy? Cellium hip fired his teammate, snapped on him through a wall? Did that happen?
I don't know. I don't remember that exact moment, but it's possible, man. It's possible. He's that player. You know, he really does have that sort of ability. Here we go, though. You've come a long way, Thieves. One more map, close them out, roll on in the tournament. Top 3 here at Major 4. And for FaZe, you can never count them out. No matter what the situation, no matter how dire things seem, they always find a way. This is long but done. And that man on your screen, Cellium, a wizard. We'll see what he can bring. The onlookers there, all of the professional crowd we've got. Of course, members of LAG to the left-hand side of the screen, right-hand side of the screen. Of course, that's Minnesota Røkkr. What a tournament this has been. We are ready to dive into HyDra. Let's go.
And this is a tough one for FaZe. I know they got the first map 1 win, but if there was either hard point, if they had to win one in the series, it would have been the hotel. LA Thieves a decent bit stronger on this map in spite of the fact that they are last in rotations. But when they rotate, they get there and they completely lock it down. But obviously, the exact same thing can be said for Atlanta FaZe. So rotation's always going to be key, but LA, they love this map. They're happy to see it, especially so against Atlanta FaZe. So this is the desperation time. This could be karma for a spicy interview. And admittedly, I mean, today is only what, Saturday? Plenty of Call of Duty left to be played. The winner gets top 3. The loser falls to Toronto Ultra. But I assure you, Ultra, not a team you want to have to play in losers.
Nah, I mean, they won the last major. They're looking hot already. Here we go. A team that swims together. trims together at the barber. I don't know. Barbershop. I don't know. We'll see how we go.
Wins together works.
Yeah, we've already done that one. We're already looking great though. Nice snaps there from Envoy. Not enough to get the kills, but plenty of damage. Going to hold those players back. Keep the LA Thieves on the point. But here comes Simp through mid map, and he is plowing the field. Just like that, a quick reversal of roles. FaZe are on the point.
Yeah, trying to reap the harvest that's come through this season right at the end of the year. And an interesting moment for Envoy. This is sort of the big question. If you got to be the best at rotations, they're trying to avoid being the worst. Rather, Envoy, it is going to be a hero solo play to try to get these spawns. But Simp is going to be very distant. Honestly, no one collecting the P2 time yet. Octane's going to get 2 kills, and yeah, Atlanta FaZe, they're going to be spawning out, at least for the moment. Envoy jumps on the hill, already gets the first one. Simp plays a deep corner, but it is scattered spawns, and LA Thieves for the moment collecting the time.
Managed to get in there, Thieves. Oh, there they go, they spawn out. Reinforcements will not be there soon enough. Simp, good work. He was on watch, making sure no one made it away through the back, and now his watch has ended, but now it's over to the hard point. The battle has only just begun. Back at it we go. Wow, trades on trades. As Atlanta FaZe, they are still holding on to this one. It's not quite fingernails, it's more of a white knuckle fist at this point in time. What a battle this has been.
Yeah, and it took a little bit of effort from FaZe too before they could actually get the trophies in the mix. They were dying nades. You got an errant play by Kenny, maybe trying to strip away some time. But Atlanta FaZe keep it stable, and Atlanta FaZe also winning gunfights again on rotation. Simp, that would have been 8-3, but he falls to 7-4, still doing great in the kills column, and his team has now won the rotation. So again, LA, worst in the game at rotations. It's just when they get it, they hold it down. But you have Atlanta FaZe #1 at the holds. This is a clinical setup they have on P3.
This is a big moment. Slasher, he is the watchman right now. Has got to make sure no one hits that back line. Drazah is going to be the man trying to infiltrate it, and timing has not gone his way. Drazah. Step 1 complete. Step 2, hit the hard point.
Well, Octane's also on the pitch as well. So yeah, FaZe, they're going to be caught in a bunch of different directions. They don't block the spawns, and Drazah has to read this moment. He's checking the steps. He knows what the situation is, and even through the nade smoke, just beams him down. Give him the 2, because why not? And LA Thieves maybe showing off why they're good at this map. They might not always rotate, but even the breaks can be on point. That was a picturesque setup for Atlanta FaZe. They don't get a lot of time off of it. It'll be a nearly tied up game going to new.
Next hard point, low right-hand side of the minimap. That's where we go next. Atlanta FaZe, they are there first. The red arrows on that minimap, but here come the LA Thieves. All 4 of them now. Conga line right through the middle. They're flowing, and that's unfortunate. All of FaZe behind them. Go, boys, go. If you take care of Slasher, hit the 180, you might be able to get there quick. Octane's already making a read of that. He might be able to be the vanguard right now, the rear guard, so make sure no one gets in. Slasher? No way. Good for Kenny.
Geronimo?
The cannonball, but he misses. I can't believe it. Another highlight for HyDra right there. The hard point's still open.
Yeah, that is this map, and it's fun. So I love how Slasher didn't even bother to like look underwater. He just knows Kenny's gonna bob his head. But that is Slasher, by the way. I mean, he only had to get 2, maybe make it 3 kills towards the end to pop off, but he just single-handedly saved his team on this rotation to stay alive in the back, because 3 players on FaZe, they died at the worst possible time on rotation. So make no mistake, it is a comedic moment, but that is a massive one for Atlanta. Bump up the score just a little bit more, a sizable lead, but certainly not insurmountable. Now you have LA. They don't win the rotations often, but for this one, they do. The question is, how well can you hold it down? Drazah pushed up, maybe trying to be annoying for a couple extra kills, and so far, he's going to deliver.
Do we get some streaks for Slasher? 2 more kills, and we'll get a cruise missile for his efforts. And Octane says, nah, bro. Ends it right then and there. Drazah on the back line. He's going to be the man watching this rear flank, and aBeZy. Oh, spots 1. He will not be gambling for the player in the back. Can't even get the kill onto Envoy. Now over Simp. The other half of the terrors. Can he prove to be more than a nightmare? He's in. Slasher finds the kills. Beautiful work. FaZe with a break. FaZe with a time.
And Thieves not able to hold on. So again, another big moment for Atlanta. Trying to just sort of slowly build that lead as much as they can. And it looks like they're going to be poised for the final 15 seconds as well. So first set of rotations is in. I mean, a couple missed opportunities for LA, especially on that like P4 rotation. But Atlanta FaZe capitalized. About a 50-point lead. And if you got a lead like that, you can take the long routes. aBeZy going all the way around. trying to set his team up long-term for P2, and that's the setup. aBeZy draws the attention. Slasher gets the kill. Now you go turn your attention to the time.
Corner Slasher, he's got on a 4. Can he get streaks this time around? 2 more, and he gets himself a cruise. This time, Drazah says, nah, brah. Ends the streak right then and there.
You have Atlanta FaZe. I mean, again, they got the P2 spawns, but there's 37 seconds left on P1. So LA Thieves, maybe Carpang the DM and Envoy looking for that rotation again. He has been destructive over towards P2.
Oh, wow.
And Slasher gets caught as well. That is 5 in a row. Crew's opportunity to get, and that was so much time on P1. Atlanta FaZe, I mean, they're still having to fight for the scrap. They're still getting picked apart. Envoy still doing things. He goes on a tear, and his team still has the spawns. A battle we have indeed.
Oh, the Prince of Darkness, truly royalty here. On HyDra, what a play. Here comes the cruise. Wasting no time whatsoever. That's going to slam out either P1 or the players who are trying to make their way through on the other side. Nobody home. Everyone from FaZe takes a dip to try to dodge the cruise, and now back on dry land, a Slasher taken care of.
I mean, honestly, that's a perfect cruise as well, because you don't really expect him to get kills, but that is so early on the rotation. You can spot out all the water routes. Guess who's ready for the routes after the back? It's Envoy selling towards the back and block a couple spawns, but it's not like you're going to get them, so it's a foot race for a couple players towards the hill. But Envoy, he has been on a tear at this section of the map. He has been a wall of defense. You cannot get past Envoy. All class, all gas, no breaks. Set his team up in LA. Obviously, they have the lead.
He's kicking ass. Helps his boys get the lead. Dylan Hannon, Envoy. A sensational performance here in the hardpoint, trying to close the series out. And Drazah, patient, wise, and lethal here on the back line. Hardpoint's going to be open in a moment. The pinch will be there, but Atlanta FaZe, they will be first in. We're looking at another lead change.
And there it is. That's the gunfight for spawns. Number 5 spawns the instant. Drazah gets that kill. So LA Thieves turning the map on its head. Envoy setting them up. And now the team trying to knock them down. Only a 5-point difference for the moment. But now, right now for Atlanta, you're forced to flood in through P1. The 50-50 gunfights. Well, not easy to win. A lot of damage being exchanged. But LA, that early edge.
Thieves, they are just clotheslining Atlanta FaZe right now. Every possible hit has been dealt with. And here comes another flying lariat from Drazah. There you go. That's 5. Looking for number 6. Here you go. Right into the jaws of our Alaskan assassin. And he has had his fill. What a demon.
And they have flipped the map on its head as well, right? They give up the back spawns at the perfect time. They win the gunfights at the perfect time. They have the rotation exactly when they want it. Envoy, the king of the mountain right now, and it might be a Vaznev, but his shot has been crispy. Now even Drazah, again, the early cruises on rotation just for the intel. Doesn't need to kill anybody. His team's going to be getting that time.
And what a boom that was. Octane Drazah on the other side of the map trying to make their approach forward. FaZe, they've cut out all of the frontline attackers now straight to the hard point. They will soar through the ruins. Topside covered. Trades are done though. LA Thieves still maintaining the trade dominance. My good God. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, towards the business end of the hard point. Can Atlanta FaZe mount the comeback? Let's go for a listen in.
Alright, I'm gonna try to go low right here. They could already be out low right here.
I saw P3, bro. It's kind of weird, I feel like. What could be on news?
I think so. I don't see anything bridge. I hear one runes, I think. I think one just went through runes or some bullshit.
I'm trying to play your... I'm playing your...
I think one's behind us.
I think so, too.
Okay, it's fine. Just stay friend. Yeah, no.
I'm saying your P3.
MC.
I'm trying to block.
I run. Yeah, run. Sorry, what do you have? I break. Small. Front, dead. And small.
Trying to block.
He's just small me. I'm gonna try this guy. Small. It's dead. That's one up behind us. I'm broken. One more in front of me. One shot me front. Weak. Dylan. Nice. Shit up. I think. Or beyond. Which one of yours?
Back to me.
Spawn out front.
Back to me, guys.
Where'd you?
I'm just finessing. I don't really have your back.
Spawning up and in, I think.
You guys got my small?
Yeah, he's small.
Give me top of me.
I got stunned.
I'm my ponder now.
No, behind us front. I'm dead. Brown shot. I died. There's two front.
Alright, back to drop.
Yeah, there's 2 front. I spawned the back.
FaZe, the setup falls like a house of cards, and now the LA Thieves are in, and we are looking at a 3-1 in a matter of seconds.
Getting picked apart on the final hill as well. It is the tax in the feed. Drazah 27, Envoy 26, and LA Thieves for the 3-1. Taking care of business, getting the job done.
When they last met, Slasher called himself the teacher. I taught you everything you know. And now the students have become the masters. The LA Thieves have triumphed over Atlanta FaZe. And those fist bumps must feel good.
And I'll tell you, Miles, I think this is a series that for these two teams, because I think at this point, we're expecting matchups at every single major. They're going to find each other at one point in time. The fact that LA walked into this one and for the Search and Destroy game plan said, we'll take you on Elisilo, we'll take you on aBeZy, we want them on their best too. The fact that one of their focus points has been on aBeZy through the previous stage, I think LA, they've been playing the long game, knowing that they have to take Atlanta down. And considering the series started off with them losing the first hard point and they bounced back with a dominant win in Search and Destroy, this is a series that can mean a lot for LA long term, but it is that time of the year. We are getting closer to champs. That is when LA levels up, and that 3-1 is going to feel phenomenal for them.
Envoy, the highlight package will be particularly Hannon-filled right now. He had an incredible map, whether it was the shots or the perfect timing, everything he hit just worked out. Unbelievable performance from the LA Thieves. Congrats to them. Top 3 at the major now secured for Atlanta FaZe. They will play Toronto Ultra in a moment. And an afla-la-la-la. Way this one goes down. That hotel hardpoint, a distant memory, because since then, it has been all the LA Thieves.
I'm almost like baffled that they were like 12th on rotations on HyDra. If Envoy has been doing things like that has been clinically absurd on rotation, the gunfights that he was winning, the streaks that he was going on. I think like his KD is like 27 and 18 overall, something like that. But around the P2 section of the map, he had to have been like 15 kills, 2 deaths. Envoy completely ran the show.
Really, really impressive. That's one I'm going to watch back as a budding an aspiring Vaznev player. There's plenty to learn there from these guys. Crazy stuff, man. I mean, wow. Jonas, that was quite, again, we touched upon it at the beginning of this one, quite a personal series between both teams. Of course, last time we played, it was the FaZe who came out top. Atlanta FaZe ran the show the previous major. This time round, though, all LA Thieves. And this does give us a wonderful indicator of how the rest of the tournament's going to look. Winners final now locked. Of course, OpTic Texas, New York Subliners. That is going to be an absolute slobber knocker later on today. After that, though, we've got FaZe Ultra still to play and a Røkkr waiting patiently for the loser of that Winners Round 2 game as well. So tons of COD still to be played today. But Envoy, the man of the moment, certainly helped his boys get that top 3 performance. He is now on the flank with the squad. Take it away, boys.
Ladies and gentlemen, what is going on? I'm joined by Envoy from the Los Angeles Thieves. Dill, you just got a crazy 3-1 over Atlanta FaZe. You guys are looking incredible. How you feeling after a big win?
Feeling good. Feeling good that I got redemption for the first map because I feel like I made a bunch of bad plays. But even before the series, Zach said, yo, win map 1, even though he didn't. He's like, I got you guys map 2. And he had us map 2, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, Zach was going crazy. You were doing your thing all series. Ben, go ahead. You got a question for Dill?
Yeah, I mean, we were curious about the map 2. I know you guys have had some tough losses against them in the seal. Did you guys put some like extra prep work against them or just kind of updated tactics from practice?
Obviously, they're one of the better teams still, so we've scrimmed them a bunch. So we've scrimmed them on the map. And I mean, their S&D has just been falling off a bit. I mean, it's hard to keep at that pace, you know, undefeated for so long time. And we've always liked playing a CeeLo. You know, it hasn't gone our way. We've sucked with our number situations, but we seem to fix those and clutch up when we need to, and that's why we came out with the win.
Yeah, go ahead, Pat.
Yeah, my question is basically SMG players on HyDra. Yeah. I personally think you're probably the best player. So what do you think about that map, your play style that lets you kind of take over on HyDra?
I'm getting slippery in the water.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay.
Breaking out the bathing suit.
Yeah, I think the water is deceiving, and I agree with you that HyDra's probably one of the hardest maps to play as a sub, you know, when someone gets posted top ruins, top dome. But it's all about just reading the pressure, reading the map. I mean, obviously you guys have been subs before, so you know when to, you know, when people are playing these power spots, what routes you can and cannot take. And I think it just comes down to that. And
you got
sometimes
the finesse.
Yeah, you got to finesse. And sometimes in the moment, it's hard to judge. But like I said, recently, I think I've been doing a good job of it.
Yeah, you've been doing a great job, man. You're hitting form for sure, man. You're definitely getting up there. Kenny also, I feel like Kenny's really getting up there now, too. He's really getting into his groove.
Now, our chem has been, like, pretty insane recently. And even in the matches that we don't win, it still feels like we're moving really well on the map together.
Yeah,
you know, baiting and switching, and I feel like we both really know our role.
Yeah, well, Dylan, you guys look great. Good luck the rest of the way. Thank you for hopping on, man.
Appreciate it, guys.
It's always a pleasure, my guy.
Always a pleasure.
Desk, back to you.
Never mind, I didn't like
You almost got trouble.
Thank you so much, Flank. Awesome stuff coming out of Envoy, and congratulations to the Thieves. I saw this one going the distance. They say, nah, man, we're winning this control, and we are closing the door on one of FaZe's best maps. Let's talk about the success of the squad, because Kenny's numbers, not where they were yesterday, but the dubs keep coming. This is a team effort, and I think we touched on it. Envoy doing a great job on rotations. He wasn't alone, though. I asked you, who is the MVP? Drazah or Envoy? You both said it would be Drazah in your eyes.
Absolutely. I mean, you got to think that, like, back to that map number 2. I mean, Drazah goes 11-4, and I mean, we're not talking about just any team in Search and Destroy. We're talking about Atlanta FaZe, one of their best maps, map number 2. In Drazah, he said, you know, F it then. Yeah. It goes 11-4 for the win, where we thought LA Thieves was in a terrible situation losing that first hard point.
And let's talk about that a little bit too. Like, the game 2 was very important for this series. It's a map that they were 0-3 on against Atlanta FaZe, and you know, Chris, we were talking about it in the green room a little bit, like, what is he doing so different? You asked me, like, why has he got an SMG out, right?
Yeah.
Well, a couple rounds early on, aBeZy was getting active, and then Drazah played bottom mid, bloods aBeZy. The next round, he's like, I knew he's going to be a little bit more hesitant, pulls out the SMG and just rushes to their side up top. So clearly, through practice and having those repetitions, sitting at 15 times in the year, they've now played a CDL Search. They've improved there. Moving on, I mean, you think about this HyDra hardpoint. This is a map that a lot of people probably had FaZe winning. Well, that second rotation, the fundamentals on Thieves are just supreme. Every single spawn they had, every single hill early control they had, putting FaZe on the back foot. Thieves are just better.
This was our Boston Major Final. It happened just in our winners semis, and now with a 3-1, LA Thieves move into our winners final tomorrow in our guaranteed top 3. Meanwhile, for FaZe, you drop down to a lower bracket where Toronto, the most recent major champion, is waiting. FaZe haven't finished outside the top 3 in 9 events. This could be the first time this season, first time since last year.
Yeah, major one last year. Since then, Atlanta FaZe hasn't placed outside top 3 at any major. And I will say this, so I do want to commend Atlanta FaZe, at least moving up the ranks when it comes to respawn. They went from like being the 10th rotational team in the league to like 4th now during this split. So they're making improvements, but you can't be losing your search and destroys against teams like LA Thieves, where respawn's their strong suit. So it's going to be a battle against Toronto later on today.
We got to take a look at some of the best moments from this. Drazah was a rock star, the MVP. Has our bracket moving forward. It's going to be your Thieves 3-1ing over FaZe. They play the winner of OpTic versus Subliners. That's the battle that's coming up next. And we highlighted it earlier. Elimination round 3, FaZe or Ultra. One of them is not moving on to a championship Sunday, Allie.
I mean, that is insane to think about. Once again, this is one of those matchups where you'd expect it in winners, you'd expect it in semis, to seed and losers round number 3. I mean, I can't imagine one of these teams going home, but they have to.
Shout out to everyone who just picked up their drops. I saw 5 winners here in Twitch chat. And remember, they are on YouTube and Twitch. And we've got plays like this coming for days. It's time for your GMC Hummer EV extract mode. And Drazah, he extracts a whole team from this map. Take a look at this squad wipe.
I mean, the guy gets an absolute 4-piece, right? Like, he finds 2. We didn't see it from his perspective, but he gunned the crap out of the last 2. The snakes don't work. It feels like after he got that 1v2 in the search, he was just on fire the next 3 maps. Look at the shots.
And remember about this control, I said it was the #1 attack team in LA Thieves versus the #1 defensive team in Atlanta FaZe. LA Thieves just picked their defense apart.
Love watching this battle, and it could be just one of 2 throughout this tournament. Will FaZe be able to battle back? We have to wait and find out. For now, we have another winners bracket semis. OpTic takes on New York next, and before that, we want you all to register right now for the World Series of Warzone. It's bigger, badder, and madder, all concluding with a live in-person final for the first time ever. Check out the World Series of Warzone.com right now, or scan the QR code. Also, pick up your Golden Blossom, because Serenity awaits with the Golden Blossom bundle. We've got 3 elegant tracer weapons that have both death effects and laser effects. So get yours today. It's the Golden Blossom Tracer Pack. You're going to love it. I love it already. But I love Call of Duty more. When we come back, it's Subliners versus OpTic Texas. Who's joining the LA Thieves in that winners bracket final? We find out after this. back, everybody. We are live with Major 4 from Columbus, Ohio. The 2023 Call of Duty League season continues as we are whittling down our field of 12 teams to just 4 on Championship Sunday. We just sent another team down to that elimination bracket. Here we are, though, in our winner's semifinal, number 2, New York Subliners taking on OpTic Texas to find out who plays against LA Thieves tomorrow in that winter final. And this is going to be an epic showdown because you have New York, who is our Raleigh champion, going up against OpTic, who has been perfect here in Major 4. So OpTic, I think, currently has the fans' edge if you're looking at predictions. And if you're looking at our CDL points, OpTic is also in the lead now on this season. Subliners used to be in the front up until this qualifier. OpTic has now jumped them, and with a win tonight, OpTic will lock in their spot at champs. So that's pretty big game, not just top 3 on the line here for OpTic.
Yeah, pretty big game, right? Like, you lock up your spot for champs, you're feeling very comfortable, and you also lock up a spot as top 3 going up against the LA Thieves team that you already beat. So not thinking too far ahead of your OpTic, but you're confident because you did recently play New York. You also beat them.
Let's talk a little bit about this OpTic squad, because, Ali, you and I were arguing. I said New York has the better sub line. You said, hell no, it's got to be Huke and Shotzzy. What do you love about this OpTic Texas squad right now?
I just love this SMG duo, and I like the kind of role that Dashy has put himself into as well when it comes to this team. I feel like he's become much more of a selfless player than beforehand, and also the fact that Shotzzy and Huke, their roles are so interchangeable to me when I watch OpTic Texas play. It's like either one is capable of kind of taking a step back when one of them is having a good game, and this matchup heavily favors them in this situation. They're 10-0 in hardpoint right now. They're looking to break the streak for 11 in a row against a New York team who used to be really strong in respawns but has fallen short recently.
Yeah, and let's talk about our Monster Energy pregame. I mean, continue the historic hardpoint run. 10 wins in a row. The record is 11. They have the opportunity to tie it, if not beat it if it goes to a game 4, and then take advantage of New York's Asilo control woes. That is a big one in this series because New York refuses to play Expo. They have to get rid of it, and they're 1-6 on Asilo control. What have we seen recently from OpTic on that map? They have been baller there. So if they can lock that up, I mean, this series should be in the bag for them. But we know New York, when their guns get hot, they're hard to beat.
Chat, hey yo, where are the New Yorkers at? Right now, it is 22 million channel points to 4.6 million in favor of OpTic over the Subliners. So this is a one-way affair in the fans' mind, and it's probably a good reason due to the recent performances from this guy. He looks like the team captain. He's acting like the Call of Duty face of the franchise and maybe the entire title right now. What's up with Shotzzy?
I mean, just let me set this up for you as well. In this matchup specifically, Shotzzy has a 1.26 overall last time these two teams went up against each other. But not only that, historically a 1.31. He absolutely balls out when it comes up to the Shotzzy v HyDra matchup that is New York Subliners versus OpTic Texas. And Shotzzy was already a great SMG, and it seems like he's become better over this stage. So not only is he getting kills, but he's making huge plays on the maps as well, being early on rotation, playing his life. I feel like Shotzzy has been the player for this squad recently.
And I was just told by Comp Ops the players have 4 more minutes to warm up here before this match kicks off. So can we just get 1 more second on Shotzzy? Because I feel like you've seen a lot of players come and go in your career, going all the way back to the beginning of competitive COD. Where does Shotzzy rank all time, and what separates him from some of the rest of the pack?
I mean, he's in the discussion to be like top 15 player all time already. He has a world championship. He's won, you know, a couple chips with this squad, and he's absolutely disgusting individually. When you talk about players with like the highest ceiling in the history of Call of Duty, Chris, like he's up there, top 5 in terms of individual talent. This guy is unbelievable. He has the best movement I have ever seen in my life. Any mechanic that's in game, he can abuse it if he needs to, and he's also a nuisance, right? So in Search and Destroy, he gets that first blood, he can get away with his life in a seemingly impossible situation. So Shotzzy, an absolute baller on the map.
Never done evolving as Shotzzy, but today he has to deal with HyDra in the front line of the New York Subliners. Let's break down the squad that won the very first major of the year. And when they did it, they were kind of in a similar position. Middle of the pack, luck. No one's expecting you to win the event, but they caught everyone off guard once. Can they do it again?
Kind of kept this in this outside of top 4 conversation, and that's when they seemingly find most of their success. I think the biggest talking point for me right now is not so much the Shotzzy versus HyDra, but I feel like KiSMET might be a little bit of the odd man out when it comes to this matchup, simply because of his role on the team is a little bit more of doing the dirty work. We're on the flip side, having to go up against such a high engagement, high kill duo and Huke and Shotzzy. It puts a lot of pressure on his shoulders. In this matchup specifically, he has a 0.8 in hardpoint. He's been struggling there when it comes to OpTic Texas, as well as a 0.6 to control. Against a team like OpTic Texas, who's so solid in respawn, we need to see a little bit more higher engagements out of KiSMET.
Here are Monster Energy pre-game points for the Subliners. Name us, which one of these 3 is most important in your eyes?
Well, let's see where we're kicking things off. I mean, have to string together strong rotations on Hotel Hardpoint. Absolutely. Texas is the #1 rotation team on Hotel. Also beat Texas in their weakest game mode in control with Ghosty. Texas are 9-10 and have the 7th best round win percentage at 49%. Well, I'll tell you what, you got a CeeLo. You're 1-6 on that map. It's going to be very, very difficult. Talk about HyDra and the superstar of this squad. Like, throughout this split, he has been lights out. I mean, we're talking about 1.10 if we're talking about stats, but when we think about the search and destroy, a game mode that has been up and down for this squad, he has been ridiculous.
He's the 1v3 guy.
The 1v3 guy, but on top of that, Chris, he's #2 in first bloods for this split, right? 1.27 in that game mode, so he's getting away with his life after he's finding these kills, and that is exactly what they needed. They rolled Vegas 6-0 on one of their best maps, so they're feeling confident in the game 2s and 5s.
I'm looking forward to watching HyDra, especially in those search and destroys, because you have to expect a game 5 if you're a Subliner fan. OpTic has not dropped a hard point yet this stage. They are a perfect 10-0 right now.
Yes.
Looking to set the record or tie the record at 11-0. So you can't expect wins in game 1 or 4.
I mean, yes, and you definitely can't expect wins when we get to the maps and modes on the Fortress hardpoint. I mean, godly, I was talking about the stats going into this one. These guys plus 77 differential. It means they're beating everybody by an average of 77 points. The next best is plus 28. By the
All right, that was a lot of numbers real quick. Let's take a look at these maps and modes. Let me reel this in one more time. So you said on Hotel Hardpoint.
On Fortress Hardpoint.
On Fortress Hardpoint.
They have been dominant. 6-0 with Ghosty on the team and almost 100-point clubbing everybody that they've played. Ooh. Nobody has even been remotely close to being that dominant on a specific map.
Ali, tell me the other side of this fight, because there are Subliner fans. There's at least 6 million channel points now on this team. How do they pull off the upset and make everyone in the chat sad?
They have to win that map #1 Hotel Hardpoint. I think that's kind of the situation that New York can capitalize on right now. They're 12-9 on that game and map mode specifically. And this is a New York team. They're solid at respawn. When they won the Major 1, that is where they did it from. They were a very, very solid respawn team. So I don't think they've really lost their way completely with that. Just other teams have gotten stronger. I think if Skyz balls out like he did in the previous matchup, as well as HyDra, they should be fine.
Priestahh is the X factor for me today, and he will be taking the stage here in just a few moments. We're told the players need another minute, so while we wait on them to kick off this second winter semifinal, let's take a look back on our top 5 moments from some of the past.
They're flown in. Last man up is Octane. LaRue gets 2, 3. Oh no! Trade it out.
It's a fast one. Standy here to answer the call. Has one. Calls it up for his teammates as well. He's already in the position. Now it's all about bedroom control. You can already see Kleenex is up there. Has Scrapz to pinch as well.
He's still in dead silence as well. Scrapz not going to know, but gets away with it. Has to keep playing his life. Going to check it in the corner as well. Does eventually find it. 27 seconds left. He's going hunting. He's going hunting. And here comes the fight. Standy. A 5 streak. And clutch again. The bodies are being shot. It's 5-1 to Legion. They sprung a leak. This is the opportunity right now for Røkkr to get on it. And they do. They're flown in. Last man up is Octane. LaRue gets 2, 3. Oh no. Trade it out. Bance is in there.
Simp puts in pretty much every single bullet from that clip of the Vaznev. The final bullet connects with Red. Ends up striking. Takes down both the tiny tears, and he wants Cellium too. What has Thanos got prepared for us?
He has no dead silence, that's for sure, but he is going to see the shadow on Pred. It does not matter.
But where do FaZe begin to initiate this fight from? Simp once more taken down. Pred extends the spree. That's now going to be a cruise missile earned, and one more on top of it.
I'm watching. I have a trophy. No, they have a trophy. I gotta get it over. They're gonna aim me. I'm waiting for nades. That's what defense on guys.
little bit too aggressive, and instead now we're thinking about aces for the rookie.
Wait a minute.
Gonna get shot in the back though, so he shut down a Ghosty for 2. Enough time to plant. Beans completely out of the picture. We got another 1v1 in kitchen.
Another 1v1 in kitchen. Will it be as snaky as the last one? Here comes Beans in the back door. They've not heard a thing. Oh my god, Beans with the knife. No, wait. Beans is on the bomb. I don't believe it. Ghosty's not going to hit us. Check it. Oh my god. OpTic Texas take the round.
The best plays from the qualifiers, but now it's LAN time. It's tournament time, and this fight will determine who moves into the top 3 and could be a front runner for the $200,000 up for grabs in Columbus. Let's take a look at this matchup. We got our casters ready, so one-word answer. Who you going with? Prediction time.
Texas.
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 Texas. New York. Manhattan gets it done. Bryce Anton all the way from the UK. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Puckett. Yes, the game many people have been waiting for. The winner's bracket does continue here at the Major, and it is going to be OpTic Texas going against New York. It should be a big game. The favorites, Texas all the way for most people. But New York looking to refine a little magic that they lost at Major 1.
Yeah, look, New York looked quite good, of course, on day number 1. We're expecting a good performance from them, but OpTic Texas have looked like the raid bosses of this stage in particular. And when it's come down to hardpoint, that is really where things have been so difficult for teams to take anything away from them. Flawless over the last 10, looking to tie the record at 11, may well have a chance to break it in this series as well if New York can extend it. But with the way that OpTic have been playing recently, the recent matchup between these two as well, going over towards OpTic Texas exactly 2 weeks ago. You've got to be feeling good about this one. There's just some curiosities around it. We're not seeing either one of the hard points we've seen from the previous series where they went up against each other. That was Mikado and HyDra. They are both gone. We run it on 2 different hard points. Hotel, I feel, is probably the best chance for New York. If they're going to try and get one of those 2 hard points, Fortress, you might as well choke that one up. The control's a difficult one. The search and destroy is tough. OpTic Texas are a hard team to beat. New York Subliners going to have to bring their A game.
You are right. Texas, the team to beat, as they already light it up in the kill feed. And this is the question we are asking for everybody. Favorites to win the tournament, but how do they look against some of the big teams still rocking? New York are one of those, even if the recent results haven't been amazing.
Yeah, it's been tough for them, you know, but we definitely have seen a step up on LAN. They were really good in the first day and were a performance level that we weren't too sure what to expect from them. Dashy starting things up nicely, 2 in a row, making it 3. The kills coming through for the Subliners. Rotation's not going to be there, though. Huke has made his move. Spawn up is, well, I mean, everywhere. They spawn everywhere, Bryce. Where are they spawning? Yes, is the answer to that question. Look at this, though, from Huke. Rotation is eventually there for OpTic Texas. They're looking P2. New York Subliners going to have to find a break.
This is always a difficult break. Slowly but surely, New York trying to get somewhere near to it, but Ghosty's holding the door already. They can't even get close. KiSMET will eventually take him down, but damage has been done. OpTic is still here. They are still set up. There is a player out towards the back. Priestahh might be the catalyst for this push.
And when we talk about the strengths of both these 2 teams, the strongest thing for New York is breaking percentage. Skyz will maybe open things up as the trades will start to flow in through. Which way they're going to fall, though. Priestahh will find Huke. The last gunfight is going to be Ghosty. Just about finds it, but the spawns towards the back for Subliners are in. Potential break again.
They're eventually finding it, but there is just reinforcement flowing like water. And eventually, New York will grab the scrap time, but only 20 seconds. Bonus, though, for Texas. They have this rotation.
Yep, 15 seconds to go. Subliners will take that one. The aggression came through, and then, of course, the spawns over towards the back are going to come in for OpTic Texas again. 10 seconds fall their way. You have to get rid of Ghosty now. Subliners are being presented with a small opportunity to get some decent resolution over towards this kitchen side. Get yourself set up. Here come OpTic Texas through the pantry side. KiSMET's found 2 inside the point, though, and we'll lock it down. Priestahh has to stay alive towards the back.
And KiSMET in the kitchen, making plays every single time we see him, and still gunning. Eventually will fall. Skyz now has to try and stop this deluge of Texas flooding into the kitchen. Priestahh will get the trade as well as both teams go to work. It's a snake off, it's a bake off, and it's everything going down. But it will be Texas. They break it fast enough to make a difference.
Yeah, Ghosty finds 2 on the way through. The stun in just keeps him alive. Not able to stay alive inside the point is KiSMET, and you know, you said it right, he does as well as he possibly can. When we often see him in kitchen, he can cook something up. Not this time. kills flowing for OpTic Texas again. They get scrap time, they get rotation. Such a hard team to beat, and look at this rotation. Again, we talked about the strengths of New York in terms of their breaking percentage. The rotations for OpTic Texas are absurd, sitting at nearly 60% of the time. They are first ones here. They can get set up thanks to players from people like Huke. 10 and 6 to kick the game off.
Every single time you see OpTic, just huge plays from their players as Huke gets 4. Eventually, though, New York managed to stabilize for a second. KiSMET getting the few kills that they need. New York are digging in here for the points.
Looking towards the scoreboard, the ARs of New York Subliners of what has been struggling. KiSMET and HyDra keeping pace. Ghosty and Huke are the ones that are doing the business for OpTic Texas. Thinking of Ghosty in those AR positions, just causing issues. Huke is really just in the face of New York right now. Anyone who runs in his way is getting blinked at and dying. Subliner spawning towards the back now. We'll be thinking about rotation over towards restaurant in a second, but one more hit.
It's still OpTic Texas. They're still doing the business. You can see they keep piling on the pressure. This team has found a rhythm in hardpoint, and the tempo of it is fast, furious, and everybody else can fall by the wayside. So many players going off. It's not normally Ghosty that's dropping the serious numbers for this team. It's usually one of the other 3. But when he's gunning like he is, that's the reason for the points. 125 to 57.
It's a scary prospect when you have Ghosty, the one top of the leaderboard in terms of the kills department, when you have Shotzzy, Dashy, and Huke, who can just bring it at a moment's notice. Ghosty inside the point now, just trying to defend as best he can. The break has come through from Subliners. Good pressure from the front. OpTic Texas will be focused back towards the kitchen side. Could do with keeping a hold of this side of the spawn. Shotzy's found 2, though. That might be the break, but HyDra can answer back with 2 of his own. New York spawning out, still towards the kitchen side for OpTic Texas. There's good hold so far.
And you can see they are feeling confident on this Saturday of the Major. Let's find out how confident. We'll go to a listen-in with OpTic Texas.
And cubby. Deep left to point cubby, last 2.
I'm wrong. I freeze your boys. You gotta hold here. We're gonna play the catch.
Double set.
We're gonna run.
Holding TV. Yo, our side rugs. He ran TV. I have TV, you're good. TV, you watch out done.
Middle's up, mother.
I'm picking up mid.
I see you. Leave mine fruit.
Wait, yo, bottom bed. I have the cross.
Okay, no, they're playing to left, bro. They're playing to left.
Yeah, we're fine. Dude,
I freeze it.
Just keep holding middle, Kyler, you're good. Yeah, I got this. Yo, one guy's middle. TV, dead.
Top bed, shut on. Nice. Yo, go right, Dan.
Mid absolute, HyDra. He's side door. He was one shot, he ran pool.
He's full. Side door.
Let's catch this.
Watch back.
Hold your own back.
Back on me. Back upset. Nice. Watch out. They're gonna be front bed. I got him.
Challenge you. Watch out.
Top bed, kids. I'm not even sure.
Watch out, hop up. Watch out, time. Close to your side.
Oh,
it's our side time. My side time.
Middle spot. Don't be running up pool.
One guy's on you. Backstep side. Then backsteps, Paco.
Where's he?
Yo, one guy's side door kitchen.
Backsteps, yep. Everyone chill. Play through all. Nice. This is good turn. Keep playing through.
Look at my back shirts again.
I have top cat. Okay, I'm going, Brendan, you go.
He's back shirts, Iron.
Okay, Iron backsteps.
He's back right, behind the block.
OpTic throwing up the walls, making sure New York really can't get anything done. Ghosty calling out everybody, chill to stop the overheating chows coming through. But this game is slowly but surely reaching a conclusion. 174 to 105. New York on that first rotation have not set the pace.
OpTic Texas have really just been there every single time first. It's so difficult for Subliners to get any sort of break on this one. You've got Huke running absolutely rapid around the map. 22 and 14 out of him. He could be anywhere at any given time. There's 2. The third may well be about to follow as well from Huke. It's a ridiculous game from him at 25 and 15. OpTic Texas walking away with this one, 180 points and rising. Rotation is there for New York over towards P2. They must lock in some good time.
This is getting out of hand now, only 108 points. If they get broken here, it could very well start ringing the bell for the end. And now, here comes the first push. Skyz already taking a few bullets. Trying to back off. Will fall as well. KiSMET holding Chandelier, but that's a wide chow from him, and down he falls. More fights going on towards mid and around the side, and that's a huge kill from Ghosty. So I'm just going to break straight through the front, and it's OpTic Texas with the trades. KiSMET staying alive once again. They have made this scrappy after a setup, and Texas are in.
The spawns towards the back, though, is what kept New York in it for only a moment. And they're still here. 35 seconds to play for. We'll put OpTic Texas within touching distance. HyDra has to push. They have to do something about it. That's 3 dead with Huke spawning over towards hole in the wall. Finding 2. Still an option for OpTic Texas to get inside the point, but once again, Huke is absolutely final. 213 points for OpTic Texas. They will get scrap time again. HyDra's here to try and disrupt that, but Huke just cannot be stopped. It's only his teammates who can seemingly kill him at the moment. Wow.
New York, they think they set up, they think they're in a good position. Nothing for them. Here comes some more pressure as well. We'll just punch straight through any setup you have. Priestahh fighting for his life as he falls. Huke takes down Shotzzy, but it doesn't matter. New York spawning in the middle of the map as Texas continue to go to work. They don't even know if anybody's in there. They get into the point. It's a stack from New York Subliners as they go for one last hurrah, one last opportunity. Can they get into it as well? Shotzzy going for the challenge. Huke combining with him, and as they spawn out, it's all over.
The CDL record of 10 from OpTic Texas over the last few games they played in hardpoint. It's about to be 11 if they can lock in these final 4 points, but HyDra finds 2 to maybe slow down what is the inevitable of OpTic Texas. Can find another. Are they going to try the kitchen, or are they just going to rotate? They've been so good at doing it all game long. They may well just lock in bar and lock in game number 1.
They're a little bit terrified. They're a little bit terrified. They're going to end it here as well. They aren't even going to worry. The rotation won't matter. It's all played out. OpTic Texas, 11 in a row. They have tied the record for hardpoint wins in the CDL. And if this goes to a map 4, they could even break it today. But they are looking different. Nobody in the CDL wants to play them in hardpoint on basically at least half of the maps.
Just so difficult for New York. They never really won a solid rotation. I mean, look, when we talk about rotations, we talk about players getting over towards that hill and locking in that first decent chunk of time.
Huke.
Even the occasions of when they were the first ones there, they were not alone for very long. That is an absurd game from Huke. I mean, look at the slaying difference there. I'll do my quick maths eventually, Bryce, but they have been bodied on Hotel. That's not how you want to start a series against OpTic Texas. New York Subliners came in flat.
I don't know if they came in flat or Huke came in like a mountain walking through the map. He was inevitable over and over again. If I played this guy in ranked play, I'd be reporting him for cheating every 3 seconds. Snap after snap, gun after gun. If you're New York Subliners or a fan, that was not a pleasant watch or game.
Yeah, it's always going to be tough when SMGs like Huke are getting up in your face. And we talked about Ghosty for the majority of the game as well. When he's putting up those numbers, it just releases so much tension, really, for the rest of the squad. They barely need to do anything, and Huke's still putting up ridiculous statistics. This was an insane kill as well. KiSMET knows exactly where he is. Yeah, it doesn't matter. God. And then over towards kitchen we go. HyDra does really well here, actually. I think he finds 3 before OpTic Texas do break in to finish off what they started. It's 28-16 from Ghosty to end things off. I think it's going to be plus 40 kill difference. That was so one-sided. OpTic Texas came out absolutely screaming. Skyz couldn't win a gunfight against Ghosty. He didn't even drop 10, 11 kills, something along those lines. We talk about kills not being everything, but he just got blew out of the water.
The difficulty is if you are watching any of this, if you're a coaching staff or one of the teams in this tournament, trying to figure out a way around OpTic Texas hardpoints at the moment, you're basically, for most teams, staring down a Neslo game at best. We know Fortress hardpoint is something strong here for Texas, which means for New York, the strategy has to be take these next 2 maps. You cannot rely on that next hardpoint. They've been beating everybody asunder. And it is a long way to go. But that's why OpTic Texas are the favorites in this tournament.
And again, you're talking about winning the next 2 maps. It's going to be difficult. I mean, Albagra Fortress, you've got Texas sitting at 7-4. Shotzzy is one of the best in the game at this map. First blood percentage is way off the charts. So New York have got some work to do here. And we could talk about the control as well before we do dive into the search and destroy. aLaCielo coming up, not good for New York either. And, you know, we were kind of hearing what Ant was saying on the desk about, you know, they don't want to see Expo come in there. But in the interviews, we were asking them, you know, how you're feeling about control. They said that it has been a little bit more difficult for us when Fortress did get removed from the map set because we were so solid at that map. And it was really helping our vetoes and the process that we go through. But now that that's gone, we've had to practice Expo. We haven't had a chance to play it yet. So then they choose to ban it. Don't want to see what going up against OpTic Texas is like on Expo. So having to go to the, I don't want to even say tried and tested aLaCielo. They're sitting at 2-6, and their only victories are over Florida and Vegas. So another shot in the dark when it does come down to control. This Fortress for me is a must win, or the series might be done.
And we talk about map number 4 and Fortress, and the issue is going to be that realistically, last time these played, New York got beaten bloody on Mikado. That was actually the map they took out of this series, leaving Fortress still in. There was no good picks for them. OpTic are different on hardpoint right now, and that is the difficulty that New York are facing. Maybe an expected result in map number 1, but they will have to find something here in map number 2 just to make sure that they can go the distance against OpTic.
I mean, we say it's an expected result in map number 1. New York are a good hotel hardpoint team. They got made to look very, very average there, but they need to step it up. They need to find something on Fortress. The statistics don't really lean in their favor. Statistically, the worst defensive team. When it does come down to search and destroy, can you find something? New York Subliners on their day, yeah, okay, the stats might not help them. So you look at this map set, you might not feel confident, but they do have HyDra. And there is always a potential that this man can pop off. Even Shotzzy going up against each other is going to be a crucial matchup here.
Just positioning. KiSMET is waiting, wondering who's covering it. You can see that they're just firing. I think it's Ghosty who's on Overwatch now. KiSMET decides to go for it on the back of that stun, but he does get tagged up. And OpTic look like they're going for this. They're stacking for it already. Shotzzy's coming around, and Huke over the top with a nade. Shotzzy goes back and checks. And OpTic are looking to take control of this site now after the first blood.
And that was just coordinated. You've seen Shotzzy step up with the nade as soon as Ghosty sitting over towards back maps. He sees somebody cross through, and they start to move with the nades. It's Huke through closed, and Shotzzy through open. One player down, 3 more to go. 4v3 for OpTic Texas. Huke through double doors, though, and just raining a Sunday again. Skyz and Priestahh fall. HyDra's the only one left. HyDra, well, it's a good shot on Shotzzy, but he's got a lot of work to do here. Huke with another. It's the ace for Huke in round number 1.
And it's like the hard point never stopped. Over and over again. Now, not facing a player sitting across from them. New York are facing some sort of divine wrath because he has done nothing but kill them every single time he sees them. For New York, there has to be a win here. They have to try and get back into it. We knew where the favorite was going to be. Let's see what they can do on the defense. OpTic for their attacking run.
I mean, ever since the team, got over there, I want to say teething issues with Ghosty. Off the rip, they weren't looking too hot, but since the major in Texas, this guy has just looked incredible. Kind of throwing us back to the Huke of old. New York Subliners choosing not to fight over this site too much. Fighting from the outside in. Ghosty thinking about this plant that may well come through. Huke will hold the close angle. New York Subliners go for the retake here. Plenty of util coming in.
Oh my goodness, he's popped the Denny. There's Huke, finds the first but will fall. Doesn't really matter though, the trades are in. Priestahh left alone. A sea of green against him. Has Overwatch here. He's actually going to take down Ghosty. Trying for the 1 versus 3, but there's Dashy. Actually tags him up as well. Priestahh trying to do everything he can against this. Will get the stun shot on the Shotzzy. Finds the second, but Dashy tags him up. Still a 1 versus 1, and Dashy will check as well. And Priestahh, can he win this against him? No, he cannot. It's a good try.
It's a really good try. Finds the first, dips out. Sees Dashy on the crossover towards B, so knows he has to take the challenge against Shotzzy as quickly as he can. You've got them both isolated. This is your best chance. You've got to move. Finds the gunfight onto Shotzzy, gets tagged up by Dashy, which ultimately puts him in an awkward spot. He has to stick or twist, goes through the plant, or goes through the defuse, I should say. And as soon as Dashy finds that angle, it's always going to be difficult. The child comes through. Priestahh not expecting it. Big plays coming in from OpTic Texas to secure that one, but Priestahh made it scary. Now trophies on the go. OpTic Texas to get aggressive with their grenades. Not finding anything with it. KiSMET in turn will not find anything with his either. I'm really curious about these SMG fights that may well start to transpire now. The grenades will become a little bit less positive for both two teams with trophies down. It's all about the SMG fights in the middle as this bomb will go down over towards their side.
Shotzzy just seeing if he can peek anyone here, and he's actually getting onto the bomb site. They've left him through here. Priestahh, he's under pressure. There's so many players looking at him already. Shotzzy will fall. He was playing solo on the A site, and it goes down to a 2 versus 2. OpTic
sitting around P1 looking for a way forward. KiSMET and Skyz both holding the back here. This fight is going to go nowhere near the site. KiSMET gets the first. It's only Huke, the nuke left. Can he find a clutch here to send New York to the nether realm? No, he cannot. New York finally find a round, Tom.
Yeah, really well played. OpTic Texas just sit back, wait for that push to come through from New York over towards the street side. Doesn't ever come. As soon as that bomb goes down, in the first blood, well, I think they both kind of came in at the same time in terms of the kills, one apiece for each team. And as those numbers and time whittle down, every single second counts as a more favorable position for New York Subliners. And just well held towards the back. They know the hit's going to come from that side. There was plenty of numbers clearly called out by the player who pushed over towards those trucks. HyDra kept the pressure on, which allowed New York Subliners to then set themselves up. OpTic Texas, what's the play here? Plenty of plants coming in for both these two teams. Retaking percentage is very, very similar. New York are allowing plants a lot more than Texas are, though. So Texas, can they manage to find a plant here? It's going to be harder when you got Shotzzy sent towards the next round.
And now for New York, they can play a little bit of a patient game. HyDra, we're looking for any opportunity to exploit this. And now he checks his corners. Dashy will get Skyz back down to a 3 versus 3. New York will control the side. And oh my goodness! Ghosty guns HyDra out of the window. It's a snap that may cost the round. Huke will fall as well. Back down to another 2v2.
Ghosty trying to find the pick here. But the hard job was kind of done. You get rid of HyDra. You shouldn't really have to worry about the flank, but the problem is that KiSMET pushed up, then dropped back, so you're constantly thinking about where it could possibly be. Dashy, though, is surely going to get caught off guard by KiSMET. He's lingering over towards top. Shots in, though. Couldn't come through. Ghosty. Can he make this move, or is he going to call him going on the cross?
Oh, I don't know if he saw him. I don't know if he knows. Ghosty has looked for the kill. He's trying to figure out where he's gone. Checking the corners, and Ghosty with the spin, but not going to get the win. New York get that round, but Ghosty made it difficult.
And in that situation, I think, you know, from Ghosty's POV, the 1v1, it's almost too readable that he would go over towards the B side and go for the plant. Priestahh then just doesn't take the risk. He can watch double doors from that situation, so if he does push over from top map, so drops out top art and goes around behind to go plant it A, he's got that covered. Luckily for him, Dan Ghosty just runs into his sightline. Ghosty just thinking Priestahh was over towards that side of things, but information was not quite there. Rookie on OpTic Texas. Shotzzy now in towards the site. A terrifying prospect for New York, who are going to struggle to plant here. Shotzzy just running around like an absolute lunatic, as per usual. Is KiSMET going to chalice?
They do call Shotzzy the maestro of movement for a reason, as New York get taken down in 3 separate gunfights. And Skyz, I mean, Huke has just killed Shotzzy. That's how locked in he is. Skyz is wondering where on earth his teammates went to. And surely there's no way back here for Skyz.
It's a really tough one. You got the bomb, but zero information for OpTic Texas. Although I think Dashy may well have just seen him. You see all those players on the map just turning around. There's the stun check. They know exactly where he is now. Skyz with 35 seconds. And, well, I wouldn't say a hope or a prayer to do this one. If you can get the bomb down, then maybe something's on the cards, but they will be covering this on every single angle. Huke tags him up here. Come OpTic.
He's trying to stay alive, and Skyz knows that there's pressure going to come from every single position they can be. And he guns Dashy, but not going to get the second. Too many bodies, too many players. New York just lost that round about 40 seconds earlier. It just had to bleed out.
Tough one from Skyz, that. But it's the gunfight that comes through from Shotzzy. I think KiSMET's standing there, heading and looking over towards double doors, like, yeah, okay, let's see if we can watch across. All right, Shotzzy's inside the site. Shotzzy's in top art. I've got to hold it down and still gets gunned. Just unpredictable. And that's what's so difficult about trying to keep him down, trying to track him down. So many different places that he can hide. It's only his first kill, actually, Shotzzy. Usually is the player that can do a lot for OpTic Texas on this map, but it's Dashy at this moment in time. 5 and 3. The shots are just so crispy. 4v3.
Shouting again to see HyDra. That's an easy kill for Dashy. One more up top. Surely he can't make this work, and he will all fall. New York again. Die all over Fortress.
And it's just when you've got players who can kill that quickly Dashy pushes down the outside, finds that player over towards top maps, and all of a sudden, New York in that situation, you're panicking. Dashy, is he pushing over towards the street? Are they thinking about B? Is he lingering around that area? HyDra then puts himself in a position to say, well, okay, if he does push this, I can find him. Now he's already pushed past you. Shoots him in the side. The round's pretty much done by that stage. Nothing New York can do about this at the moment. OpTic Texas are running away with this series. Dashy, Huke, Ghosty, having a blinder. Shotzzy. He's only really won one gunfight, and yet still OpTic Texas remain dominant.
They do, and Huke is in the bomb site with dead silence popped. 8-3 now on the S&D. Probably looking to set some sort of KD record in a series with the way he's been playing. Dead silence gone. They got into the corner, and HyDra will get first blood onto Dashy. The New York back to A, or the difficult road to B.
I'm curious how that's happened, because Dashy gets kind of baited out, but Ghosty's got a job to do here. He's going to find one. He's screaming at his teammates, get over to help me, but does he even need help? Skyz is the second one. KiSMET doesn't want any part of it and runs into Shotzzy. HyDra now into top maps. It's a 1v2 from him.
HyDra trying to stay alive. Huke up top as well. Shotzzy going to be down low, and so is Ghosty. Just held them off completely. Not a moment to be missed. As Ghosty says, hey, I'm holding the gate. There is no way through for you. Go on, Ghosty the Grey, because you shall not pass.
I think in that situation, you're New York, you get rid of Dashy in top maps, you're like, oh, well, there definitely won't be two of them there. Yes, psych. Ghosty, there, ready for the push. And I think he knows that. You know, as soon as that kill comes through Dashy, in New York's mind, the communication will then come through from Dashy to say, oh, there's a couple of them, he can just back on down. New York is saying, man, surely there isn't top maps, they can make that push, no problem. If you make a push into bottom art, it's the first time we've seen HyDra really get mixy in that area of the map. Huke will get taken down. 5-2 OpTic Texas, but an advantage for New York in this round.
New York playing patient. You can just see on the minimap they're covering the angles. If anybody tries to go for a peek, OpTic are hoping they move and make a mistake. Dashy and KiSMET going to try and square up, but KiSMET will win it, and it takes another string off the bow of OpTic Texas.
A small amount of pixels is all that KiSMET needs. Bearing in mind, New York are 5-2 down. KiSMET has a cruise. Don't know how that's happened. HyDra with the second of the round now. May well make it a third as well, my word. Ghosty sent to the Shadow Realm, but is it too little too late? HyDra with the 3. First time we've really seen him arrive on the map. It's a tough one for Ghosty, to be honest with you. I wouldn't even really call it a turn on the shots going in, so we've all been there in that kind of situation. You shoot a Vaznev player that's running around the corner, you're like, oh goddamn, I am getting challenged immediately. Good play from HyDra.
Still a long way back. The New York have it in them to try to put a lid on this OpTic Texas team. See on the attack here already. OpTic Texas look like they're moving. I thought it might be a super aggressive push for them. It is going to be. Already Shotzzy's underneath. Shotzzy's all the way through. This could be disastrous. He's going to find KiSMET as well. There's the first for Shotzzy. And they have let him slip. Huke is going to find another one. It's a full collapse. Skyz tries to stop the bleeding. A bandage on a wound that Shotzzy has ripped open. And they find themselves in a 2 versus 3.
So tough now, because now Huke's behind you. It's just unrelenting from OpTic Texas. Can Huke find another kill to cap off what has been a brilliant performance? Priestahh last alive, 1v3. No hope, no prayer. We'll find one though, Bryce. 1v2 now.
Bomb is down on A. For Priestahh. Only a legend awaits. Will he find what could be one of the most important 1v3s? You will see. Priestahh going for it as well. Doesn't see Dashy. Dashy will eventually see him, and the shots are not good from Priestahh. And Dashy will take him down. OpTic move 2-0 up in the series.
Just easy peasy. It's just nothing that New York can do about that OpTic Texas. Pressure, pressure, pressure. Shotzzy may well be the one who finds the route through the middle of ARP there. But the rest of the team just bring the squeeze immediately as he finds that kill at the KiSMET. New York have got a spin right. They've got to say, okay, well, what do we do? Shotzzy's behind us. Goddamn, this is terrifying. Then the rest of OpTic Texas just push up towards closed and open, and it's just so easy to pick them up from there. Subliners, Røkkr in the hard place springs to mind. It's another statement performance from Huke. Ghosty is arriving on the scene here once again. I mean, 9-4 from him, 10-5 from Huke. It's a terrifying, terrifying looking OpTic Texas right now.
That is nothing but the truth, Ton. 250 to 138. It's usual business on the hard point. The S&D 6-3. As we move towards the LSC low control, New York are going to have an incredible pep talk. Something legendary, something Independence Day is going to have to come out of that camp to regain.
I mean, I hope the real and Sander have got some inspirational words because you're going to need it. You're heading into an LSC. This was played in the previous series exactly 2 weeks ago between these two teams. It was OpTic Texas that managed to take it. This could very well be 3-0. Can we see a resurgence from New York? Let's see.
Well, we will have to find out. Map number 3 is coming up after the break. Don't go anywhere. When we are back, we will find the thrilling conclusion to this series one way or the other. We'll see you right after this break.
Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by the new series Citadel, premiering on April 28th, only on Prime Video.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We are watching the watch party. Beautiful people there on the Scump watch party, every single one of them. Methods, Scump and Hex, all looking glorious, all bringing you the action. We will bring you the control next as well. Wonderful people, glad to see them. If you are tuning in, you should do. But we have a game to get on with. Controls up next between these two teams, OpTic Texas versus the New York Subliners. So far, plain sailing for OpTic, making a statement in the winners final. Winners round.
You know what? It might as well be the winners final at this stage. They're pretty much there, Bryce. They only need one more map, so I'll forgive you on that one. And with the way that they've been playing, it is not silly to presume that they may well make it here within 3. Now, let's see, low control last time around was pretty one-sided. I want to say it was a 3-1 to OpTic Texas. The KDs really do talk their own talk. KiSMET, HyDra really struggled on this map last time around. Shotzzy was the only one who went negative for OpTic Texas, and with the way that they've been playing so far in maps 1 and 2, it is going to be difficult, but there are some things to maybe hold on to if you are New York. Your defense is not too bad. However, 2-6 record. The only 2 teams you beat are Florida and Vegas. It's a hard ask to see New York Subliners to start this reverse sweep. Can OpTic Texas bleed it all, to be honest, because it's just looking like they're unstoppable at this moment in time.
Oh, here goes the first push, and they're already out, and Huke is still here. Huke is still a monster. And it's just not something you want to see. New York have not made any statement on the opening break.
Just the initial revolve coming through, but this is spawn over towards the green side, so all of a sudden Subliners will get a favorable one at that, and will be able to make their push through. Huke's going to be behind. He will not have an AR. I know that for a fact. Oh, Sky's going to get some terrible time of it. We'll hear them coming around the corner. Who can shot a Ghosty, combining well, but that time has been stopped. New York are still lingering around the point. OpTic Texas, though, very much behind them.
Here he comes, Huke. Still alive, eventually will fall to HyDra. It's more time for New York. Because the point, Dashy trying to thread this needle. We'll have to do it with a grenade. Fortunately, the trophies will be able to stop them. Second tick in here for New York. Dashy is going to fall one more time, and I don't think OpTic will be able to do anything about this B.
Yeah, the spawns coming in from New York Subliners' close side because OpTic Texas have pushed up over towards the A side, is what is ultimately their downfall. Subliners can now just run free over towards that point. OpTic Texas are not really set up over towards A either. Ghosty may well be behind them, but not the best setup so far. OpTic Texas, a lot of work to do here.
Shotzzy looking for another. Just a little kill there for him as he clears it out. New York Subliners just keeping alive in the form of KiSMET. You see, they're going to try and think about the positioning. And Huke using the door there, shielded himself completely from the grenade. Just keeps on running through. Long range Vans against Sky. Sky, you can only see a pixel, but doesn't matter. He finds a tackle off the floor anyway and keeps on moving.
Ball spray for Huke. KiSMET still lingering around lockers. 2 spray for him, make it a 5 for Huke. I'm calling it before he's even shooting bullets at this stage. He's going to get taken down, though, one off the crews. That will be some disappointment. Ghosty, though, still lingering towards this side. The shots in. Even if they don't hit, will be a distraction. Yes, boys, look at me. I'm on their spawn. As the rest of OpTic Texas converge on the point, but that's one tick gone over towards A.
Ghosty gets away with his life there as well. Now they have to continue to look for him. Shotzzy up top finds HyDra, and they have cleared out this point. New York thought they might have had a little control for a second, but it disappeared.
Ghosty has been alive for a long, long time. Just lingering over towards the back shed. Jumping back into bar when he gets figured out. Keeping that pressure on, but KiSMET will find a kill, and now we'll stop the clock. New York still have a good opportunity here. Brycey Shotzzy could do with finding this kill. Big kill.
Isn't going to get it. KiSMET has played really well around this at the moment. He's 6 and 2. Ghosty looking for him at the same time. Priestahh's going to check the corner, but doesn't actually check. KiSMET going for the laydown as well. It's a dodgy fight for him.
Staying alive in that corner, though, is working out perfectly for New York Subliners. They don't have anyone over towards top tower because he's been taken down, but Ghosty just says absolutely not again. Number 6, is it coming up here? The stun's going to follow through. Can he find a cruise missile? He's really been the solid rock for OpTic Texas over towards this A side. Can he continue to be?
This is it. The last chance for New York. Huke up top with the Vaz. And they find it. I think he's in Skyz as well. He knows he's going to be here. Slowly pushing the snap, but Skyz wins the gunfight. Goes down to Ghosty. Shotzzy, though, will clean them up. It's only 4 lives remaining here for New York. They need the point, and they need the point now.
HyDra finds a push through, but Shotzzy just so slippery. 2 players left for Subliners. There's just not a hope in hell for them here. Really stout defense from OpTic Texas, but I want to give every single credit to that Ghosty that just stays in towards the shed, is calling out for his teammates exactly where they are, putting down the bullets at every single point, and staying alive. That's the important thing. Yeah, you can find the kills from those positions, but as soon as you get wiped out, you don't need to be thought about. The fact that Ghosty's finding the kills, dipping out, changing positions. New York are just like, right, well, where the hell's Ghosty? Where is he? We need to get a lock on him. He's in our spawn. He's going to continue to cause havoc. They don't lock him down. I want to say he was alive for over a minute. Subliners can lock him down. OpTic Texas effectively locked down A. 1-0 to them. Now their turn to go onto the attacking side of things. It is a little bit of a weaker side for OpTic Texas. Attack has not been favorable for them. Looking like they're going to find a push over towards A off the rip.
They're trying to apply pressure here as well. They find HyDra in spawn. Ghosty, 8 and 2 turns and burns him. And New York now taking mid control. This may be a B push if they can find this first kill on the Priestahh.
Ghosty just continues. Everyone who falls into his sights is seemingly dying. It's only HyDra who can be answering. KiSMET is going to find one, but the push over towards A. OpTic Texas somewhat distracted with the push over towards B. It's a lineup over towards A. Good shots coming in from KiSMET, though. 10 and 5. Trying his best to drag New York through this game. Setting up towards the bar side. They will have to get rid of them here, OpTic Texas.
There's going to be some players for New York that are desperately trying to keep them away. Huke's already found one. HyDra flying out as well. He was definitely weak. The call must have come through. But OpTic still gathering time and momentum here on this A point.
Good kills coming in from Priestahh. Skyz, Dashy. Staying alive, though. Keeping that pressure on. Skyz could do with staying alive inside the point himself. It's not necessarily been too convincing for OpTic Texas so far. And bear in mind, okay, New York didn't win that previous attacking round, but it was 5 ticks they got in. Skyz still staying alive. OpTic do need to get something here. 35 seconds remaining. Nearly everybody wiped. Dashy might as well just embedded himself into this radio tower. He's still alive and kicking up there. 3 in a row.
West Philly being up there is starting to run out of ammo as well, but being alive does force New York Subliners into different spots. Priestahh will eventually take him down. He sees Ghosty as well. Ghosty lies down, doesn't matter. Priestahh gunning and running. And for OpTic, it's over to B. They've got to stop this clock. They've got to find something.
Yep. A small amount of hope with that spawn over towards B, but Priestahh.
Anyone?
5 in a row. Can they get onto it? They're going to have to stop it. But Shotzzy in this position now needs some help from his teammates. Priestahh's here for the cutoff as well. Is it going to be number 6 for Priestahh? Oh my goodness me! I mean, eventually you will not find a kill, but the pressure starts to come in. A now coming through. OpTic Texas inside the point. This is still doable.
They have it, but it is tenuous at best. Shotzzy staying alive, has been stunned. Not a lot of reinforcements actually here for New York. I think they're going to give it up.
Yep, that's it.
1 more minute on the clock. OpTic do not have the life advantage, but they have bought themselves a little bit of time.
It's only 1 minute. Huke will get taken down on the flank, but what we've seen yesterday, Seattle against Minnesota, it is never, ever chalked. OpTic Texas can still find a route through here, but Shotzzy is just chasing shadows in the middle of the map at this moment in time, just trying to find an angle. KiSMET will deal with him. OpTic Texas have never really had control of the map. New York have played this round well. And bear in mind, on their attacking round, they managed to find 5 ticks. It's looking like OpTic Texas may well only walk away with 3.
KiSMET has been a thorn in their side every time they try and push. 3 lives remaining. Dashy sitting in green will be gunned by Skyz. There's nothing really left here for OpTic. Only Huke, and while he's had a good performance in the rest of the rounds, he cannot take on that many players. New York win their defense pretty comfortably.
And that tick advantage will help them along their way. Talk about in terms of the statistics, it is difficult for OpTic Texas to find attacking rounds. New York better in that stat. Nearly found it themselves, but a good defense from OpTic at round number 1 is matched with a better defense from New York Subliners in round number 2 that said there's been something they've been working on, their control. And on the overarching thought of it, they have looked the stronger side so far. Dashy yet to really get going in this series. He hasn't had to. May well have to step it up here on the control though.
New York, at least finding this gives you a little bit of hype, a little bit of adrenaline in the bloodstream. Already looking for it. HyDra's moving straight into that player. Finds Shotzzy as well. Gets onto the point. The problem is he's alone, and up top is Ghosty.
Just trying to be a nuisance. The rest of the team making their way over towards B. Huke is lingering around that area. OpTic Texas. They smell a rat. 4 kills for HyDra in a row now, just trying to make it 5. 6 could well follow, but Huke defending over towards the B side. New York Subliners. Not sure whether to stick or twist here. They're finding kills across the map, but haven't made a solid decision on where to push, but it's looking like it's going to be A.
Ghosty still up top is going to be a problem. If they had to stop the clock, that first tick will be in. Looking for the second, and Huke comes flying above. And they get the first tick. They stop the clock for a second, but now have lost map control. A is a difficult prospect.
It's going to be hard for OpTic Texas to retake this control, or is it if Shotzzy finds a kill in the back over towards the bar side? It's only KiSMET who has somehow slipped this net. Huke hasn't got a clue where he is, and rightfully so. KiSMET all the way around the outside. Still this pressure from Subliners over towards the A side is coming on through. Shotzzy can do it with the TAC, can do it with the Vaz. Staying alive in the mid-map. They're expecting the flank to come through. Progress at A for New York, though. They may well be locking this in. OpTic Texas having another go at this.
Shotzzy!
No way!
He's gonna fight too! Gets hit in the head with a grenade and falls down. Huke to cover. Gets it with Ghosty. New York putting a lot of eggs in that basket. And now they head over to B. Sitting in front of them, Shotzzy and Dashy. It's a 2-2 split for OpTic. New York haven't committed solidly to either point.
There's one player over towards B, so OpTic have to commit over towards it. HyDra's on his way to maybe cause some issue as well. Shotzzy will get caught out. So New York attacking on 2 different facets here. If you're OpTic Texas, you have to make a decision. I think you're going to have to give up A unless some magical play can come on through. The time is extended. B control is not really there, or wasn't. Shotzzy will find a kill. Will overextend through the middle of the map if he can. But New York Subliners is not in a bad position here.
Oh, Huke already firing shots. I wonder if
So
he's going to read that. He hasn't. Huke keeps on moving. A 3 streak for him as well. They've cleared their lines out, and Huke is now going to be a problem. He'll look to push up this map. He'll look to get a little bit more control. Ghosty's doing the exact same thing. They plan to punish New York.
This is now so hard for New York. Big kill from Skyz, though. Ghosty will get dealt with, and Shotzzy will also fall as well. Huke has to go big. They won't be expecting 3 of them in their spawn. It's 6 in a row from Huke. Gets away as well. Crucial. Dashy finding the kill towards the field side. This should be the round to OpTic Texas with 30 seconds to go. It'd have to be a monumental break from New York Subliners.
New York have completely avoided pushing through bar. They know there was a Huke waiting. Shotzzy's going to find Priestahh as well. Nothing coming out of them in the end. They will get the trade from Skyz, but with 19 seconds left to go, Huke is waiting, and he finds the kill as well. Might even call in the cruise missile here if his team start to fall down, but they don't. They clear it. He's going to do it anyway. He's going to make sure that this does not go to New York ton.
Just making sure. I'm not sure if I like it, but he can do what he wants at this stage. Huke has been an absolute animal the entire series. New York, 1 life remaining. I think it's maybe just, what was that flow state we talk about? Just get the kills as best you can, as quick as you can, and as many as you can for Huke at this stage. But bear that in mind. Look at it. Think about that. If they do need it at one stage, that did seem a little bit overzealous, but you can't fault the effort that he made to find that cruise initially.
Well, defense 1. Onto the attack for OpTic. They didn't look particularly strong at it last time, and you really got there in little bits. Eventually got only 1 section done. Will they find something better? Maybe off the back of this man, Huke, a 7 streak. That still continues into an 8 on this round. A 27 and 19. Dead silence popped. The superpowers are running. But is he a superhero? We'll find out because he's alone.
That's to stay alive, yeah. Doesn't have to be anything special, although when you pop your dead silence, you feel like you've got to run at them, don't you? staying alive, but the stun will come through, the check will come through. KiSMET will surely clean this up, or will he not? 9 now in a row for Huke. Will get caught out by Skyz though, just trying to linger around that kind of side of the map. If you get rid of Skyz, then all of a sudden things will open up. You can look New York Subliners. Nobody really past the 50-yard line. Priestahh is there to defend the field side. Shotzzy staying alive, trying to get something going. Over towards the A side is going to be the objective here for OpTic Texas. 2 men inside. Nobody really to answer back about this apart from Priestahh.
Back to back. Shotzzy and Ghosty. Huke also joining the party here on A. Priestahh's waiting. He knows he can't commit to this by himself. He will find the first though. But that tick is rapidly going through as Ghosty clears. And one last chance, it's gone, but Skyz looking for an exit kill, and all he finds is Shotzzy.
KiSMET's the only one who can answer back here, so all of a sudden, New York Subliners, you semi-commit over towards A side, and it opens up a route over towards B for Huke just to walk straight through. He's going to get taken down, so that little bit of a scary moment that was there for New York Subliners has ended pretty quickly. Now, Ghosty and Co, can you chip away at this defensive Subliners? 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. Need to clear out the spawn, but Subliners are so good at doing that. Sending people through the middle of that, just being a constant nuisance, but Ghosty doing that on the other side of things. Priestahh calling in the cruise.
He's calling this in, but he'll also be calling out to HyDra. HyDra is on the flank. If he can get this as well, he's going to find the first, looking for Dashy. Doesn't even take that gunfight to begin with. Gets one and gets away. New York are not making mistakes. But does it matter in the face of the pressure from OpTic Gaming?
There's nobody on the flank. There's nobody there. Skyz is going to have to go big here. Is he going to be expecting that player on his left-hand side? Yes, he is. He will find the shots into Huke. KiSMET now calling the crews themselves. The whole artillery being sent to OpTic Texas.
It's been stopped. The trophy is just enough. OpTic is still here. They've got the flankers away as well. OpTic looking to end this series. Huke is going to get Priestahh. They are getting onto the point. KiSMET finds one, but is it enough? Shotzzy takes down Skyz. KiSMET's still alive. Is the dog big enough in him? No, it falls to Shotzzy. The third tick is rocking. There's not a hope for New York as OpTic booked their ticket to the winners' final in dominating fashion against New York Subliners. The favorites keep on marching forward.
And time again, Dan Ghosty proves his worth. He did it in round number 1, just surviving being a nuisance. He finds a 7 spree as they head over towards the B point. It locks it down. New York Subliners had no answers for OpTic Texas in that game. The control was the closest one, and it's the same old story. A 3-1 victory. OpTic Texas turn it on when they need to. Maps 1 and 2 were dominant. That was comfortable. They look so good. I mean, look, we were expecting them to look as good as this, maybe, but to dispatch a team like New York Subliners in that fashion, whoever's going up against them in the winners bracket final, of course, that being Thieves, you have a tall task on your hands. OpTic Texas, very much still the same team to beat.
Yeah, they really are. Huke having an incredible series, you do have to say. 24 non-traded kills. Does have the most damage in the lobby, but only by 4 points over Shotzzy. It's an impressive performance, hard point, S&D, and control. I said this before the tournament. I have never seen an OpTic team look this good. They are the favorites in this tournament for a reason. Everybody else, while they have had highlights and they do look good at points, they have faltered somewhere along the way. For OpTic Texas, they're sitting on 11 hardpoint wins in a row. They tie the CDL record. Their next map could see whether or not they break it, Ton.
And I mean, it all points towards them getting it done, doesn't it? I mean, and also to the point, have we seen an OpTic team look this good? I think there's somebody with a watch party who might argue that we have seen a couple of really good ones, but this one is very much up there. Ghosty was an absolute phenom for the team. He's with Maven over in the arena.
All right, here with Dan Ghosty. All right, let's chat through it. First off, you guys have been demonic. It's been amazing to watch you guys play. Heading into this event, just absolutely in command. But you come into this series, you think it might be a tough match. 3-0, it's dominant. How you feel immediately after?
We're obviously feeling very good. We came out and we handled business, so to speak. But I'm very happy with the team and how we performed because we played exactly how we've been practicing. And that's always a good sign to see.
Well, I think that's a problem a lot of teams have. You know, I talked to FaZe, I talked to NYSL, I talked to these different squads. It's like trying to replicate that. It's very, very hard, but you guys have been getting it done. Now, talk to me about Huke, because he's had, like, listen, it's been a wild couple of years for that guy. Like, I was wondering if he was still going to be in the pro scene at one point. Now he's looking like the best player in the game. What's it like to play alongside him?
I mean, playing with Kyler, he's a beast. He's really damn fast. He's really talented, and he has some phenomenal vibes, good comms. He's a great teammate. He's a good guy as well, so it's always a good time.
Well, I'm glad you guys are vibing. And talk to me about your role. Like, is it difficult at times to kind of just be the motorboat, just like the guy that's constantly running his mouth, talking, calling out? Like, is it wear you out at times, or you just live for it?
It definitely doesn't really wear me out, but I will say, like, there were times earlier when I joined the team that maybe I felt a little anxious to speak as much, but now certainly, like, I have no issue talking a lot, so.
Gotten comfortable with the guys probably makes it a lot easier. Now, going forward, winners bracket final, top 3, playing against Thieves. They're one of those teams that start to click a little bit later in the year. It seems like they are starting to click. Any thoughts going into that matchup?
Honestly, we're just going to go in. We're going to have some good prep. We're going to put in the time per usual. And we know they're a good team, so we're going to come at 150% tomorrow for winners finals.
Well, hey, it's been amazing, man. I know, like, there were some doubters, some question marks at first, but you've been an absolute monster. The squad has been ripping and roaring. Good luck the rest of the way, buddy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maven and Dan. Ghosty. Congrats to Ghosty. A 3-0 sends him to the winners bracket finals, a spot that OpTic was not at the last major. And this is crazy because I was looking at it. Since the previous major where OpTic made that losers bracket run to the grand finals, they are now 21-4 here, map count at Major 4. They're definitely the favorites to win Columbus.
I mean, they are gross. I mean, we call that a winner's semis. It did not seem like one whatsoever. I mean, OpTic Texas just dominant all game modes. I thought New York might have some opportunity in that search and destroy. Granted, that was the only map they were able to take last time. But this entire series was just Dan and Huke absolutely balling out. I feel like we definitely got a testament to how good Ghosty can be and just a continuation of what Huke has done this entire stage.
Yeah, I mean, when these guys are playing like that, they're beating everybody. They're suffocating teams, like legit. Yeah. They're beating them on rotation, and even if you do have a setup, like somebody's popping a big 2-piece, and they are insta-breaking you. In search and destroy, fearless. Puckett, you called out Shotzzy's 0-4, yet he's still just rushing their base, getting up and behind them. Like, these guys find the gap. They get through. They find the blood when they need it. OpTic is unbelievable. I mean, this is the highest ceiling we've seen from a team in this game. Certainly looking like their tournament to lose at this point, especially if you're getting games like that out of Ghosty and Huke.
It kind of felt like in the past you had players checking the scoreboard, seeing where they're at. I don't even know if this squad is checking the scoreboard until after the game. They don't care about the individual numbers. They're looking for the dub, and it's the team effort that put New York on their back. But Ali, you said it at the start here. OpTic has the best frontline duo, and with that, after watching this series, I have to say without a doubt, you are right.
I mean, it is gross, and even when you don't get hit with the 1-2 punch that is Huke and Shotzzy, you still get hit with Dashy and Ghosty. Like I said, Ghosty was balling out this entire series. I think this is the best performance we have seen from him since he's been put into this Texas OpTic roster. And Dashy, he still put up numbers, but he didn't have to do anything. I forgot Dashy was on the team for a second because everybody else was balling out so hard.
This is only for entertainment purposes, but bet the over on Huke in the future. The kid is frying right now. We got to take a look, though, at our play of the match, and this, of course, belongs to Huke, our scuff play of the game. Guerrillas gave this man up for free. OpTic puts him in the starting roster day 1, and since then, he has been frying. He took over Hotel and gave OpTic, helping them tie the hardpoint record with 11 now in a row.
Dude, Huke had nearly 8,000 damage in this series. He was plus 29, and he had as many kills as Skyz and Priestahh combined in this series. This man is literally enough for 2 people. He was going crazy.
Ali, you nailed it. Who's better duo right now, though? Is it Shotzzy or Huke, if you had to pick one of the 2?
What do you mean? If I had to pick one of the 2, that's so much. Why are you trying to put me in a trap? Absolutely not answering that.
All right, I was trying to get chat rowdy, but guys, you're going to have to stick around for us and stay involved with our poll right now. We want to know, who do you think deserves to represent the scuff team of the major, the top 4 here at the event? If you had to pick one, Ali, would you vote in Huke or Shotzzy?
Oh, no, after that performance, I have to put Huke.
All right, there you go. Huke is the top dog for now. OpTic will be playing against LA Thieves tomorrow in the winners bracket finals. Both teams guaranteed top 3. When we come back, though, it's time for more eliminators. Toronto, champions of Major 3, taking on Atlanta, champions of Major 2. You don't want to miss it. This is for top 4.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck, and upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the CDL.
feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat. Oh yeah, really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. It's a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. Gotta one up the next, point to the sky with the one up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich, and black, so you know I'm a threat. $100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say. I got Gucci on my belt, but my pants sag. Wouldn't be surprised if my biggest hater made a fan page. You taking orders from your boss, you man-made. Grown at getting touched up by the handshake. Don't think you hear me right, let me clear my throat. 100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say.
Shout out to my chat, still locked in. Day 3 of Major 4 coming at you live from Columbus, Ohio. This is the Call of Duty League. We are gearing up for the second half of the 2023 season. And with this, our second to last event before champs, it's a huge opportunity to earn points. But if you're looking at these teams, they're pretty much locked in for champs. At least FaZe, they're already there. Toronto, if they get a win right now, their spot will officially be locked in alongside FaZe and OpTic Texas.
And a lot on the line, right? Toronto versus FaZe, a tale as old as time. Right now, FaZe has the edge when it comes to this head-to-head specifically with a 3-2 record on Toronto Ultra. But it seems that every single time these teams match up, the other team gets revenge on whoever fell in the last series.
And this has been so fun, Nameless, because if you look back at Major 3, this was our winner's bracket. Final matchup, Toronto took it 3-1. But then they have to play 2 weeks later in the online qualifiers, and it's FaZe coming out with that same score. They were able to bop Toronto in their most recent meeting. What is it about these two teams? Why do they match up so closely?
Well, they're two very well-rounded teams, I guess. Well, FaZe was at the time. Now their hardpoint's taking a little bit more of a dip, but this is always a banger. I mean, you got aBeZy versus Kleenex on the map. You got Scrapz going up against Cellium. Like, these are some high-octane players who can take over games that are very, very good at search and destroy and control. So it can get interesting every single time.
Toronto Ultra failing in the qualifiers, but succeeding so far in the losers bracket, but they haven't had a tough challenger. On the other side, Atlanta FaZe has not placed outside of the top 3 since I got re-involved in Call of Duty. Let's talk Ultra, though, first, because this is the team that won the most recent major. They banked $200,000 back at that Texas event. How do they get back in the mix? If you win here, you're in the top 4.
Well, Toronto Ultra right now technically is on like a 6-series LAN win spree. So they're monsters when it comes to local area network, but I think this is going to be their truest test during Major 4 right now. And they're going up against Atlanta FaZe, where typically they actually struggle in the respawn. They go toe-to-toe and search and destroy, but when it comes to that control and that hard point, that's where Toronto happened to struggle, even though Atlanta has been short-stepping there.
It's time for our Monster pregame. What do you got for me?
I mean, for Toronto Ultra, the Monster Energy pregame, Hicksy is a huge X factor. I mean, we've been talking about it forever. Like, throughout this stage, he struggled, right? Statistically, in that last series, the man was playing with initiative. He was taking over in the S&D, so got to get a good one out of him and then play for the Tiny Terrors on Embassy Search and Destroy. 76% of Atlanta's opening duels on Embassy involved either Simp or aBeZy. I don't think that surprises anybody, and they typically like to run right through mid, so the sniper could come into play.
And I love that final point. Toronto, very strong in hard point, but they're 7-2 against a struggling Atlanta FaZe. They've got to clean it up in this series. How do they get it done? Well, it's going to be Scrapz. He has been lighting people up in game number 1, dropping a 1.4 in his opening match against Boston Breach, and then putting up more impressive numbers in their most recent 3-0 over the Florida Mutineers. But this is no Mutineer squad. Scrapz is going to have to compete with some serious ARs on the other side of this battle.
But you can always expect Scrapz to do well in this matchup. He's the only one on his team with a positive. Even the last time they matched up, he had a 1.29 overall with a 1.43 in search and destroy. So he personally feels comfortable in this matchup, and he needs to continue that prowess to help get his teammates on the same page.
Toronto Ultra, that is our Major 3 champions, but they're going up against our Major 2 champions and the #1 seed in the league right now. No one has more points than Atlanta FaZe, and no one is more consistent when it comes to top 3 placements at LAN events. And that is Call of Duty history I'm talking here. This team has been dominant. aBeZy, Simp, Cellium and Slasher struggled, though, against LA Thieves. What was going wrong?
I mean, there's a couple things, right? I think we're all going to talk about the hard point, especially on that HyDra, a map they've been good on recently. Well, what happened in that series? The fundamentals gone. Go back, look at the second rotation. Every single time they allow a player to slip through, get in the back, and make a huge play. It just comes down straight up to the fundamentals and communication in those situations. It has to be better. Versus a team like Toronto Ultra, they will punish you in those instances. So let's take a look at the Monster Energy pregame and see what Atlanta FaZe has.
60% of the chat thinks this is the team to win. Allie, which one of these 3 points do you think is most important for Atlanta FaZe today?
I mean, the search and destroys. I mean, that's been what Atlanta FaZe has been leaning on throughout this entire stage, as well as locking up that control. And in this matchup, Toronto has always played them incredibly well. We're going to see another El Asilo, which LA Thieves, a not very strong search and destroy team, was able to blind counter them in every single play. So they got to lock up those maps 2 and 5 and keep the strong holds on Hotel Hardpoint. They were able to steal that earlier from LA Thieves, and in history sense, they are 3-1 on that map mode against Toronto Ultra. They got that in that map number 1, so they have their favorable respawns in the series as well, so they got to capitalize on it.
Capitalize early is going to be the key, and we are looking at some fantastic showdowns. Let's talk about the individual matchups. If you're going one-on-one, aBeZy has the highest ceiling in my eyes on this Atlanta FaZe team. What's his equivalent on the other side for Toronto?
Kleenex, 100%. Yeah. I mean, this is a battle of the ages. These guys have played against each other in finals. Kleenex has beat aBeZy in the finals, right? So it is going to be an absolute battle. And, you know, the player to watch is aBeZy once again. He had a struggle series earlier, 0.79. He's not happy with that. No. And there are a couple situations that I know he threw away. I mean, you think about that hotel control. He's in the middle. He throws his life away. He stays alive. It goes a bit different. You think about in the search and destroys, a couple of the rounds where Drazah easy read him. They practice against these teams. They played the search and destroys. He got countered. I expect him to fully switch it up in this series.
That is a look at aBeZy, our player to watch. Cracking jokes alongside Cellium. No pressure for Atlanta FaZe as they take on Toronto Ultra. As we take a look at the 5 maps, though, we've got Expo. That's right. The brand new level is in the mix here for our Game 3, Allie.
I think Toronto Ultras kind of picked their poison when it comes to this map set. They allowed Atlanta FaZe to get both of their best hard points in this series, and then add an unknown with the Expo control. We haven't seen either of these teams go up against each other on the map mode specifically, so I think it's a little bit of a test of confidence for Toronto Ultra right now to take Atlanta FaZe on these maps.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be a banger. When I look at Toronto Ultra on the hard points, they feel comfortable on those. They're great at Hotel. On Mercado, they play it a ton. We just saw it. They look good there. And they feel like they have the advantage. So, I mean, predictions-wise, I know that's what you're about to ask me. I'm still going Atlanta FaZe.
Atlanta FaZe, how many games?
3-2 ATL.
3-2 ATL.
I'm going Toronto Ultra, but that map set is terrifying.
3-2 ATL. We deserve a Game 5, and it's time to get it from the one with a beard and one who has a mustache that is more powerful than a walrus. Chance.
Beards.
Wow! That was one hell of an introduction. I don't know where to go from there, brother, but I think, you mean, walruses and whatnot, we're ready to tango. To her suit, gentlemen, ready to take you through one hell of a series. A banger, Chance. A banger.
Absolutely. I don't know what to do with the Walrus comment either. I'll take a compliment if I can get it, but what I will definitely take is this matchup. Obviously, stored between these two teams, but even within this year, it's 2 major winners. The loser's going to end up top 6 for Atlanta FaZe. I mean, look, they had the Pro-Am last year. They had a single event in Cold War where they placed like top 8, but other than those like 2 sort of stains on their record, it is nothing but top 2, top 3 placings. Atlanta FaZe live for a grand finals, but against Toronto, if they fall to top 6, could be devastating at this time of the year. But start on Hotel. Again, Atlanta FaZe, a 7-2 hardpoint record against Toronto, and that might be a reason why a perfect opening break.
They have come out pissed. That's all I'm saying. So far, so good. Kleenex tried to stop the bleeding that FaZe has started on them. As you see Ultra, they were hemorrhaging points to begin here. Nice counter there. They've bounced right back into this one. They should be able to net themselves more time. Hopefully change that lead and look towards New as well. That's where Scrapz is, and he spotted Simp. Dealt with. Nice work. That should be Ultra in a very, very solid spot to push forward.
Yeah, great on the old timing to spot Simp out as well. But if you're FaZe, you actually really want this time, but Insight is going to take it from you. So the rest of Toronto Ultra, nice and secure on their rotation. Insight with those 3 kills going to buy the time. So it was a wonderful opening break for FaZe. And now how the tables have turned, it's Ultra with the lead going into P2, and Atlanta FaZe very distant on their approach.
Oh yeah. Here we go. Ultra with the lead. Here come FaZe. aBeZy, the point man. He's first in, straight towards the backside of the spy. He'll come out with a pair of cucumbers on his eyes and maybe a two-piece. Ixilo's got the front covered. Nice kill from Simp there. Over towards the back line. aBeZy managed to get at least one. Can he get the second? Here comes Scrapz trying to reinforce over the slasher. Nice tags from the whole side as you are starting to run out of players. You're on the point, Ultra, but no shortage of time. They are still accumulating this one. Chance, a absolute resolute defense.
Oh, and they're being funneled through right into the back steps, the only place Atlanta can try to work through, and they are getting picked apart along the way. KliNX just got to hang out inside the hill as his teammates did all of the dirty work for him. So that is a solid collection of kills. That is a decent little lead, and again on rotation, Scrapz, well, finding a couple gunfights. Him and KliNX trying to break through, but obviously KliNX completely surrounded. That'd be his second kill, but the trade is in. FaZe are able to stabilize, and hopefully for them, turn this into a money hill as Kitchen kicks off.
Kitchen has been very, very profitable for many teams throughout the league so far, but wow, KliNX flies around through over to aBeZy. One behind you, brother. Oh my word, the turn there, not enough for the kill. Insights now in the time. Wow. That is once again Ultra directly onto the point.
And that is just so quick that they're able to get there. Atlanta FaZe, though, they have a pinch getting set up, but obviously you can snake in circles and make all these reads. Damage is great, but Simp is still going to fall. aBeZy, the next man in line, and those are tags on his teammates. That just means, though, he is snapping, gonna get it done. That is the 4 spree that he's able to break into the kitchen on FaZe. Nice little run towards the end, but also a little sloppy. Toronto still have the lead. They're set up once again on rotation. Unless aBeZy can break it down, that's a nice start.
All right, he's hitting next level. That's full streaks now for aBeZy. Insight, you don't want this heat, man. Trust me. Okay, fine. Maybe you do. Great work there from Insight. That was a fantastic kill. Slow down aBeZy just for a moment, but that's going to be the bar hard point open for business. And now Atlanta FaZe, they are in. Their shift has begun. What a snapper from Cellium. Sweet child of mine. That hard point is still FaZe.
Yeah, that man is a Terminator. Keep in mind, aBeZy helped set his team up on this break just to keep the pressure towards the point. I think that pressure may be alleviated there in the moment. And Slasher ends up biting the dust through a wall. So Ultra, while again, a little bit scrappy towards the start, able to stabilize. And that is 30 seconds that Atlanta FaZe do not want to give away, but I'm not sure if they have a choice in the matter. Ultra, every single kill seemingly going to go their way. Selling the last-ditch effort, but traded out. That is great time and a back spawn. Admittedly, this could be good scrap if Simp wants to get it, but on rotation, Ultra gonna have 2 bodies there first. 40-point game for the moment. Score could get a little bit crazy on Restaurant.
For aBeZy now, the question is how many players can he take with him before his boys get across map? Could be time for streaks, to be honest. I mean, there's a wide open roof above the kitchen hardpoint, or the restaurant hardpoint, rather. As long as the backline's clear, waiting for the squad to show up. All right, cool, we're in red. 3, 2, 1, go, boys. There we have it. Slasher, first in the feed. KliNX manages to somehow get 1. There's Insight as well with aBeZy. The late pounce gets 2 before Scrapz takes care of business. Last man standing, Slasher. That's going to be time to FaZe.
And that is so impressive from not only aBeZy, but FaZe as a whole, right? They knew exactly aBeZy was going to be in that icebox side of things, so they knew what the play call was going to be, but doesn't mean it's easy to stop. And Atlanta, now a bit of a stranglehold around this hill. The hallway is comfortable. KliNX opens up the flank, but still Atlanta getting a couple of the errant kills around the map. KliNX right now, he's just blocking spawns, getting it for his team, but still, that is a massive amount of time Atlanta were just able to get right back in this game.
So trades are there. Scrap, though, he comes out on top. Last man kicking here. You want to control that back kitchen side, however. aBeZy is already over towards New. Insight has the perfect weapon, the perfect spot to take care of business, and so does KliNX, though. So the battle for kitchen comes to a close. We're outside doing more than touching grass right now. That new hard point's up. Ultra are in it.
Oh, and Scrapz, ooh, if he had an extra bullet in the clip, I was gonna say all the players right now on Toronto flexing just a little bit. KliNX had the tack, yet your main AR with the Vaz Nev, but right now for Toronto, just happy to be collecting that time. I mean, KliNX wins 1 kill on aBeZy just to sort of open up the hill for his team, and since then they've gotten every second, but cruise missile coming into effect. Will it have an impact? It absolutely will. Insight's gonna fall. The hill has been open. Atlanta with all the kills. Now they gotta go try to get that time.
They gotta get that time, but KliNX is right behind him. There's 1 for KliNX. He might be able to get another as well. Simp's over by the point. Like, wait a minute, what do you mean he's back there? Slasher's taking care of it. 20-ish point game right now. Trades once again on point. Ultra come out on top. A few more seconds for them to add to the pile. Back over in the middle of the map we go now, though. Chance, second set of hard points upon us. This hotel has been a banger.
Yeah, shout out CleanX, by the way, on machine, not just, or a machine rather, not just the rotational gunfights, but probably had 6 or 7 kills on that hill. With the tack alone, Simp does get traded, so no harm, no foul, but one of the better hills that they have had. Cellium from above, but that is scrap for 2, so the cheeky spot doesn't get you that far. Ultra, again, find themselves in time.
Nice work from HyDra there. That time going the way of Ultra. If they can hold it now, again, the question remains, can you soak P1 for as long as possible and get that P2? Well, Toronto Ultra, it's a 30-point game now. Let's see how far they can push it with a quick listen in.
D2, dead! Nice. Double list. Dead once. Nice. Square. A Sky slash is square. Sky slash. Okay, one day.
Square coming.
That's one bed. I'm gonna flood right.
Yeah, careful here.
Let's go right.
Doubles.
Yeah, one more. He's lamps just watching bed. And one's like crossing bed now in lobby.
Caught up here, D2.
Yeah, one lamps. Dead. I'm pitching lobby.
I'll be there, sweet.
I'm gonna go quite bro.
Spar me, I think, as well.
Lobby dash dead. That's a challenge spar, boys.
Challenge?
Looking at spar. He's on left. Big door in time watching spar cross.
No, weak. Low weak. In hole.
Whole week. Or no. Luggage.
That's one back.
Nice. Luggage. Hold. One shot back spawn. And then right side. Absolute backstairs on luggage. Absolute backstairs. Look, he went spar. Look, he's playing spar. On the heady in time.
Those well.
Dead here.
Back spar, aBeZy.
2 there.
Back spar, challenge you backstairs now.
Double chubby. Okay, team killed.
Yeah.
Backstairs, one of
Røkkr
them.
long sec.
Yeah.
One's backstairs. Still luggage for ping. I think he's
Luggage.
One team luggage.
Engine door weak.
Right upstairs. Nothing lobby.
Deep left dead. We need it backstairs.
Luggage.
Two backstairs, go on. One backstairs.
Both there then. Maybe.
There's only one.
There's only one.
He's
back step still. Fuck me, bro.
Go no.
Yeah.
looking for one though.
It's aBeZy, is it? Storage.
One indoor, one on 1D1.
Yeah,
he's in new storage.
Only one there.
I'm stunning him.
One's lobby, another
front. He's going Karen now, fast.
I don't see him. I don't see him storage.
Don't see him Karen, that'll be him then. That's
it.
Go snake.
One's breaking that
So calm, so zen. So unfortunate with the nade there. CleanX though, held it out of the kill feed. Back over the kitchen we now go. It was a good one for Toronto Ultra the first time round, and now it's a 5-point game. Here come the Terrors, and Simp and aBeZy clean house. That's kitchen phase.
I was going to say, with the listening, you can tell Ultra enjoy the calm environment, always able to think, but gunning the Terrors down is a whole different beast. That is, again, like Simp around kitchen. There's a 5 spree. Cannot get the 6. HyDra there just to gun him down, and that's a hell of a gunfight win. An opportunity to Ultra to pierce through the back. The pinch is coming through. aBeZy going to get traded, and Ultra clean with it. A battle around kitchen where Ultra, it looks like they have the edge.
Wow, what just back and forth. That's going to be lead change Ultra, slight advantage now going into the next hard point, and man, it is just a fiesta here on Hotel. Greenberg is popping. Over to the bar we go. Cellium in position. Nice work there. Good comms. HyDra though. Next challenge for FaZe to deal with. In you go, Simp. Find those kills. Nice work from Slasher on the outside. That is a completely safe hard point right now for FaZe.
And I think FaZe, well, maybe there could potentially be worried about the flank being open. Ultra's not hitting it, but you can see Cellium, they're not too sure, so he's wrapping back when the spawn comes in. It is all guns forward. aBeZy shredding with the Vazneb. What a way to start this one. Sees everybody else. Those are kills getting funneled through. A perfect clean 4 down. A potential flank for Simp is a play that could win you the game.
Lead change once again. aBeZy does so much damage to everyone in the fight, and now the clock's still ticking. Inside, ripped Cellium on a 4, dropped out towards the back line of Spar. All safe. Here comes 16 at the point. Goes toe-to-toe with aBeZy. Brings him down. Late flank now from Slasher. Basically, the last chance you're going to have at this point, we start thinking about rotation. So that is where FaZe, they are spawning as well.
We're thinking about Simp maybe having that flank to win the game, but the spawn gets left open in the back, so Ultra end up with a flank of their own. So no massive leads. It'll be Ultra with the slightest going into Restaurant, and Cellium loses the first gunfight to the hill, so the rest of FaZe have to scatter just a little bit, pick up the pieces. aBeZy can't deliver the 2, so right now it's Simp by himself on point. Slasher, though, trying to do his best to cut these players off.
He's flying, and it's Slasher with a sub, finding those kills. He spots inside, maybe. HyDra now, and Scrapz flying through mid. What a play from Slasher, making it look good there with a sub. And 225 now, and climbing for FaZe. They have restaurant control. They've got all angles covered. Here comes the hit from Ultra. The break's got to be good. Inside, HyDra now flying on through. Scrapz inside, they get their kills. 2v2 in the restaurant. We're throwing it down, but Scrapz inside. They've killed everyone. Hard point Ultra.
They win all their ones. Both the ARs deliver you from 2 and how the turntables. Now it's Ultra in control. They can still win it here. FaZe, though, they just need to contest or get him out of time for a few seconds and force that new hill to pop. I think they've done just enough to force the rotation. So the game's going to end on new, and it's going to be a foot race over there. Right now, Atlanta with the edge. That 3 down, that has set them up for success.
Dixie could go absolutely Herculean right here and now. He can stop this play, but he can't. Brought down. Foot race on. aBeZy first man in. Insight will be the man to clear downstairs and maybe cut off some of the reinforcements. Here we go, though. FaZe are in, and FaZe are there for the 5 seconds for the win. Scrap, send it. Missiles in. It doesn't get defeated. It takes care of a lot of players, and now it's Ultra in the point. Can Cellium find a pick?
Dixie's got past that, though. Good luck with those shots. He backs them down. Look, it's a train fest. It is Atlanta FaZe coming out on top in the windmill 180 to shut them down in the end. The hard point struggles, I would say, for Toronto specifically against Atlanta FaZe continue, and Atlanta FaZe 2-0 on Hotel on the day.
What composure to finish that one there. Simp's gunfight. If Scrap wins it, changes everything. What an outstanding start to this series. Loser goes home. Ultra, they've fought so hard to get to this point, Chance. To lose a hard point like that is a heartbreaker.
Especially with the way it happened too, right? Because Ultra, that was like a multi-step process. They have to break in a restaurant and they have to do it quickly, and it was done to perfection. Insight and Scrap both picking up the 2 pieces to get to the hill, but it just turns into that mixed fest. You don't win the gunfights perfectly. There's an extra like second where you're not inside the hill where you get naded, and then your brain has to go from like, oh, instead of just winning it here, now we have to rotate. We don't have the good spawns for it. Can anybody take a route? Not really. And even Hixie, I mean, maybe a small window of opportunity to make a play, but he was the only one that got past Kitchen. He would have, at minimum, had to have picked up a 2-piece, and even then, Atlanta FaZe might have had the edge. So that's just the way the game goes. Atlanta FaZe had the spawns. They got the win by the narrowest of margins. And now, Miles, we have the opportunity to check out the scuff play of the game.
Oh, indeed. And the scuff play of the game, well, it was the end of that game. What a nail-biter indeed. Greenberg Hotel has fast become my favorite hardpoint map to watch because of moments just like these. Wow, look at that scoreline. There was a few courses here in the restaurant, Chance, that Toronto Ultra quite happily gobbled up. FaZe served it to him on a platter.
And I'd say for Scrap too, right? I think he was just on a 5 spree there, but never quite able to push over towards the kitchen and flip the spawns. And if you got the closer spawns, FaZe just get to play with a bit more freedom. And I mean, that could have been it for Hixie, but Slasher taking care of business. No one's going to be able to make that errant play. There are no holes in the setup. And even for the cruise missile, like Scrap basically forced to call it in this moment. Unfortunate for the team kill. And you can just see aBeZy might have fallen, but Cellium still in the back, still on a heady like this. And we saw the shots from Hixie's point of view. It was clean, but time does enough damage that the SMG's back in the mix. The Tiny Terrors give you 3, Slasher for the extra. And again, they just had the better spawns.
Incredible moment, though. Again, you see that POV from Simp. Cellium's damage dealt. All these little moments, they add up to a series of dots, and we connect all of them in the end, and that series of dots lead to a 250 to 244. Embassy, Search and Destroy now coming up. Map number 2. That Expo control is going to be a lot of fun. We haven't seen many of those here in Major 4. Mercado, Elisilo close out the series. Now, Chance, as far as the Embassy, Search and Destroy goes, obviously FaZe, pretty good.
Well, this is like the surprise thing for me of like, yeah, it's not just pretty good, completely and utterly dominant they have been on Embassy, but FaZe's 2 best S&D maps are Asilo and Embassy. In both their series today, those are the exact 2 maps that are able to make it through. So like, that is like, to me, one of the wildest stats that we have seen. But obviously for LA Thieves, squared up on Elisilo, picked him apart, beat him 6-2, knew what the game plan was going to be. So it makes sense why teams are starting to let some of these through. Embassy, however, could be a different beast. It's a 9-1 record for the side of Atlanta FaZe. And obviously they've also beaten Toronto on it as well. So it's a tough one to square up on. But if teams like Thieves have the game plan and take them down, obviously Ultra, they're going to be cooking up something as well.
Yeah, it was brilliantly said by Envoy on the flank in our sort of mid-show segment where Atlanta FaZe have been so good at Search and Destroy for so long, it's difficult to keep up that kind of pace. the problem with so many games where they dominantly win is, you know, you get so much tape, and that's the another double-edged sword to their tremendous success. Everyone knows what they're doing. Everyone knows how they find these wins. And then it comes down to, all right, can we execute? At this point in time in the league, the gun skill, the raw ability from all the players here in the Call of Duty League is so high. So it is possible. It just comes down to who executes better on the day. Will FaZe be able to retain the search and destroy dominance that got them hit to this point? Or will we see a big win from Ultra? They were the players who did, of course, end that spree. They crushed history as FaZe were cleaving their way through the entirety of the league. Here we go. aBeZy coming up next.
And Miles, you are exactly correct. Like, certainly as of late, at least on LSELO, a lot of closer games. FaZe has been taking quite a few more losses. So teams have clearly, you know, taken the strides, learned about Atlanta FaZe's game plan in their Tennessees on that map. aBeZy, yet to be proven. I mean, their one loss was around 11 to Florida. Honestly, a bonkers win, but 68% for first blood, 70 plus for, like, those stats are completely ridiculous. And again, I know that one loss is like, you know, maybe a stain on the record. It's not perfect, but I feel like it's yet to be proven that anyone can consistently beat FaZe on aBeZy. But Ultra, get the old college try.
I'm getting on this plant pot second this match finishes in ranked. I didn't know you can even get on that. aBeZy, you dirty little bugger. So tricksy. Slow and quiet start to aBeZy. The guesswork of shattered glass and closing doors. As Hixie, how patient could you be? The answer is pretty patient. That glass hit him. And they did not.
Yeah, this is the typical aBeZy round one as well, right? No dead silences, no trophies, can't really make aggressive plays. You're going to get baited on the cross, but aBeZy's made it on the cross, and backs Kleenex down, so FaZe starting to make moves. Hixie getting tagged through, but him versus Simp. He won one in kitchen, but now it's Slasher with the first blood. A lot of pressure. It is nades getting traded. It is Hixie flying out to the point. Good luck with this one. He's going to get it. Man advantage Toronto.
Oh, man advantage for a brief second. Immediately traded, and now Scrapz and Hixie slash Cellium. 20 seconds to go. FaZe have got to recover the bomb. Oh, Slasher from up high. He's going to be able to grab that. Can he get on out? Does he have the coverage? Here comes Hixie. Dead silence activated. Will Cellium be able to save him? Hixie not able to get the job done. Cellium, the Guardian Angel. What an opening round from FaZe.
I wonder if he wanted the slide or the dolphin dive, but that's a hell of an attempt. You obviously see the idea. He just needs to make it across in time, and
oh, wow.
Yeah, Cellium just quick enough. We saw the way he was snapping in map one, so I think Slasher very confident in his teammate to lock it down. So interesting round one, but I mean, FaZe take care of business. I think the first blood for him came through with a grenade from Slasher, and if you get a round one offense win on aBeZy, I think you're feeling pretty good, because obviously it takes a long time to orchestrate the hits, and it was nearly the clock that costed them, but either way, FaZe up 1-0.
Hashtag FaZe up. More dead silence available in this round, so we should see more moves made quickly. That 1 minute 15 timer shouldn't get down too far before we see some players make something happen. We're going upstairs, and aBeZy knows it. We're watching his aim. He's like, yeah, they're above me. This is not a signal he's throwing to his teammates. He's expecting a player to leap out. Ultra, they've pumped the brakes.
I feel bad for aBeZy in a spot like this. You have to exist with a certain level of paranoia. He doesn't have help on the outer cross. He doesn't have help for players jumping out above him. So aBeZy does have a big responsibility. Players potentially creeping out of PD.
Uh-oh. He doesn't have Daddy. He hasn't got the gunny at the moment either. Kleenex, that's a wonderful first blood. And here go Ultra. You now know that space is a little bit more open. Slasher with a perfect eyes on the cross. Less than 30 to go. Start to move, boys.
I was going to say, you've been patient, but now it's 22 seconds off the clock. If you're FaZe, you just have to kill this guy off bomb if you can, but Slasher's not going to have the angle. It's going to be a 4v3 with the bomb planted. Kleenex is going to fall, but the bomb does go down. Simp from up top, though. He found the timing on the flank, and now it's Scrapz to clutch the 1v3.
Slasher and Cellium once again in the clutchable position, this time from a very different angle, but once again, Cellium, the Guardian Angel. The synergy for Atlanta FaZe and Search and Destroy has not skipped a beat as these boys are dancing across aBeZy right now.
And that is tough as well, because, you know, you talk about the game plan on aBeZy, you talk about understanding the tendencies of the players for FaZe. They did their homework. They caught aBeZy for the first blood. They waited a long time for him to overcommit just a little bit. And even after the first blood, it is just one perfectly timed flank from Simp that completely shuts it down. And I mean, even for Scrap in the 1v3, he knew what the game plan was going to be. He tried to put himself in a situation to watch the stairwell, to not get shot from the back window, but it was behind door number 3 where Cellium was coming from. So homework is good, but still 2-0 FaZe.
That's the thing. You can know what they're going to do. You can know where they're going to be, but can you destroy them? Can you delete them? That's the question. Ultra, a capable team and only 2 rounds down. Let's see if they can't find something here. aBeZy has flown forward under the cover of his teammates. 2 members now from Ultra, flanking the rear fast. It's going to be KleanX and HyXy. It's the submachine gun duo. The bomb has been planted immediately now towards the back line, and HyXy has opened up proceedings, as had KleanX. The hit squad from way up north have taken care of business.
I simply know where to go. That is a perfect round from Toronto. Simp doesn't need that dead silence to make this happen. Can't win the gunfight either. Scrap the right gun for the job. And how about that for an aggressive play call? The SMG duo of Toronto Ultra flying and frying around the flank. And, you know, the internal clock right there for Slasher, nearly on point. Like he knows after the bomb goes down, you got to pick it up. It's wide open just because of how fast and aggressive Ultra were. I mean, they got up real close and personal with Vaznev, and gunfights like that, well, just win either round.
That was huge. Sublime attack there from Toronto Ultra. They get themselves on the board. It's 2-1. All rounds like that. That's what we want to see, COD fans. That man on your screen, Chris Slayer, Simp. World champion, MVP, Phenom. What's he got in this round? Nice nade there, Slasher. That hit the top pocket of HyXy.
Yeah, just a split second before the trophy ends up getting deployed. So you'll take the freebie first blood if you're a Slasher. Absolutely. I think that's his second just with frags. And now again, it is the exact same setup you had. And I mean, for FaZe, they clutched this one when it was a 3 versus 4. Now they have the man advantage. And aBeZy, by the way, staring right at the bomb.
I know, look. He's using that very small paint can for cover. It's not technically a heady. But it might just distract for a moment. Insights. Oh, guys, I've gone for bomb right now. I've got eyes on it. I'm going in. Oh, aBeZy's just lying right on top of the bomb. 4v1. Immaculate FaZe.
Yeah, no, there's absolutely nothing you can do. Guaranteed to die. KleanX going to be the final one to fall. And I mean, that is a paint can aBeZy happy to have by his side.
It's like something at Home Alone, man. He could have set a trap there. Swung on in. A nice 2 for aBeZy. So simple. That level of play, that sort of thing's going to work out against, you know, randoms in ranked play. Maybe not. Not as objectively minded, but Insight knows he needs it, and so does that little devil on the screen.
And I think Insight also knows he's just guaranteed to die. He's worried about a guy back alley, a guy top AC. Cellium's going to be snaking it. You already know it's going to be true. So you got to pray the timing goes your way, but it doesn't make a single bit of difference. Line of FaZe up 3-1 off the back of that cheeky grenade. And a fast sort of mid flank coming through potentially this time. HyXy working the mid alley, but so is aBeZy absolutely flying. So the first blood's getting exchanged out. It's a 3 versus 3. How are you ever going to read the fact that aBeZy already behind you?
I know he's got to get upstairs quick. Sim can't plant the bomb. aBeZy, noisy. No problem. Insight once again. That's going to be the bomb planted to B now. This should not be an issue whatsoever. This is a 2v3 FaZe with the numbers. Ooh,
and Scrap couldn't find the kill. Yeah, I was going to say Simp's just going to be able to snake behind the sign, so they know one player's up top, and HyXy is in the perfect spot. He's got to get the 2-piece, though. You have to be able to kill 2. There's number 1, and Simp is stuck in a corner.
He's trapped in that corner. Slasher's watching the cross. You get this kill. That's tremendous. Dive on the bomb. You're able to get the defuse now. Slasher, you got to get going, mate. Fly forward. Can Scrap cover him in time?
He's down low?
He's gone low. The tags. Not enough. The defuse is there. Scrap, a martyr for the cause. A martyr for the round. And Slasher, 200 IQ to go down low, but not quite enough to get the defuse. This play from HyXy, though, man, that was the difference maker. You caught Simp there. That timing was the round.
Yeah, and that's a challengers duo that have a lot of chemistry together, so much so that they won their first tournament together at the pro level. So HyXy and Scrap, they have been in those positions many a times, and they delivered there, and it was kind of perfect up until aBeZy had a stun land, or excuse me, HyXy had aBeZy stun land on his face, somehow still wins the gunfight, and I mean, coordination like that keeps you alive. aBeZy, he's mixed things up. This time he's working with Simp. aBeZy got 2 to deal with.
Well, there's 1. Will they be able to get the second as well? Just a slight exchange here between Scrap and Slasher is going to be enough to not make aBeZy hit this, but they definitely can have guns out ready for it. Here's Simp. Snake in, nades are there, lovely tags at range. Simp though, immaculate teamwork once again. It's brilliant. Hixie has been forced to retreat deeper and deeper inside the embassy. And here comes aBeZy. There's the second. It's another 4v1 insight. The king of clutch. Surely not.
Yeah, no, 0% chance. He's got a trophy as well, man. Like, what are you going to do?
Oh, surely not. Wow. There we go. Not rattled, though. Jamie Craven has been here many times before against this very, core makeup of players. What a long and exciting history these two teams have had against each other.
I'd say aBeZy's been having a blast this game as well, right? Standing on plant pots, hiding behind paint cans, that time standing on a bathroom stall. Or whatever's off to the side, some sort of counter, I have no idea. Either way, having a blast.
If you heard that sentence out of context, you would swear that aBeZy's a cat. But no, he's one of the greatest Call of Duty players in the world. Here we go, right into that first blood for his team. Cleanix and Scrap, though, they do make things very cool right now for Toronto Ultra. Bang, Scrap once again. aBeZy on the back line, not enough. A valid attempt, but too much from Ultra off the rip.
Yeah, how often do you ever see on defense 2 players, or like almost all 3 players back alley, another guy top AC? That was a play call and a half. I mean, FaZe on offense, it's been pretty consistent. Just right out to the site, get the tears by the sign, go for the bomb plant. Ultra, they don't want to deal with it. They've had rounds where they go on the incredibly fast flanks to try to shut it down, mixing things up, a stack towards back alley. Every single trade they needed to get, they got on top of the initial kills. This is more just perfect play calls. And again, if not for the 2v3, it would be, what, a 5-2 score line right now? So it's a big clutch and a couple nice plays for Ultra to stick around. And, hey, they catch aBeZy as well, kicking this round off right.
That's a lovely way to start things off. No snipes this game. Surprising enough for where Cellium is. I mean, you'd love to see a signal 15 to sound right now. Here comes Simp from up top. One done. Insight spotted him out. Unless he's upstairs, hard to tell. Slasher wins his fight downstairs in orange. That's a big win. It's a 2v3 phase with the numbers. 30 seconds to get the bomb defused.
And the question is, do they want to try to send up Simp up top before you go for the chows? You know, Insight's over by the side, and he's tagged up. Good for a thing. He has the trophy, but he's going to get caught. And I think with his standout, actually, yeah, Simp, though. See, he figured it out. I don't know how they figured out Cleanex was up there, but like machines and like clockwork, FaZe get that retake. First blood not needed, even without aBeZy. That is a 3v4 that turns into a 3v0.
Wow.
Perfection after the fact. And again, well-crafted flanks coming in from Simp.
And that is map point Atlanta FaZe. One more round and they take a 2-0 lead in the series. And we know it is never over until it is over. You know what I'm saying? Here we go, Ultra. Time to go above and beyond.
To see if Ultra have anything creative left in the tank on defense. Any more tricks up their sleeves, or if it's back to the old standard. Looking fairly standard, aggressive on the Childs towards B. Nobody's home. There is no noise by FaZe on the top B side of the map. So you have Scrap wrapping back over towards the A bomb. Him and Hixie. That side of the map is their responsibility. And Hixie needs to be very careful.
Yeah, he's made it in. He did it very quietly. I don't know. No, not quite enough. Oh, that nade from aBeZy, though. That stun was a stinker. Hixie will not be flushed. He'll be safe and happy to stay in there. Good nade. Back, Simp back. Here comes the chow. Simp's out. Dodges the nade. Does not dodge anything else. That is wicked stuff. FaZe. What an opener. Inside Cleanex. Now we're in trouble.
You catch at least one. If you can stop the bomb plant, Cleanex, there's an opportunity to make this happen. Simp, he's not planting the bomb. Okay, they are next level. Atlanta FaZe knew what the play call was going to be, read it to perfection, and absolutely shut them down. I think, Miles, maybe that gave us our answer. The homework was certainly done on Embassy. Ultra had a couple nice rounds in the back pocket. Nowhere near enough to take down FaZe.
Yeah, it feels like Ultra, they might have used ChatGPT to write that essay. Atlanta FaZe, they wrote that one themselves. The quill and ink on a piece of parchment. Pure class, 2-0.
And it's like the little things from FaZe as well, right? The stun that's supposed to go in the bathrooms just to clear it out doesn't connect on anything because if it's a bit of a dud, it's not like aBeZy goes flying in there thinking it's clear, still just like skips across to check it, finds HyXy in the mix, and then Simp flies out for the chow. They isolate everything. They figure out where the one weakness is in the setup of Ultra. They identify it, they jump on it, get the kills, and just fly after the fact. So dominant win on Embassy. I mean, credit to Scrapz and HyXy. They gave it their best. They had a nice little 2v3 clutch, but outside of that, pretty much nothing but FaZe. In spite of the fact that the first blood battle, pretty balanced, 4 for 4, but FaZe take care of business.
This is a terrifying prospect right now for Toronto Ultra fans. You've come so far. You've had a very, very difficult stage. Now you find yourself looking at a 3-0 unless you can find a victory there on Expo Control. That we'll find out about after the break. Until then, get ready, fans. This is going to be an absolute bloodbath. Toronto Ultra, Atlanta FaZe. Once more onto the breach. Can FaZe get it done in 3? We'll find out after this.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. What is Fike up to today? He's watching somebody play bloody go. What is that? Someone of the esports engine office absolutely sinking a baddie of a putt. Look at that. Well, we're about to sink a baddie of a control map. We've got Expo coming up in just a brief moment. But now, though, it's Atlanta FaZe, and it is Toronto Ultra. And if you're a betting person, I think right now, Chance, you're feeling pretty good about your pick for Atlanta because it's 2-0.
Well, there is good news for Ultra, I would say. Minnesota broke like the reverse sweep curse. It was like 82 days, I think, before we'd had one. But they've shown it is possible. And Himmelmatt Expo, it's sort of like a sleeper pick. We don't know what to expect. It is very fresh in the Call of Duty scene. We don't know how much, well, certainly the effort has been there, but like how good these teams really are. I think you have FaZe. They've only played it once. They lost to Minnesota Røkkr. You've had Toronto. They've only played it twice. They've lost to Vegas. So if you're losing controls on this map to Vegas, who the hell knows what's actually going on? But obviously, there's been a decent amount of time since that has passed, but this is a massive question mark on the series. And obviously for Ultra, massive opportunity to get that momentum back in your favor.
And you need it sorely. This is the last map in your tournament, otherwise Toronto Ultra. Got to hand it to them after the bad stage they had to find themselves here. Not too shabby. Can they go a little further, though? Bring down their old rivals FaZe to be something. On to B we go.
There's just no time wasted. You see the idea from FaZe. That is what a double maple triple stack through bar. aBeZy flying for that one, but insight will be posted. Watching the flank and frying while doing it. Even ready for the down low. That would have been sick if he connected through the doors and still the opportunity to deliver. But insight playing that perfectly. His teammates on the point are safe. If they don't have to worry about the flank, you see Scrapz picking up 2 in the feed, and that is exactly how you want to attack that B zone on Expo. Now you got to reposition right back through your spawn. Try to take care of the FaZe players as you go.
Quite frankly, delightful. Slasher, Ian Cellium do a nice bit of work there to slow Hixie and send him back into respawn. Now to CleanX, who could cause a tremendous amount of trouble up here. Oh no, but that is Simp. That's Chris Lair, takes care of business. Now, back to the drawing board for Toronto Ultra. It's all the way back in your spawn. And you're having to worry now about these players from FaZe who are forcing you to spawn over by the lobby as opposed to by that nice blue tent, much closer to A.
I mean, how many gunfights did FaZe just win where they're walking away with 1 HP at the end of it? Okay. Sim's finally taken care of, but look at the line you have to deal with. It is the dual AR setup basically on the far left side of the mini-map at the top side of the point for Ultra. So you're going to deal with Slasher and Cellium on this one. Or actually, it was aBeZy that had the AR. There you go, number 7, but Slasher, the reinforcements, 2 to deal with. Can't get it done. Ultra might have opened things up.
It's fantastic reads. Right place, right time. In sight on the outside A street now. Diving in. 2 members of FaZe on the bottom side of the restaurant. They'll be able to jump onto the A point. You better get there quick, though, lads. That's the first segment gone. Looking for a pick. Cellium, nice job. In and out. Finds his kill. CleanX doing what he can to keep roaming. You've still got the capture going. Second segment done. This could be the round. Scrapz and CleanX find their kills. FaZe are nowhere to be seen. That's the round.
And that was a beautiful approach, honestly, to both of those zones. If you're ever on my team in ranked, I appreciate if you would study those setups on the hill. Even for the one they had on A, where both Scrapz and Hixie are playing more aggressive on it. Instead of like hiding behind the walls and giving up all of the map pressure, where the flanks are guaranteed to come through, play aggressive, get ready for the gunfights. You still get a little bit of cover on the front side of the hill. And as soon as the kills come through, I mean, Cellium and aBeZy, I think, who are like inside the restaurant, if they poke their head out the doors, they're staring at a whole lot of nothing. So they're forced to now fly into the gunfights, and Ultra set up for it. So that is a well-crafted round 1. And on Expo, if you get an offensive win, you're feeling great.
Feeling spiffing. CleanX here on defense when I go for Toronto Ultra. He gets his first kill. Hixie's on a 4 spree as well. He leaves this round looking very good indeed, as does CleanX. Can they get streaks? Streaks on him all back. Very handy, especially when attacking that A side. B, not so much. Scrapz, though, wonderful work again as we are slowly but surely roaming the walls, the halls, and everything in between right now of Expo, and FaZe are falling all over.
And Ultra love this kind of like gameplay, right? Where they just get a setup, let the play come to them. Everybody is in the right position. Hixie down the bottom hallway, and it's everybody to deal with, but they're lined up. I think a fire extinguisher just exploded. We always know there's random lethal things on the map. That is a 6 now for Hixie. He's got the cruise, and you still have the perfect setup on defense.
FaZe are in an arm bar right now, and any moment they could tap. Well, they got 40 seconds. Kleenex, find one more. Get yourself streaks as well. Wow, better yet, get 2. The third is Tobias Juhl Jonsson. A demon here on Expo.
Yeah, and it's still Hixie in the same spot. Hixie, who was bottom hallway, was looking at the bottom door, so you can't go that way if you're FaZe. You have to either funnel through the back or funnel through the top, and either way, Ultra have it covered. They are set up for the trades, but when Hixie loses his teammate, he knows he's by himself, and he backs up to make the individual hero play, gets it done. That's a 9 spree. That is 10-1, and this is looking like dominance from Toronto Ultra.
That ass has been whooped. Wait, 1.8 seconds, not over yet.
It's 25 v 12.
It's not over yet. It's not over yet. 0.1. 1.0 on the clock, right? It's not over yet. That's all I'm going to say. Simp's keeping him back. We got all excited, but this is how control goes. Kleenex finally brought down. Chance. It ain't over yet.
All right, they got a minute to work with, but still 22 v 12. You need those moments of perfection. They got 2 opportunities maybe to create it. 3 players right now for FaZe working on the flank. And Kleenex will be the first one in line to deal with it.
Now we get to truly find out what FaZe is made of here at MW. This is some task. Nearly for Simp. Good shots from Cell. Last man alive on that side of the map is going to be Hixie, and he's having one hell of a game so far. Play it cool, Hixie. Can they sniff out Cellium? They finally do. FaZe back off spawn, straight back into the fight. Simp finds one on the approach. Clock's ticking, less than 30.
And that's tough for Cellium. 3-player spawn right on top of them. So if you're pushing through this back alley, which FaZe not going to try again. They're repositioning and cutting back through mid. So a little bit easier to work with, but still for Ultra, they're just surrounding the A zone.
Running out of time. Running out of time. The slight deliberation there from FaZe. It might cost them a couple of seconds. Check them corners aBeZy. Nice work. One more on the outside, still one more on the inside of the A site, cleaned up. Oh my, the pinch is on. aBeZy somehow dives for it. Wait a minute. Hasn't regen yet. Slasher finding the kills inside. He manages to stop it. 1.6 on the clock. Slasher brought down. That's it. Jamie Craven, nerves of steel, wins the round for the boys. That would have been one hell of a comeback.
Yeah, just too much. I mean, even as soon as the inside gets the first kill on aBeZy, he buys enough time for the reinforcements to come through. This round got won that early on, especially by Hixie, but the entire team had the setup. Complete stranglehold. It was perfect. It was basically the 2 different duos. It was the former challengers duo of Hixie and Scrapz, who have all the chem in the world on one side of the map, and it was Insight and Kleenex, who have been teaming together for years on the other. The communication between these guys always flowing. The natural chemistry is there, and really just the perfect way to play your defenses. Now back on the attack. It'll be a B hit off the rip, but this time FaZe at least get the first blood to try to kick things off right.
I mean, define right. You got your boys on B. Ultra starting to wind up once again. We saw what they did on that defensive round. It's Hixie. Hixie. 13 and 5. 3-man stack on B.
Yeah, I mean, Insight and Kleenex right there. I mean, 2 very storied players in the CDL in this game, taking the backseat to that rookie duo. Having a great time, and aBeZy wins his one. But Hixie, I feel like he's almost guaranteed to get the trades. He has been performing that well. He's going against the Tears, and he is hunting them down, or maybe sees the opportunity to try to reposition. And, well, maybe now he's getting hunted, doing a little dance with aBeZy, but Hixie has made it back towards his teammates.
We'll find out who identifies as Hunter in a moment. As Hixie finally taking care of aBeZy. Well played. Gets the cross. It's back over to Insight. Nice 1-2 hit from Ultra now as they make their way back over towards A. Insight has made it in. Trophies are down. He can feel a little safer now. That frag grenade as well. A little present. For anyone there from FaZe who gets closer. Here we go. Simp's found a 2-piece. Cellium as well. Last man up Insight. Here's the pressure. aBeZy cuts him in half. Great work, FaZe.
Yeah, now we get to see Atlanta's turn and trying to set up the exact same sort of pinch right now. Simp gets the first one. The funnel system is there. Cellium working with Simp together. Can't break out of this one either. It works both ways. And now Atlanta's turn to have a little bit of fun.
How do you like it, Toronto? And see how much they like it with Hixie with a nice nades, though. This is it. They've managed to slip the net. Cellium, okay. Nice work, Scrap. The last kill there. He's out. And Slasher in the cold, all alone. Here they come. Ultra now on the march towards A.
Yeah, Kleenex is looking for it too. It's going to be a slow peak around. How good is the timing, or maybe to be a little bit longer? And now Ultra, I mean, hey, they got out just as FaZe did. Did it a lot faster, though. Some more opportunity to make the plays. Kleenex does get traded. But Ultra still is the same thing. Doubled up on bar. I think Slasher's been aggressive enough. Finds the timing as well. Gets the kill. And able to not get the second, but tags him up. On FaZe, extra time.
Yeah, all those kills, you see their map positioning now. FaZe want to get themselves towards that low left-hand side. That's where Kleenex is moving to now. The rest of Ultra backing him up. Trying to buy time for Insight, who is doing exactly the same thing for them. Just over 30 seconds to go.
That's a good setup from Simp and Cellium as well. Cellium knows that he might be one shot, but Simp has him for the cover. And yeah, Simp protecting that cross perfectly. So little mixy setup there, and even in the mixiness, you deliver. Hixie, last one up right now for Ultra, and not too many options for him to go. Down to 5 lives, and Atlanta much better on defense this time. With this amount of time, Ultra, you're just going to have to fly towards the point. Nothing you can really do.
Final 3. They're still fighting. Not over yet. Here comes Simp. Should be able to take care of business. No one close enough to get involved. A kill or two, but that will not amount to much. FaZe stay alive here in the control. Very few teams chance do actually get that 3-0 here in control game mode. Ultra will be another to not.
Yeah, and I do love sort of the picturesque, like, sort of examples of how to play different spots. Like Cellium on the steps, you can see he can either watch like the full flank from Ultra if they want to wrap back through the spawn. He can help out with top bar gunfights. He can see glass as well. And as long as he stays put, Simp, who's right next to him inside of the restaurant, can watch his cross. He can turn around and be in the mix as well. So perfect positioning out of both of these teams on defense. But I'd say Ultra have already done the more difficult thing. They've won a round on offense, as Atlanta FaZe are now forced to. Gotta string something together on the attack.
I'm loving these openers. They're all quite similar. This time, though, aBeZy comes to help out his boy. Capturing B. The elevator has been called. Here comes Scrapz. Slow and steady. Wahaha. Good work there. Stay alive. No stick from Cellium. Nice nade though. Still on that 3 spree. Trying to keep the B zone a little bit FaZe friendly for now.
Well, hey, the hits over at A. I mean, you've had Slasher on point. It's been a very slow capture, but that's why Cellium's roaming that direction. And Slasher right now, waiting for a little bit of help. He's got aBeZy right behind him for the double chows, but a couple trades coming through, and it looks like Ultra come out on top. And you see Cellium, he might have been roaming, but playing for the extra kills. He's on a 4 spree, and he's made sure you keep that pressure over towards B. So a cheeky idea, but you're back to sort of that standard setup, and a few kills being traded. Ultra playing with the idea of trying to stop him.
And don't forget, you've got 2 streaks on the side of Toronto Ultra as well. So FaZe have opted to commit the time and the lives to getting B done first. A is going to be a pain to even get close to. We've got 2 streaks to worry about. This is map point for Ultra. This could get ugly.
This is the most scattered Ultra have been on defense, though. So, yeah, an opportunity to pick a few of these players off. And there's the first 2 to fall, but those 2 players are going to spawn very close. And Cellium reads it, can't win the gunfight. Inside will be out of the picture just for a moment, but you can see Ultra. I mean, these players just immediately off spawn, back in the mix, winning gunfights. They have coverage. They have vision out of this world. And any opportunity for Atlanta FaZe, well, unfortunately, they're going to fall right back to square one.
And this is it. Stock standard setup. Scrapz exactly where Cellium was a moment ago, and Cellium knows it. Here comes the chow. The timing might be great. Uh-oh. Sport for choice, and it doesn't work out. FaZe immediately fight forward. Hixie on the flank, though. The timing on this is very nice. Pump the brakes. 1, 2, 3. Here comes a streak. 1 of 2. Directly onto A.
He's just going to hit a trophy, though. So, I mean, this is intel. You already know where they're going to be on the point. That's exactly where they are. It's up to the teammates to get the chow, and Hixie can be quick now on the flank.
Here we go. Scrap. We help out on the front line. Second segment gone on A. Wait a minute. You've got to get going, lads. Fly forward. It's the guns of Toronto that are all fought down. 1 minute 30 to go. 15 lives for FaZe.
And again, back to square one. Those ARs putting in some serious work. It's only 1 tick they need, so a single break, you can get it done. But Insight doing the breaking instead. An iron in the back, and it's the ARs on the cross. Kleenex for the help, staying alive, doing a dance, setting his teammates up. Insight for the kill. And how difficult this is to get past. Atlanta FaZe couldn't quite get it done with the 1 opportunity they had. Now they need magic.
Time would be one of the enemies for Atlanta FaZe right now. 11 lives. The patience there from Scrap. Best to Cellium. Hixie now finding the most naughty of angles. to punish Slasher. 45 seconds now to go. Insight, he's 1 kill off of streaks also.
Somehow still has plenty of ammo as well, so Insight doesn't need to move. He does actually fall though, so Simp wins a big one, but it's still trades coming through. 30 seconds left. FaZe, you got to group up together. You don't even need to get the trades. You have to win these gunfights straight up. Dixie going down low, tough man to find, but they got him. That's 2 for FaZe.
2 for FaZe. Clinics find the sweet corner. Not sweet enough. Cellium guns him. Scrap advancing forward. This mighty tack in hand can only get 1. You're on the point. It is over. Beautiful. Final round, FaZe. They finally find the formula for success, and now we go to a 5th and final here on Expo.
Absolutely beautiful. I mean, those are just the breaks in control. You have to be perfect for so long. And again, if Ultra were able to get a single kill at any point, the cap is probably going to go slow enough that your reinforcements can get there. But that first double challenge, Ultra can't get the kill. Cellium wins a one-on-one. Another player, I think Hicksy wins or loses the one-on-one, excuse me. And it takes those moments of perfection, but FaZe did it, man. And now potentially in position to get the 3-0. Ultra. Elimination time back firmly against the wall.
Terrifying for Ultra. Good news for me though, I got my drops. Hope you're doing great, chat. Here we go. 1 final round, and CleanX has somehow got 2. And so's aBeZy. Jeez.
Yeah, I'd say unfortunate for Cellium though. He's on the A side of the map and aBeZy clears out B. So 7 gets to be annoying, play for some extra kills, but as far as the actual objective work goes, mostly gonna be B. If aBeZy gets enough kills though, an opportunity maybe to do some funny business, but right now you were just trying to work the lives as much as possible in Cellium. He has been lights out on this side of the map. They're getting all the kills, so yeah, ignore the B zone. An opportunity now to go towards A. Admittedly, Scrap gonna slow him down, but you do have presence on the point.
They're in. I'm sure you boys better have a trophy or 2. You've got plenty of streaks to worry about. Scrap will be the first man in. Ixie's going to follow him up. Here we go. aBeZy picks his corner. Scrap now will be able to check this well. That's business taken care of over by A. No segment captured. 1 minute to go.
Oh, this could be a dagger as well. Well, Cellium keeping things safe to pick up those big 2. He might get traded, but you don't end up in the spawn trap. Cellium keeps the Ultra players a little far away, but so only 50 seconds left on the clock. Far from over. Ultra an opportunity to fight for this one, but only 3 players right now in position. They are playing a little bit safe. Not too concerned about giving away B.
Yeah, you can give away B, but you don't want to give away map control. So you'll let this point get captured. You can add a minute, but you definitely don't want to let them get out towards A. That's CleanX's job right now. Fan out. Make sure no one moved early. And nobody did. So now FaZe. Will they take the predictable backdoor exit? Scrap's got it covered, as does Insight, and this is it. The trap is set. So far, so good. aBeZy wins it. All right. Insight spawns in his lap, but we'll see if that matters in a moment.
Yeah, aBeZy, that's kind of the best you can do of actually spawning these players out, and aBeZy trying to time the flank as well. But you can see for Ultra, they are watching it. They're ready for the action, and yeah, as soon as they get the first couple kills, all eyes on aBeZy. You know he's in the back. Hicksy can actually fly forward. And aBeZy right now is sort of the only shining light for Atlanta FaZe, trying to keep things open while everyone else dealing with the potential spawn trap.
Oh, they can't get out. CleanX has just done it. He's cleaned house. Whether he's in your spawn or theirs, CleanX, omnipresent. Murder machine. Oh, hello. Insight gets a freebie. Wow, a minute now to play in FaZe. 10 lives.
And like poor FaZe, every direction they go, they're just getting the door slammed straight in their face. You've had Hicksy still alive, getting kills on one side of the map, Insight on the other, a brick wall that you can't get past. And while things are looking dire for FaZe, it was the round before. They found the one moment. They were able to create it to get out towards A. This round is far from over.
aBeZy's fought for an hour here, but he has not been able to get past Jamie Craven. A couple of kills now from Ultra. We're looking at sprees once again here for Insight. Slasher winning the fight on the back. 25 seconds to go. Time to get moving.
CleanX has to clutch as well. This is a couple different FaZe players going to be dealing with. The stuns and nades don't connect. And actually, you know, his teammates just win the gunfights. They're in the wings perfectly. CleanX wins his ones. And only 1 player on the map aggressively for FaZe. And obviously, CleanX going to spot him without a problem.
Spotted, no problem. The crews may not find a kill, but it has certainly been the dagger, the final nail in the coffin here on Expo. And Toronto Ultra stay alive in the series.
Happy to see that defense in the final round. And Expo is a fun map, man. It is so dynamic with all the different little situations you find yourselves in, the different positions, the amount of coordination you have to have with your teammates at all times. But smiles on the face of the Ultra boys, down in the series, but not out. That control can be a savior. It can be the, you know, the life raft floating out to you to keep you in the mix. And I'd say now it's sort of back to the hard point for Ultra. It is a 2-8 record they have against Atlanta FaZe, who have typically struggled in the game mode, just not in this matchup. Ultra got to find a way to get it done to force that map 5.
Well, they've got to find something. Great work there.
100 damage. 4,400 damage, sorry.
Scrapz had one hell of a map. Amazing to see, though, again, like, despite the dominance we saw from Ultra in the first 2 rounds, the last 2 out of FaZe that they won was so dominant. The KDs from Ultra were so leveled out after that, despite the 9 spree and the 8 spree from Hixie and Kleenex. What a battle from FaZe. Not enough to close out the series in 3. They've got one more shot to keep themselves well and truly safe before we have to go to another search.
This one was ridiculous, by the way. Kleenex, yeah, just an absurd 3-piece where you can barely see these players. Good wins by insight towards the end to make sure you secure the round towards the end, but kind of a crazy game, in all honesty. I mean, Hixie had to have started out just with it, like 14-5 there in the moment. I think he was like 10-1 just to open things up, and I know certainly looking at the kills and felt like the Terrors really struggled to get things going. Obviously, if you have 3 rounds of offense, it's going to look like that towards the end, but even sort of those moments where like Cellium's left by himself at A and he gets like 5 kills in a row and he don't really turn that into anything. Not always easy to capitalize, but I'm sure FaZe will be in a bit of a pain point when they look back at it.
Indeed. Well, learning as much as they possibly can before we get over towards champs, and of course the Toronto Major coming up not too far away. We'll see the boys of Ultra in action in the flesh. I know ticket sales have been absolutely brilliant. You'll be seeing all your favorite teams up north in not too long, but for now you see your team of the north in at least one more hard point in this series.
That one more hard point we're going to, where I think Scrapz is really going to need to keep that hot hand. Honestly, everybody for Ultra going to need to keep that hot hand as well. To Mercado, typically fantastic map for Toronto Ultra. An 11-6 record overall. Problem is they're 1-3 against FaZe. So that puts them at what, like 10-3 against the rest of the league? Berserk record, like absolutely absurd. But FaZe has had their number, and I mean, it was a nail biter on map 1. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if it's a nail biter of a map 4. Gotta be at your Sunday best, even though it's only midway through Saturday.
Well, you want to get to Sunday. That would be best, right? But you got to get through Mercado first now. Ultra, that 250, 244 hotel, man. I mean, that was a telling sign of how good the hard points are going to be. We'll find out, though, if LSELO Game 5 is going to be something that Toronto Ultra will be happy about or not in a moment. But for now, Chance, how are you feeling too much about this Mercado? Any sort of very strong leanings, or is it kind of just, hey, man, let's see what happens?
I mean, honestly, looking at Hixie, I'm a believer in Ultra because he was frying as well. Like, it's not an easy task to keep up with the Terrors. I'm assuming that is probably a decent reason why Ultra specifically have struggled in the hard point. I know there's a couple series and matchups where Simp goes from being, you know, an ordinarily great player to God mode. So he has that capability of leveling up, but we saw when Hixie's keeping up in the respawns. I mean, on the Expo, they took care of business, got it done. So I think the potential is there for the Ultra to force the map 5. But again, very tall task.
Tall task indeed. Well, these two teams have had a very fun history together, and their season alone. I mean, Ultra, of course, they do manage to win Major 3, a fantastic victory over OpTic Texas, but this is how things have gone so far. Relatively, even Major 2 could not be more different. Of course, that is the 5th and 6th there for Toronto Ultra, 1st for FaZe, and we get right back to it. FaZe with 3rd place here at Major 4. I mean, look, one of these teams is dipping out a little earlier than expected. 2 championship caliber squads about to go at it. Mercado is loading up. Here we go.
And that's the craziest thing for FaZe is like their level of consistency is second to none. Literally second to none. They've only placed outside of the top 3 like twice in the past like 3 years. One of them was at a Pro-Am, and then one was at like stage 5 in Cold War where they bounced back by winning champs. So FaZe falling to top 6 would be wild. You almost quite literally never see it. And then for Ultra, I mean, last time they placed top 6, that was bad enough for them. They made a roster change. Obviously, great decision on their part. Immediately won the next tournament, but You don't want to have a poor stage like they've had. Got to get that bounce back online.
Got to get that. And again, a big one there. Of course, champs available. Tickets are on sale. Go for it, ladies and gents. You'll see Ultra there. If they can win this series, they're guaranteed a spot. So far, Scrap, he's doing everything he possibly can to try to get there. Pixie, if you can catch aBeZy, or your sneaky devil. And he gets another.
Whether or not he got him, gets the information. I was going to say, gets the information to set up Scrap, who wins a big one-on-one gunfight. He was down at 39 HP, still able to take down Cellium. And Scrap has the world in front of him to try to maintain those spawns. He can't get it, but at least takes these spawns up in the back alley, because you had a couple different spawns blocked. So an opportunity to make a distant play. This Hixie by himself. The first one's going to be free. Can he get his own trade, or can that stun somehow hit himself?
Nope, Slasher. Wise and slow. Inside though, looking to do what he can from up top. No fast hands yet. Slow as molasses. It's tough, man. He might be able to get the fight a little faster. aBeZy though is absolutely taking a wee on his boys. Cellium somehow with a nade there. Now Hixie, you are running into a hard point that is full of FaZe players in a minute.
And everybody's tagged up down low as well. I think a couple of those nades connected, but someone needs a trophy. Anyone on either team, please get it out. But it is still a trade fest in and around the time where I think FaZe, well, that'll seal the deal. Slasher gets the 2. They officially have the edge. And that was a very mixy rotation. I think Ultra honestly happy they could turn it into that, but FaZe will build a nice little lead. And that's 4 in a row for Slasher. 6-1 start. I think Thanos wants to bounce back from earlier today.
Quite a low-scoring game, though. I mean, as far as the fact that we're going in the 3rd hard point, and FaZe are going to be up like 47, 46 points to this one. Ultra all over Tin, though, like a rash. Or as they like to call it, elephant room. There are a few tiny elephant toys that are full of powder on the right-hand side of the wall.
Not sure. That'll be a celebratory thing to utilize after the fact, but now you have just a very patient setup right now. 2 players from FaZe. Slasher working with his boy, but they're not in a rush. They're waiting for 7 to 8 to get in position. Now you've got the pinch set up. Now you make the play.
Here comes their hit. Slasher and Simp. aBeZy top window. You ain't gonna check that. Oh my god, it is poetry in motion. FaZe, god damn, what a break that was.
And when this team got designed, that is exactly how the play should go. Slasher should be kicking open every door for his teammates, and he takes care of business there. Sets his boys up for success. That is a perfect break on the hill, and Ultra only able to get 10 or 15 seconds on it as FaZe get to run up the lead just a little bit more. And now for a guy like Slasher, on rotation, I mean, aBeZy's there too. They're able to take him down, so you got back alley under control. You have the perfect rotation over towards Barbershop. Unfortunately for Slasher, though, those cars haven't exploded yet, and that'll be the only thing that took him down.
How many kills can aBeZy get? None. Good job, Scrapz. Straight in there with attack. Hard point, Ultra in the Barbershop. Cellium and a Simp on the approach now. Back alleyway, cleaned house once again. All dead, Toronto.
And look at, they've blocked every single spawn as well. You had Slasher by the canteen. You had aBeZy rushing up past the garage. So it is the maximizing your time on this hill by forcing Ultra so far away. Now you're picking up kills. And I mean, Ultra, it is a distant memory of really fighting for this hill. An extra 10 to 15 seconds to get there. And I mean, good news. You actually win the gunfights, and Simp chows out of the hill because back alley was open. So Ultra, it takes a little bit of time to make it happen, but they did get the break.
I thought that nade was absolutely perfect, but just a pixel or 2 off. Like the FaZe. Running this one up here in game 4. Let's go for a quick listen in with the team in red.
I think they're all blue. I hear one middle. I hear one close middle. Long. No, long. He's going dark. It looks like. One mid cut. One dark. Bottom on you. Don't worry about time. Play kills. He's back. I got one. Bottom. I stunned him. You have it. One there. I stunned him bottom. Dark. I have your blue side. I have dark.
I'm one shot. I can't get dark.
Dark guaranteed. I spawned out.
Dark with you? Look at dark.
I'm pitching you, man. Give me a sec.
Dark.
Go back. Another one dark. Shot out. He's there on the trash can. Only one there. Just. I know cut. I spawned out blue.
Blue me inside.
You have
Alright, he's a bike inside.
You have one shot.
See me, yellow van.
Where's he at, blue?
He's bike. Yellow van. Dark. You should probably stay near.
I am. I spawned there with you.
What's yellow van?
Long.
Yellow van, dark.
Nade long. Still long. I'm trying. Long.
Old.
Could I one shot? One more hold on me. There's two old. One's bike.
That guy's long.
There's 2 old. There's 2 on old.
And what's short?
Alright, just play corners. Play corners in
mid-tunnel, I think. Mid-tunnel.
Yeah, hold tunnel. Tunnel right now, I'm dead.
Nice. I'm staying out deep yellow.
Old, short. No, these players aren't making fun of one another. They are trying to handle Toronto Ultra Chance, who are right back in this hard point.
Well, and the last hill might have hurt their chances of holding off Ultra, but this hill's been great so far. A massive back alley hit, and Cellium ends up playing it from the time, so Ultra able to push right up to get in the mix. Slasher's got a couple cutoffs, him and Simp trying to do what they can, but that's the gunfight towards the time, and Cellium absolutely fries them. Next man in line is going to be Scrapz, trying to keep these players away, and he's going to do it, the big two-piece Scrapz. He'll pull out the Vaz if he needs to. But he's going to need to get 3 or maybe buy clean next time. That is a wonderful break right there from Toronto.
Another clean break. This hard point has been a wonderful example in how to smack a hard point open. 20 seconds left here on the top side of the Cantina. And Ultra are going to harvest all of it. Once again, the cars get the better of a player here on Mikado, but rotations down chance. I think the cars are all destroyed now.
And I would say for FaZe, this is a very tight setup, not a fun spot to be in because the back alley, Ultra are going to have that in control. So this is as tight of a setup as you are going to see in Atlanta FaZe. Simp already the first one to fall. CleanX right here next to it. You just have to get the trades. All of them are through. aBeZy, last man standing, taken care of in Ultra for the first time in a long time. They have the lead.
That's the lead change. Insight, you're set up for success here. Tags in, but here come the entirety of the FaZe roster. 1 or 2 cars yet to explode. Run, Jamie. But any second now, it's going to blow up. As the coverage is there, Cellium still keeping the hardpoint contested. That is a massive win. Scrapz gets involved. Hixie win it. No, the contest is still there. FaZe are in. 25 to go.
That's a big 25 to get as well. So you got Scrapz on a pinch. He's working with CleanX. And if you're Ultra, you want him out of time as quick as you can. You find the leg of Slasher, able to take him down. And at least Cellium has to leave the time and fall. So FaZe break it, but only for a moment. That is one set of rotations in. And honestly, Ultra really only had maybe 2 good hills the entire time. But when it was good, it was great. It was a 20-point lead.
Hixie, God, you are so annoying to play against. This is another for him. Look at the movement out there, young man. Finally gets taken care of by aBeZy. That's going to be P2, still set very much safely in the hands of Atlanta FaZe. Scrapz playing for it. They're trying to make something happen through Barber side. CleanX now through the outside as well, and the pinch is on. Ultra are certainly playing for that game 5. The cocky aBeZy out of the hill as well.
Yeah, I can see CleanX just took a route, by the way. Didn't even shoot his gun and just fell. So Atlanta FaZe keeping everything under lock and key. Scrapz looking for the opening in the back alley. Cellium's there, but Cellium gets caught. So there's the small window of opportunity. Scrapz again with the Vaznev, and maybe should have kept it out. Maybe it doesn't matter. Ultra, just like that, flip the spawns for P2, setting themselves up for success.
Oh my God, they've taken the lead. Nearly. No, not yet, but they're going to get there. Once P2 pops open. FaZe, one good break and you're in. Opting to go through the back alley side of the map. Hedges as well. I don't think anyone's going to be hitting the tunnel. That's when the majority of the guns are up right now for Ultra, but here comes CleanX. As soon as that call-out arrives, here we go. Hixie, up close and personal. CleanX can't get anything from up top. Here come the trades. Hixie once again from down low. Hixie and Rage, all dead. FaZe, what a hold.
Yeah, try to 4-man hit through Hedges. No flanks to be worried about. All guns forward, and Ultra even challenge from the hill. And honestly, squared up to do the same thing. CleanX is watching mid, so he can just tell you only have one direction to look. Funnel system right now, and Atlanta FaZe getting picked apart along the way. Easy time for Hixie. Insight popping off, and Ultra near perfect full 60. Looking to get the final 22 as well. Slasher, good luck fighting for that one. That was a perfect hold, and again for Ultra, when it's good, it is great.
Outstanding. Some folks call the Vaznev a shotgun and look like a battle rifle in the hands of Hixie just now. 10 to go. Rotations down, and Atlanta FaZe now. You set up for the greatest hold we have seen on Mikado yet. This is not done. That game 5. Oh, it smells good.
aBeZy very distant on the map, looking for some pickoffs on the bottom side, but he's out of the play, and Scrapz finds an intro on Simp, so aBeZy a little far away. A small window of opportunity for Ultra to try to get in the mix, and, well, it'll be a cruise that lands on a trophy.
Well, or will it? Let's find out if anything can connect. Stun-wise.
No, that is absolute bait. I'm not a fan of cruise plays like that.
We had a conversation about this earlier, but for now, it's a good look from FaZe. They're holding it. 30 seconds to go. Hixie, he's found a small opening now. What will he do with it? He will be taken care of. FaZe, I called for it, man. Had to be one of the greatest holds we've seen, and it has been squeaky clean so far. Not over yet, though. Here comes Insight.
Yeah, you want this scrap time. Insight can play this patient, maybe Chow with about 10 seconds left, hits the stun, goes for it, gets it. Talk about how important that scrap time is going to be, because look at the map. They win every gunfight. You have to flood through back alley. Scrap might have a feast.
He might have a feast. Hixie, he doesn't. Scrap times it. Gets one before being traded out immediately. On the point that was KliNX. He's got the time. Here we go. Cell, get in there. Can't get the kill. Oh my God, they can't trade him. KliNX, the untradeable. Smokes him in barbershop, forces the mat 5.
Dude, and what a wonderful play towards the end. No crews needed. He got insight, getting the timing on the old hill to buy his team enough seconds to put the pressure on like that, where FaZe are not comfortable, where they have to fly. And Ultra with the setup right there towards the end. I know it takes the 2-piece from KliNX, but he simply lives for it. Struggled a little bit early on, but what a way the Ultra closed that game. They had to go on a run to make that comeback, but executed, took care of business, and those calm comms, wonderful for Ultra to succeed in moments like that.
Oh man, that's big, dude. That's a big one. KliNX, those last few kills were outstanding. Scrap had one hell of a map. Hixie as well. Every time we went to Hixie's POV, he was doing something fun. Wow. Toronto have forced a final map. Elosilo here in this lower bracket matchup. It's a reverse sweep in the making, or will FaZe search and destroy chance? The bread and butter, will they be eating the good stuff? Oh man, what a day of COD. What a major this has been. I'm sweating, no joke.
I mean, we've had reverse sweeps as well. We've had a whole field day. And again, the craziest stat is that FaZe, it is their 2 best S&D maps they've gotten in both their series. But Asila may be their weak point. Ultra looking to take him down.
Will it be a weak point? We'll find out, ladies and gents. After this break, game 5 to decide who goes home and who advances here at Major 4. Don't go too far. This one will absolutely not disappoint. Game 5. It's been a crazy day, and it is nowhere near done. We still have another series after this one, Røkkr versus New York Subliners. And, well, before we get to that, at Game 5, Atlanta FaZe, Toronto Ultra. Can FaZe survive? Well, it's been a tough series on Ultra. They just started to heat things up, but it is far, far from over. Miles and Chance here, Game 5. We hope you are comfortably seated and well lubricated with a good drink of your choice, probably a Monster. This is going to be a good one.
And on El Asilo to end it, it couldn't be more perfect. FaZe at one point during this year won this map 9 times in a row. They were looking untouchable. The first team to beat them from that spree, Toronto Ultra. Since Toronto Ultra beat them on this map, FaZe have lost 3 of their last 4, and they look more human on Asilo. Obviously, though, you had Slasher incredibly comfortable on the Embassy. There were no cracks for Atlanta FaZe on that map, but I'd say on Asilo, maybe not as comfortable as it once was. And Ultra, a 2-1 record against them on this map. They're both happy to see it.
According to Codcast, the Clinics is spawned in with Dead Silence. That is... It
always happens.
It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird, but I would actually believe it in this game. Ultra on attack first. Slash is making his way out to the top side of what many folks call satellite. That hill. Sweet spot to be in. Eyes all over towards that A side of the map.
And 60 is making his move to clear out the site. Keep in mind, it's all about the timing for aBeZy. Simp watching the cross as well. So Simp's going to have this information. aBeZy might get sent in for the kill. But so far, FaZe, they're ready for the jump, and everybody alive for the moment.
aBeZy should be able to hit this. Simp's there to back him up. A site all clear now. Insight's making a bit of a slow route, and we're already on the bomb. Kleenex has got an eye on this. Able to buy some time. No, Kleenex is there. Good work, though. Trades once again. Plenty of time still. Scrap just gets involved. Slasher now. He and Cellium 1v2.
And Scrap, I don't know if they have any intel. Scrap, he did get a kill, so you have to know he's on the outer side. It is all about the timing. They're going to be lined up on the bomb. Scrap is going to get it, starting this game off right.
They had no intel. He managed to get Deddy going as well on the outside. That kill on the Simp, so unfortunate. Simp checks the corner. He appears out of nowhere. Scrap saves the day. 3 on the round. 5 to go.
What a destructive way to start it. And keep in mind, this is a reverse sweep from Ultra. Until yesterday, we had 82 days in a row without any reverse sweeps taking place. But if Bance can do it, maybe Mini Bance can too.
Who is Mini Bance, John?
Hixie, obviously. It's Hixie, 100%.
Of course it is. Here we go. FaZe on attack. There's the one and only aBeZy with that bomb in hand. The stun check's going to be there, but I'm not sure it's going to amount to a whole lot. Hixie. Oh, they're coming, mate. There's the nade. Here comes Kleenex trying to back him up. It's just going to create another avenue of attack now for Ultra. FaZe, what do you do with this? It's first blood. Somehow Insight finds it.
Oh, that is perfect too. Hixie with the nade. No one on FaZe making plays. I love that play from Kleenex, by the way. Kicking open the doors just because Hixie's calling out. They're about to jump on me. So Insight and Kleenex both jump in a position to help out their boy. Now 4 versus 2. Cellium unfortunately didn't see him, but his teammate might have. So he got the late call out, but at his Insight up there, he ain't never moving.
Spraying and praying right now. But Cellium with that bomb, I mean, look, that B-bomb site's looking more and more attractive. This is all very audible right now. Slash is coming in to back him up. This is not done yet. You've still got plenty of players to worry about. A lot of Vaznev still at hand for Ultra. Oh, boy. Kleenex. Can he get anything out of this? He does. Takes care of Slasher, and there's the pinch. The round is done. Ultra, 2 in a row.
Yeah, clutching the 4v2. Slasher and Cellium made it a little bit interesting, but yeah, nothing you can really do in that situation. Very difficult to work with. Admittedly, Cellium very scary in these moments, but Scrap fearful in his own right. Obvious Rookie of the Year candidate. I mean, just very likely to win it at this point. He has been phenomenal. 4-0 start. Already is the 1v2 clutch in Toronto Ultra on a map they are happy to square up on against FaZe. 2-0 lead.
Colleague Jay Stud called it. This is the map that Toronto broke the streak FaZe set on in Search and Destroy. So far, it's great, but you can never count FaZe out. See what they do here on defense.
Those nades were close to catching Slasher, by the way, so I like the idea, but whether it's aBeZy or whether it's Simp, one of them will jump on the move to try to get that first blood. As a Dead Silence play used to perfection, man advantage. If he has top control, it is not fun to ever try to plant this bomb, so I think Scrap trying to make the Deddy play of his own. but it's going to run out before he can make something happen.
He's not going to be able to make anything happen there. aBeZy, sweet corner. Hixie in a perfect spot to watch this. There we go. Takes his time planting the bombs. We've seen him do this a few times, but 2v4, Ultra, good luck.
Wants to make moves, though. He's going to have to maybe fly out and pray for a two-piece, and FaZe are really just setting up for the kill. Yeah, no one over challenge until they know it's a guarantee. In sight for the 1v4, and, I mean, he's down low. That is a beam and a half, but either Simp or Cell or Simp, if you needed to, again, who was actually on the bomb, would have been there for the trade. So perfect round. Great use out of dead silence coming in from Simp as well. As soon as a kill comes through like top money and you lose that top lobby control, it is unfortunate if you're on offense. You just have to pray your opponent makes a mistake.
Yeah. All four corners of the map totally covered there from FaZe. There was no way Insight was getting any more than 2 kills out of that kind of situation. Ultra feeling good. It's still tense. This is an impossibly difficult situation, and also almost unthinkable to see both of these teams in a lower bracket matchup here.
Yeah. Those are getting top 6 for those two teams. A little absurd, and opening salvo. I think Kleenex said, whatever Simp can do, I can try to do better. So he's made it to top money. No gunfights just yet, but you like that he has that control. And dead silence mean he gets to fly, so he might have 2 players to shoot the back right here. There's number 1. Simp's already fallen. Kleenex gets the 2, and just like that, Ultra poised to go up 3-1. Unless Slasher can clutch a 1v4. He does have dead silence and time to work with, but that is the only good news. Bad news is Insight's in a tower. The bomb is down. You have some demons down low that you have to deal with.
He's playing it deep, trying to bait someone from Ultra into overcommitting. Bomb recovered. Did he get hurt? No, he didn't. Hixie did not.
He had to have.
I don't think so. Hixie's arrow didn't move at all. Wow. 25 seconds. LAN is different. 20 seconds. No problem. Bomb down. Here we go.
You got to play it aggressive, too. Like, Slasher, you can't afford to let him get in position. You have to, like, take the Childs as quickly as possible. And as soon as the snakes is thrown, there's one. Flies out for the Child. He's playing it right. And the shots would have been clean, but off by a bullet. Love the idea, but Ultra take care of business in the 3 versus 1. And a hell of a round right there from Kleenex.
Slasher, the second set of shots, man, that was so good against Insight. You're right, it was a 1 bullet difference. What a mean chow. And this is it from Insight's POV. He didn't miss a single one, but damn, that was wild. Even in that kind of spot, Kleenex is so close by. There's no way he misses a trade like that. We've seen crazier things happen in this tournament already, but...
Well, you know, if Slasher gets that kill, maybe a 5% chance of winning it if he can run around garage and get the timing perfectly and the perfect read, but yeah, no hope there. And Ultra 3-1 up. I mean, the dead silence response plays from Kleenex were on point, so much so that he has dead silence again.
He does, well. Back at it we go. In on towards the A-bomb site. aBeZy, he's got top bunk. No problem. Finds one. Kleenex on the outside. Here comes the rest of Ultra. They are hitting this one. Sweet tags. It's a 2v3 now. And Simp flying forward. These are all down a scrap. What a round from FaZe.
They might have just shut the door on this round as well, quite literally. Again, similar position. He does have dead silence until it just ran out. So that small window of hope going to get close. He is stunned and a nice nade to the face. Except that one, move on. FaZe get around, but Ultra still have the edge.
Yeah. And that was a ridiculous round out of FaZe. Simp smacking his way through the pool hall. It's been a long time since we've seen somebody take care of themselves like that. This is Vanguard, throwing yourself off the map on Berlin. There we go, FaZe. Great round. Get back into it. aBeZy with that early A-bomb site control. Disgusting.
Him and Simp, absolutely different on this map. That's sort of like the tale for Atlanta FaZe. The tears in the middle. You got either AR on the edges of the map. All hyper successful at what they do, and aBeZy just flying straight up, has the dead silence pop and has the tack as well. So he's committed to the outer edges and had a little bit of help that he might not have needed. First blood aBeZy.
That's the masterful approach. Tyler Farris. Kleenex. Right place, right time. Trades him out. However, his teammates are falling all around him. It's a 3v2. Just 1 minute to go. And surely you know that the B-bomb site is the target. Who is that next to him? Cellium has crept upstairs. He is yet to get a kill. Insight with the nade. Can Cellium get on the board? He does.
That is actually so tragic. If Kleenex didn't shoot his gun, I don't think FaZe had any idea that he was going to be in between them and out in sight for the 1v2. Can't get it either. Literally by a bullet difference in both directions. Ultra, so many opportunities, but this one is going to be so tough.
Oh, Simp just throws a shot at the right time. That is huge. And now he's hopping. Less than 30 to go. Insight. Very low chance of success here. Not impossible, but very low indeed. Tags, not enough. FaZe, right back at it.
Oh, man, that is unreal. As soon as aBeZy gets traded, I literally think Kleenex actually would have been sneaky by that door, accidentally shoots a bullet at the player that died from the frag from, like, God knows where, inside over, like, by white. Could have been a bit of a 2v4 right there, but no funny business happens. Self finds the errant kill, and gets out with his life with 1 HP. All tied up.
Ultra on offense. Fast A-bomb site here once again from aBeZy. Top bunk, very happy to be there. Cell with a nade. Simp, the Phenom gets another. That's a tremendous advantage to have for FaZe.
Yeah, bomb down. 4v2. I mean, Kleenex has dead silence, and I mean, hey, nearly 2v4 this previous round, so try to make some magic happen. Unfortunately, that stun does not connect. Selling with a deep pocket of a corner. Yeah, FaZe is going to be 3 rounds in a row.
Cellium, dude, it's like everything's going so great. You go around a corner and you're like, I think I'm making a play here. No, Cellium is waiting for you. Insight. They're hitting him with an artillery strike right now. This guy, he's dead, man. I mean, I'd throw in the towel, brother. Hands up. You are surrounded. The whole squad's taking pot shots at you. And this is a wonderful effort from Jamie Craven, but all for naught. As FaZe, the confidence is starting to build. 1 round at a time.
Yeah, just going to make him work for it, but First Bloods have been on point. Simp in game 5, by the way. 9-3. Shotgunning Hicksy as well. Reaction time absolutely on point. Appreciates the headshot multiplier as well. 4-3 lead in a very close game. It's going to be unbelievably stressful, but I don't see it in their faces.
No, FaZe have been here too many times. A squad like this have always been happy to take on the tougher challenges. 1 more kill for Simp, gets him a cruise missile as well.
There's a quick flank coming through. Hicksy has a lot of pressure on the site by himself, but they're trusting him. The wall bangs are coming through, and Kleenex, same opportunity. He's gotten a 2-piece on the flank before. All the way around, 1 player up top just for the trade, though. Slasher was able to get 1, 3v3.
No Daddy reset either, so now 3v2. aBeZy. Oh, Hicksy, you're in trouble, son. Out of position. aBeZy's going to play with you like that. Eats him alive. No problem. 2v2. aBeZy and Cell as FaZe. Again, the confidence is reaching sky high.
But for FaZe, they have no idea where these players are. Insight got behind you. He got a kill on Slasher. Kleenex was also like top pool, but you haven't seen either player in 40 seconds. You're just praying for some information, but based on whether Ultra are playing it, they're going to force the plant to come through, and Kleenex might be in position to trap this guy in unless Cellium can catch him.
I think he saw him. The nade was merely thrown. Cell. Chase him down, Cellium. Don't let him get away. The fast reposition. Insight's upstairs, though. Wait, Cell might walk into trouble here. He does indeed. Insight and Kleenex, they're all good. It comes down to aBeZy. Is the hit. There's 1. Insight on the outside of kegs. 1v1. Tyler Farris wins it. He puts FaZe onto match point.
And Cellium owes aBeZy something for that moment. Good Lord, Cellium without dead silence, just flying into death, leaving the SMG by himself, but then CleanX has to call out the Insight. Not weak at all. That is aBeZy, full HP with the Vaznev up close and personal. Please trade that for me. Unfortunate for Insight, nothing you can do in a situation like that. So we were talking about the pressure. You don't see it in their faces, but in the gameplay, a few small mistakes like that, getting a little ahead of the game.
One more, Toronto Ultra. They book their flight home. FaZe move on in the tournament. Simp and aBeZy, once again, the Terror is running things in search and destroy.
Whether they're running things or want to pump the brakes, they can do whatever they want with a lead like this. I know 5-3 can be dangerous, but for FaZe, another day in the office. And Ultra are playing it slow. If Insight's going to be this deep on the map, you're looking for intel. And even if you can see him, can he get the kill? Not quite. No trades coming through just yet. aBeZy out with 21.
That's huge, though. Gets away with his life. A little bit of info.
Oh, wow.
Nice
There you go.
nade from Hixie. Bant as well. Advantage Ultra. But for how long? Here comes Cellium.
Scrapz.
Simp. Reset steady as well. He knows Scrapz here. There's the shots. The dagger in the dark. Hixie has been a hero for Toronto Ultra up until this point. Can he go above and beyond to keep him safe and alive in this tournament? There's one. Hixie can't get it done. It's Simp. The kills are there. Plenty of time for the defuse. It is done. The reverse sweep has been snuffed out. FaZe stay alive.
Dude, that would have been the ace for Hixie to keep his team alive, but him versus Simp just a little bit too quick with it, taking care of business in the game 5. And I think Simp able to secure double-digit kills as well towards the end. Two-time world champ stepping up when he needed him to. Of course, it is nothing but two-time world champs on that entire team, but Atlanta FaZe, they stave off the pressure of falling to top 6. And that is something, again, a rare sight for them to even be in this situation. But now that loser's bracket run, Slasher no stranger to it, could be on the horizon.
Oh, 100%. And again, the way things have looked for Ultra, bad stage. After winning Major 3, it didn't exactly set themselves up for success on the way into this major. They fought tooth and nail, but not enough. Atlanta FaZe simply still too much in search and destroy. What a fantastic series from both teams. That game 5. Woo. What a treat. Atlanta FaZe, we will see them play tomorrow. The GG's.
Yeah, I know the Squirrel isn't going to be too happy about the overall stage performance, but getting top 6 after the way the online portion went, I think you just chalk it up and say, hey, it wasn't great, it was fine, just don't let it happen again and bounce back for that final stage. So Ultra, at the end of the day, a game like that against FaZe, nothing to be too ashamed about. They bounced back and fought quite literally from the depths, kicking it off with the Expo, but Atlanta FaZe look clean. I mean, Simp 12-4 towards the end. They certainly do love a CeeLo, and even though it's been a little bit spicier as of late, still that potential is going to be there, especially for the fact that the First Bloods were wheeling and dealing as well. FaZe looking good, man.
FaZe looking good. FaZe looking real good. That 244, the comeback they made on Hotel as well was insane. There's still the search and destroy, 6-3 either side. The Embassy and LSCLO still proved to be very, very strong indeed. FaZe happy to see a big win on their faces. They've still got a lot of life left in them. Cellium is going to be smack bang in the middle of the Belong Arena with Maven. Take it away, my friend.
Thank you so much. Here with Cell. All right, man. I don't know how to word this without swearing. How are you guys so bad and so good in a span of 30 seconds?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like our team, obviously our team is really good, but I feel like sometimes we troll and just, give up situations sometimes. But, I mean, that's what we're working on, you know? That's what practice is for, so.
Yeah, I know you guys have been working on stuff like crazy. Now, I want to hear from you. You're weird, man, in game. Like, you've been using the same controller for 5 years. You play 9.6 sensitivity or something. Someone said they were watching your POV and they almost got sick because you never stop moving. You're always just cracked. What separates you from other players, man?
I mean, I don't know. I feel like I just play the games where, if I die, it's I don't know. It's just hard to explain, to be honest. Like, I always try to play my situations to like the best. Like, I always like pick an option in my head where it's like I think it's the best situation for myself. So, I feel like that's what's like helping me a lot in game and stuff.
What was your saying last year? It was like no free kills, no easy kills, something?
Yeah, for sure. It's like no freebies. Like, I mean, I feel like being a hard kill in this game is like really like important sometimes. Obviously, sometimes like playing your life is like bad sometimes, but I feel like I've been getting better, like, a lot better at that. So.
Well, that's something we figured you kind of work on a little bit, like that kind of no freebies. Like, when is it time to just run at something type thing? But all right, here you are into another top 4, battling maybe to make another top 3 on the year. What are you guys maybe talking about and working on tonight, headed into tomorrow?
Well, obviously our Thieves match wasn't like as like ideal. It's obviously I feel like in our Thieves match we trolled a lot, and I feel like we're playing too fast that series. So going into tomorrow, I feel like that's what we're gonna focus on. Just try to play to our pace and not let the other team like focus or like just try to like play on our pace pretty much. So.
Well, you are nuts, man. It is fun to watch you. Congrats on the W. Good luck the rest of the way. You are an absolute maniac, man. It's a pleasure to watch you. Take it easy. All right, back to the desk, guys.
Thank you, Maven, and thank you so much, MacArthur, a.k.a. Cellium, for introducing snaking into all of my ranked games. We got to take a look at this FaZe win because this was the closest match. If you were asking the chat, which I have every single battle, who is going to win, they've all been 80% of the side or on one of the teams. This one, 56-40. We had Atlanta fans coming out on top, but this was a narrow Game 5 victory.
Yeah, it was really close. I mean, obviously, after the first 2 maps, you're thinking this is an easy Atlanta victory, and then we almost get the second reverse sweep of the tournament, the second one that we've seen since a very, very long time. I think the most important map in this series had to be that map number 1. Atlanta needed a respawn in this series, and Toronto is a very strong control team. Regardless, it was Expo, and that was a little bit of an unknown. Atlanta take that first hotel hardpoint by just a 6-point deficit. It was a huge final rotation designer from them, and they kept that side of plat control, and that seems to always be the story with Atlanta FaZe on hotel hardpoint.
Yeah, you know, and when we were talking about Toronto Ultra, we talked about the round 10 and 11 losses that they had and how their search was still solid. Well, I think you could see them in this series get exposed just a little bit. Now, there were some great rounds that they had here on this LSCLO. Going into it, if you're Toronto Ultra, you banned Mercado S&D, a map that you're 4-1 on because of how human FaZe have looked on these maps. Well, they showed you once again, while maybe you should have tried testing them on both of their best search and destroys on that embassy, FaZe was in their face, man. Not much they could do there, and in that Game 5, the adjustments, they reigned supreme.
As we take a look at the bracket, Atlanta FaZe continues on into the top 4 as they've done for 2 years in a row now. Ultra will bounce out top 5, 6. We'll find out who plays FaZe tomorrow for top 3. It'll either be the Subliners or Røkkr, winner of our next matchup.
I mean, I know everybody's rooting for that Atlanta FaZe OpTic matchup, but I mean, they've just been looking so good. I don't know if they'll fall to LA Thieves.
I don't know if they're going to fall. I don't know what's going to happen. I do know Atlanta is powering into another championship Sunday. Nameless, was there ever any worry?
I mean, there kind of had to be, right, when you look at it, especially in this series with the way that Toronto Ultra clawed their way back into it. And also, if you remember, this is the team that took Atlanta FaZe off that Asilo streak. Yeah. So headed into Game 5, I'm like, man, Toronto might actually win this. But for Atlanta FaZe and Championship Sunday, they're comfortable there. They can win another chip.
All righty, we've done 4 matches. There is 1 more to go. When we come back, Minnesota still swinging. They take on New York Subliners when we come back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are gearing up for the final battle here on day 3 of our 4th major of the 2023 Call of Duty League season. Minnesota Røkkr still in it, taking on New York Subliners. And we kind of focus on this Subliners squad because they've won a major. They took the very first event back at Raleigh. Then they've seen everything else in between, a top 8, a top 12. They bombed out of the most recent major, seeming to get their things back on track. But they're coming off a tough loss here. They just got bopped by OpTic.
Yeah, a very, very tough loss. And I think most of that was off the back of they just couldn't really get anything going. I mean, after that map on Hardpoint, it was Dan and Huke that just absolutely had their way. And sometimes you struggle to get back on your feet after a loss like that. So they need to kind of just wipe that matchup earlier from their minds.
As we take a look at this Subliner lineup representing New York City, they've got the Frenchman HyDra running the SMG. And we talked about it, Nameless, in the green room. This next battle is going to be so fun because it's HyDra versus Afro.
Absolutely, and HyDra historically has obliterated the Minnesota Røkkr. I mean, in this matchup alone, the guy's averaging 3,200 damage. If you don't know what that means, it's a lot. And he goes off against him, and he neutralizes Afro, who in this matchup is very bad for Afro in the past. For the New York Subliners, though, it was a very bad showing versus OpTic Texas, and you're playing on the same day. So you're dealing with sort of the bounce back from that, and also your map pool has been getting exposed across these last 3 tournaments. So they're playing some of the similar maps. We'll see if they can get this dub versus strong Mini.
Priestahh and Skyz looked like they just got scorched in the previous meeting with OpTic. How do you avoid that in back-to-back matches? Let's take a look at our Monster Energy pregame for the Subliners. Allie, I'm taking a look at the slaying department. That was the big issue, right? A .75 in their last meeting, not going to be good enough if they want to stay in this tournament tomorrow.
I mean, to sum up these Monster Energy pre-games, it's literally just get back to how you were before that OpTic series, right? That's literally .1, 2, and 3 is to just go back to the ways that you were in before playing OpTic Texas. I mean, maintain your hills up in Hotel Hardpoint, broken 4 out of 5 times versus OpTic again. We're previously number 3 in hold. Again, like I said, just forget that OpTic match happened on earlier and feel comfortable in the fact that you're going up against the Minnesota Røkkr, that you have a 3-1 head-to-head record on, and seemingly everybody feels comfortable in this matchup.
We've got the Subliners ready to go, and they are currently the favorites in a battle against the Minnesota Røkkr team that has been everywhere as well when it comes to standings. They started off the season getting bopped in 8th place. Then they make a top 3 run at Boston. Now you see an 0-6 finish to Major 3. And they're starting to find a little bit of momentum here in Major 4. Nameless, they're playing for top 4, though, once again. And that is kind of what this team needed to put all of the haters, to silence everyone who doesn't think this team deserves to play at champs.
Yeah, and now the story's a little bit different, too, right? Because they're building this confidence on land. You're now 4-1 as a team when it comes to land matches since adding Fame to the roster. He's had some big wins, and now that Seattle match was like cementing it. Like, this roster change made a lot of sense. So let's check out the Monster Energy pregame stuff, because for Minnesota Røkkr, it gets a bit interesting in this series, right? Keep out rotating teams on Hotel Hardpoint, 2nd in rotation percentage, only behind OpTic. And when you think about the Fortress as well, they're 2nd in holding there. So statistics across these 2 hardpoints from Minnesota are actually really good. They play the maps well. They're just about to be closing them out.
And the biggest opportunity that they have in this matchup is in the control, because that's where they've only had kind of their netting throughout this entire stage. When they go up against the New York Subliners, though, they are 1-3. So it is a tough matchup, but if there is a light at the end of the tunnel for them, they're getting El Asilo map number 3. Minnesota Røkkr is 10-0 on that map and mode, respectively. I'm surprised New York decided to go head-to-head with them.
I'll tell you why, if you want to know. Because these guys are mentally checked. They cannot play Expo Control, and they're continuously getting exposed for it, right? Teams can just get rid of Hotel, and then what happens, New York has to pick Asilo. New York is 1-7 on that map, and they have to pick it in control. They must be terrified at Expo.
I got to give a lot of love to Minnesota. Playing the Surge, they were down 2 games, down in that game 3, and they stay fighting all night long, make it to Saturday, and now playing for top 4 against the Subliners. But if you want to catch your Minnesota Røkkr squad live and in person, make sure to come out to the event during the Major 5 qualifiers. Røkkr is flying London Royal Ravens and the Boston Breach out to compete live in Minnesota on stage in front of the fans. The second event is going to be in St. Paul, Minnesota, Saturday, May 6th. So mark your calendars and get your tickets. They only start at just $20. So head on over to rockertickets.gg to get your tickets right now.
I feel like if you're a LAN squad and you prefer to play there, all your organization has to do is throw these big watch parties. The last one was a lot of fun, honestly. Chance was there. I was kind of jealous. It was lit.
It was so fun to watch. Today, we get a rematch of the previous meetings on game 1 and 2. Hotel, but aBeZy comes in for control. Ali, last time these two teams met up, it was just 15 days ago in New York. 3-1, the Røkkr winning those respawn game modes. What happens today?
Yeah, that map number 1 was actually a pretty dominant win from side Minnesota Røkkr and Hotel Hardpoint, which is a little bit surprising that it made its way back into this matchup as the same map number 1. But New York feels comfortable in that map number 2. They beat them 6-3. All New York has to do is get the bomb down because Minnesota is allowing the plant 70% of the time. So they're giving up these sites and they're allowing people to plant for free. And once that bomb goes down, you have over a 50% win rate of that round.
Nameless, Røkkr are the underdogs according to the chat's poll right now, but I'm thinking the Subliners are struggling in hard points. Does this struggle continue in the losers bracket, or was this only a winners bracket problem against OpTic?
Listen, it's very hard to react from that OpTic versus New York game because OpTic obliterates literally everybody that they play. They've been smoking everyone. So for New York, I feel like you can look at that match and be like, wow, they're horrible. They got to figure it out. But they've been fine versus basically everyone else, even during the qualifying stage. Now, like I said, HyDra has destroyed Minnesota in the matches past, but on these hard points in this series, Minnesota has fared pretty well, and in the control, they are unscathed. So if you're a Minnesota fan, you feel very good about this map set and your team headed into this match.
Nameless, it's time to get our predictions in. You are the front runner right now in the green room. Who do you have taking this game?
Man, it's very hard. I'm going to go with New York, though. I think New York come in and they beat Minnesota here. They bounce back.
3-1, 3-2, 3-0.
I'm going 3-1.
3-1, game 4. Okay, what about you, Ali?
This is tough. I think there's a lot of opportunity for Minnesota in this series, but I'm still going to go with the New York Subliners. 3-1.
I called a New York versus Toronto grand final on day 1. I don't think that's true anymore. Reverse sweeps occurred last night, and I think there's more dark magic brewing for the Røkkr. Will they be able to steal a game 1, though, and set themselves off on a strong foot? That is the question for me, because last time they did exactly that. And last night, they got a stellar performance from their rookie. Fame coming up from Challengers was a rock star in that game mode of Hardpoint.
I will say Minnesota is one of those teams that really does not go down fairly easy. The only team that kind of shuts them down might be the LA Thieves, but beyond that, Minnesota Røkkr, once their foot is on the gas, it is very, very difficult for them to let up. So I'm hoping they continue that momentum off that reverse sweep yesterday, and we continue to see Afro on LAN. He's one of those players where, again, it was a bunch of question marks at the beginning of the season. He was performing very well online. It was like, can he continue this when we get to these majors, when we get in these situations? And the answer is yes, but he's going to need a couple of help like he got yesterday from Bance. I hope we see that today as well.
Shout out to everyone in the chat. The predictions are in. The match is ready to go. Last chance to get your channel points on the line as we send it over. It's Lando in study for the final battle here for top 4.
How's it going, guys? It's been a while. Jay and I have been hanging out in the virtual green room, just having a wonderful chat, trying to figure out who's been facing off against the Minnesota Røkkr. Jay, it is going to be NYSL. This matchup decides who gets the 4th and final spot moving in the championship Sunday for both these teams. It's been a while since they've seen that stage, or rather been there on that day. For Minnesota, we're going back to Boston. For New York, we are going back to Raleigh. This is going to be a fun one, right? I mean, when we've seen these teams play in past, Jay, this has gone game 5, round 11 more than once.
Yeah, this series is always intense between both of these organizations. Obviously, for the Røkkr, they came out yesterday, and they somehow, some way, were able to complete a reverse sweep versus Seattle Surge, all on the back of that control. On the opposite side for New York, it's like a tale of two different stories, because New York, they had a pretty easy day number 1, but their day 2 playing versus OpTic Texas today, that was easy work on the opposite side. They got steamrolled. So for New York, I think the biggest thing for me is taking this map number 1, because you need something to stand on. You need some kind of energy going forward into this series, because you know Minnesota Røkkr, they play you very close every single time, more specifically on this map, because the last time they matched up, Minnesota took care of them pretty easily due to the fact that they were winning those rotations.
Yeah, for sure. It feels like this map is really going to test the mental of NYSL, really to see where they're at, as you said, off of a dominant 3-0 loss versus OpTic Texas. One of those losses was here on Hotel, where they got outslayed massively. I think Tom was highlighting it. It was like 30 plus kills
Unbelievable stuff. We'll see how NYSL looks to turn things, and really off the start, they have done pretty well when it comes down to things. 25 uncontested points as Røkkr get their first bit of time inside of the HP.
Yeah, it was New York who started off on the better side towards Jacuzzi, so they get that initial time. They find all the kills at the right moment. They're able to rack up 25 seconds off of P1 and now flip those spawns for P2. So Minnesota Røkkr, a squad who can definitely find breaks. We saw in the New York Subliners with a bunch of the rotations versus OpTic Texas, but they could not set up properly and they were getting easily broken in. But that's 3 early kills going their way. They should have some free time before Minnesota even get into play.
Yeah, we'll see if Røkkr can start to make a bit of a dent in this setup. Solid work so far here from New York, but Bance making some plays in the back lines. We'll see what much more he can do, and not a whole lot. Eventually evaporated, and from there, NYSL can begin to focus their attention over toward the bar. KiSMET, quick work, nearly finds 3, sets up HyDra there for the 4th. Excellent stuff out of the gates here from the Subliners.
And now with only 30 seconds left, if you are Røkkr, you have to make the decision. Do we fight this? Do we still try to not give up all this time to the NYSL players? They're trying to do it, but they can't find any of those kills. So now with 3 being down, New York are already off the rotation. KiSMET has that dead silence invested. He cuts off Fame. HyDra wins 1 off the spawn as well. So that only leaves 1 player from Minnesota on this side of the map. It's going to be Cammy with his hands full. He does take down 2, and now his teammates are here to assist him.
That's massive, and now it sets up his teammate to win the 1v1. Excellent job there from Cammy, and now Bance is the sole man alive in the hard point. Also has reinforcements. We'll see if Røkkr can lock this down, or if Priestahh can spoil the party. P-Dog running through the kitchen. Wild. Excellent recovery here from NYSL, but Jay, obviously some wonderful kills coming in from guys like Cammy, but this is just excellent work from NYSL to make their way through the map, just to play this one close off the rip, really making Røkkr work for it.
Oh man, they're working for it indeed, my friend. Finally, even with them being 3 down, the last player is able to get in the point. Benjamin Bance wins the 1-on-1. He wins the second as well. Can't find the trade on the Priestahh, but he sets up Afro to find the final one. So final 15 going in favor of the Røkkr. Now going to force New York off that early rotation towards double desk. Skyz finds the first, KiSMET finds the second. It should allow New York to get set up properly the way that they want to get some good time off of this P4.
Yeah, it just feels like NYSL so far have just been a step ahead when it comes down to rotations, when a huge few fights over when it came down to the rotation at Kitchen, and so far they were the first ones at bar. Røkkr trying to make a big dent here early on in these first few team fights. Cammy and Bance, longtime duo, able to put in a decent amount of work. Fame there for the 3rd, and so that is a huge break that comes in from the Røkkr, trying to make that scoreline look a little bit prettier, and boy, would it, especially if these final 30 seconds begin to go their way. Bance, the player that we've got to talk about when it comes down to this matchup, trying to wield his team into an early hardpoint victory. Jay, it feels like so often Røkkr go based off of how Bance's play is, and right now at even, you will completely take that.
Oh yeah, you would take that if you are Minnesota. You didn't have the preferred spawns. You had to fight your way in, and you get up at least about 20 to 25 seconds there, and now put yourself in a situation where you run the rotation over towards Diner. New York spawning all the way at the old hill. So Minnesota Røkkr have some time to work with. Currently down by 20. Every single angle. Watch. Fame starts it off with the first. All out pressure from New York towards the backside of Shandy. Bance wins another one before he does get shut down, but not New York. They potentially send up a pinch. Look where KiSMET's going.
KiSMET trying to make his way through the back. Able to toy for 1 on the Fame. Make it 2. Great work coming in from the Bulldog. Barks his way inside of the restaurant. Not sure that animals are allowed inside, but hey, he's making his presence felt regardless. Taking things over as NYSL get the timely break, and now it's up to them to get the hold. Bance trying to really make his presence felt one more. And how about Bancey? We talked about who needs to step up for this team. Can Bance just be the guy to win some rotations, maybe get that objective? But right now, he's the main slayer.
Yeah, Bance is literally the playmaker for Røkkr. Whenever he's on point, doesn't matter what he's putting up at the end of the game when it comes down to the numbers. But if he's slaying, that's even more of a scarier sight for the subliner players, because now if he's putting up the kills and he's winning those rotations, putting himself in nice little angles, it's going to be a tall task ahead to try to take this team down. But gunfights go back and forth. New York trying to fight for the back kitchen spawns. Minnesota able to come out on top, so they're still getting those back end spawns. New York trying to break from front side bedroom. Every player trying to attack.
Yeah, a huge hard point to close out our first set of rotations. As we said, really, when it comes down to both these teams, fighting to try to get that 4th spot, moving into Championship Sunday tomorrow. And obviously, if you're New York, trying to get back to where you started at the beginning of the season in Raleigh. For Røkkr, they're trying to pull off something special, man. Trying to make, I guess, a bit of a miracle run considering how their Major 3 went. Obviously, Major 4 started things off nicely with fame when it came down to that major, or rather when it came down to their home series. But from there, not a whole lot of answers. 10 seconds is what decides this after the first side. And I got to say, man, Røkkr hanging with them.
Yeah, Røkkr hanging in. Do exactly what they need to do. Keep P6 scrappy towards the top plat, but now it's back to the P1 to P2 chain where New York had a lot of success first go around. That's already 3 dead in the feed. Last player up is going to be Bance. He gets cut down by P-Dog. Clean 4 dead. But now with all the spawns on, with a couple players from New York on this side of the map, you're going to gift those free spawns over to the Minnesota Røkkr, but not for long as they find those final 2 kills. They flip the spawns right on back. Now they're continuously growing that lead.
Yeah, it just feels like this could be an opportunity where New York really start to stretch their legs a bit. They have a HyDra trying to put him to good use. Flies on forward, eventually drops. A few interesting spawns come in from the Subliners. The same thing can be said for Minnesota. NYSL claim control over at P2, but they're going to have to fight for it. A very formidable team when it comes down to hardpoint. Outside of losses versus OpTic, they have been solid as of late, winning their last 5 that are not versus OpTic Texas. Røkkr trying to spoil the party early, but HyDra still remains. Excellent 2 kills, cutting down half of the Minnesota Røkkr as they begin to spawn on out. 1 player left in the back is going to be Bance, and it could be HyDra, who is there to take him down as well. Not going to happen. Bance remains.
And he still stays alive. This is exactly the kind of plays he was making yesterday to get the comeback versus Seattle Surge, but his teammates are not finding any kills. He can't waste all the time singing towards the back. Eventually it's time to strike, but by the time he does, all of his teammates drop. So New York, they hold the push, and they're also able to flip the spawns. This might get scary if you are Minnesota Røkkr, because now you're going to be trapped in towards the back. Fame actually gets a spawn towards the middle of the map as well, so he should have that free rotation. But this has been a full 60 hold from the Subliners to now put themselves up by 80 points. It has to be a response right here from the Røkkr.
Yeah, I mean, this hard point is pretty much going to decide how the rest of this game will look. Is it going to be NYSL dominance or a Røkkr resurgence? It's time to find out. Minnesota completely prepared. All 4 players ready for the attack that New York are about to put on display for us. KiSMET 1 away from the cruise missile as he begins to roam on forward. How about the turn on there from Priestahh? Also trying to lead the charge from the back. He eventually drops. KiSMET earning that cruise missile, putting in some bullets. A big gunfight and a big break that could be inbound. Let's step aside and see the comms are sounding right now with the Subliners.
Watch out, back left corner. Nice job. Nice job.
Yo, one's bricks.
Take your time, you're good.
Bricks. Yo, 2 bricks on me.
I need bricks.
2 bricks. One's out, bricks, one side.
They're both one shot.
One side bricks.
Yeah. Bricks, another one. Nice, good job. I think there might be one more.
He's like front of storage. I got needed.
I'll get
storage is out. Yeah, storage is out.
Yo, low-key, I'm gonna help you. I'm helping you, alright? I'm helping you.
He's mid-des, Afro. He's just sneaky mid-des. I have a streak too.
Top from there.
Dead on.
He's top bed, right?
That's him.
Alright,
look over me. I'm gonna get out square.
Got hit, peeking. I can't.
Nothing mid.
Give me a second. Pitch engine.
D1 and D2. Peeking right and D1.
Alright, I'm watching it.
Push out square. Nice. He was right side D2.
I don't see P2, yo. I'm back P2 steps. It might spawn secret or mid.
Yeah.
Yo,
back
got it
right
now, guys.
P2 steps in.
No trophy. One's middle. Middle.
I'm holding secret, bro. They can be P2.
From mid edge.
I'm in the back.
One bed right now, Afro.
I'll get top.
He's coming out. Info and Info and cheers. Take it. I spawned.
One's P2 steps.
I need to
One way on the got head.
Make sure we're
Got it, bro.
Out there.
And the energy is there for the Subliners. The biggest thing that I took away, though, in those comms was HyDra telling Priestahh to hit that flank. That is what eventually leads to the break towards double deaths. Times it beautifully. You usually do not see HyDra directing the troops, but this is a player who can definitely do it all. Minnesota, they find the break in those final moments, take the final 20. Now this is looking like it's going to be a photo finish where this game definitely ends at the diner.
Yeah, I mean, how often does it, right? We're talking about a hotel hardpoint. Feels like Tuscan P1 back in Vanguard. Shades of it without a doubt, but Røkkr, they need to find a break. It's got to be essential. It's going to happen now. Priestahh watching HyDra's back, or rather, watching his front. A clean 3 down as Cammy, the sole man that stays alive, trying to make a bit of a dent in the setup, but he quickly gets wiped away. NYSL, less than 15.
It might be all over here. Minnesota have to try to find a break. They have no cruise missiles. You got to spam those attacks to get rid of those trophies, but this is their last push. New York just have to hold on.
They do indeed. However, all 3 players are here. Cammy and Afro able to put down a few, and with that, NYSL cleared off the board. Røkkr, of course, cannot win it here. They're not going to get really all that close, but NYSL, I'm just going to say, do they make one last effort at it? It looks like they will not. Vending to go for the rotation. And we'll see how it pans out. This is massive right now for Røkkr. But how about the Dolphin Dive that comes in from Fame? NYSL instantly have to focus, have to be prepared. But right now, with the way the spawns are going, oh, Priestahh gets killed. Cammy fights too, but there's not going to be a player who's able to find KiSMET. Sneaky Kiz. Lays prone, hops in the hill, and he does not get picked off. It looked like Røkkr had done just enough to set themselves up for a hold there at parking, but my God, what an ending to that HP NYSL. It felt comfortable for a while, but it gets dicey at the end. Regardless, Hotel belongs to them.
Yeah, such a back and forth hard point between these 2 squads, but New York already went towards the back of the room, did their homework, fixed their adjustments, and that was simply holding down your setups. They were great on the P1s, but basically flawless on that P2. That was the difference in this game, as they were able to slay, hold down their power positions, force Minnesota to try to break in very difficult situations. But when you hold down money hills like P2 for full 60s, that's what allows you to give you some breathing room as you go deeper into this game. Even though Minnesota was slowly starting to climb back, New York never looked like they were not in control.
Yeah.
As they are going to be able to take this map number 1 finally versus this Røkkr squad who has caused them so many problems on Hotel. They start the series off this time around 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, it just feels like it's a huge map momentum-wise for New York, regardless of the way that maybe this one looks from the outside. You know, I don't think it's necessarily a David versus Goliath type of battle, but of course, with New York being the team that most people expect to win this series, you wanted to see them come out and look pretty solid, Jake. Also, given the fact that, as you said, Hotel, Røkkr's history versus NYSL, also given how the vetoes are looking. I know we'll talk about that shortly, but it just feels like in this opening hardpoint, New York played Hotel HP like how OpTic played them on it earlier. Just very aggressive, just really running with Minnesota when it came down to those rotations. I know early on we saw that fight where KiSMET was basically following Minnesota on their way over toward the kitchen. Just excellent stuff all the way around. And as you said, outside of some late heroics, I feel like NYSL was pretty much in the driver's seat throughout 95% of the game.
Yeah, they were controlling the spawn. That's exactly what you want to do on a map like Hotel. And then when they needed to find breaks, they were able to find it with about 35 seconds remaining on some of these hills, especially at that kitchen. It was always scrappy back and forth. And when they fought for that junk time, you even saw Priestahh at the very end commit towards that 1-on-1 with Afro for an extra 10 seconds. That's because they had such a lead, because they were playing so well, and they knew that they were in the power position a majority of those times. But now, since you're up 1-0 in the series, you're going into a Hotel search and destroy. You have played this team as well. You did win this map, and that was simply due to your attacking rounds. The pressure that they're able to put on towards that B bomb, even towards A, they're usually doing it as a team. So if you are Minnesota Røkkr, a team who struggles at getting first bloods, you cannot allow these SMGs to roam around in your base.
Yeah, you can't allow for HyDra to just have a blast of a time when it comes down to Hotel S&D. We've seen him make some wild clutches. I think maybe even like a 1v3 or 1v4, something crazy. I remember seeing that at one point on Hotel Search and Destroy. But there you see it. D-Real handing out a few of the fist bumps. You see Sender just spitting some hot fire. Love to see that guy. An excellent coaching staff. NYSL have got themselves trying to get the boys prepared. What should be a pretty interesting search and destroy. And Jay, I want to kind of get back to the map veto conversation. The reason why we were stressing the importance really of just the early stages for New York was not just based off of confidence, but also because of the way that things looked here for Røkkr. I mean, the vetoes, it felt like matched up pretty well for him when it comes down to at least that game number 3 that we've got in this.
Yeah, I feel like the Røkkr definitely put themselves in a situation to take this series, because if you talk about that map number 1, New York have never been able to beat them on it. New York are actually able to take it this time around, but as we go forward into the series, that game number 3, with Minnesota being Team A in this series, they actually only had one opportunity, and that's to simply just get rid of Hotel, which is the control that they lost to this team previously. New York, ever since Fortress has gotten rid of it in that mode, they have just been struggling in control in general if they're not playing Hotel. They don't like to play Expo. El Asilo, they only have 2 wins, and that's versus Vegas Legion and the Florida Mutineers, 2 teams who are really, really terrible at control, so it's not really a lot you can take away. So if you are Minnesota Røkkr, you have 2 respawns where you are the favorite in those map 3 and map 4. But if you allow New York to go up 2-0 in this series by losing the search and destroy, you're gonna have to try to complete a reverse sweep again to try to stay in the tournament, and that's not easy.
Yeah, absolutely not. To do it twice would be unreal. I mean, we've had like one happen since what was like January 20th or something between OpTic
29th.
and FaZe. There's surely no way that Røkkr has got to go to those lengths again. But yeah, I just thought it was a important note to bring up. Like, while the team that most people expect to win this series went up 1-0, you still cannot take your foot off the pedal, especially when it comes down to the search destroy, given that game 3 and, as you said, game 4 that we are going to have. But can't get too ahead of ourselves. At round 1 we go. It is Fame, as per usual, grabbing that bomb for this team. Mr. Do-It-All, the glue for the roster. That's what the coaching staff has called him. And so far for Minnesota, it has been a free bomb over at A, despite the fact that they have yet to plant it.
Yeah, they have yet to plant. They're just taking their time, trying to get a feel out, basically a default setup. But it's looking like New York are going to try to be the aggressors in this situation. KiSMET with a great frag takes down Afro for the first blood. And now you got to put a move on it. You already have Bance that crosses towards bedroom. This is the opportunity where you can get that bomb down and try to play for the clutch.
Fame still trying to be careful. Nobody currently watching over at couches. That's exactly where Skyz was hiding. Gets that one down, and now here comes New York on the retake. An instant kill comes in from Cammy. Fame giving some intel that I believe it's HyDra in the back. That is a lovely 2-for-1 that goes the way of Minnesota, and now Skyz left all by himself. Pops dead, silence gets red, and what looked like a very slow-paced round for Minnesota ends up working out well for them, the 3v4.
That's just a beautiful round right there out of Røkkr. In a 3v4 situation, you get the bomb down, you have Benjamin Bance roaming towards the bedroom. But then it's all on Cammy. Once he finds that first gunfight, he's able to back down, stall more of that clock. Eventually turns it to a 3v3, but then it's Bance and Fame able to win both one-on-one engagements on the opposite sides of the map. You leave it to a 2v1, and with their positioning, they're able to clutch up the round. New York cannot give away those advantages.
Absolutely cannot. However, they do head to the attacking side. Number 2 in Hotel so far throughout this season as they look to put that to the test. Bance gets a world of information. A lot of things coming his way. However, the bomb, that is not one of them. Player number 8 in Priestahh, he rocks dead silence. He's over on the other side of the map. So this is basically some fun picks at the very least, as everybody will leave except for KiSMET. Still full utility for him, and he and Bance, are they ever going to see each other, Jay? Maybe not.
He knows the personnel. He knows who he's playing against. It's only a matter of moments before Bance decides to strike, and KiSMET is able to win the one-on-one. So New York find their second first blood on the map, but Fame instantly answers, takes down HyDra 3v3, but at least the bomb is getting planted. 45 seconds. 3v3 retake on Minnesota.
Now make it a 2v3. Player 4, player 7 wants to look at KiSMET. Can he find Afro? No, he can't find anything. Does get some intel, so he's able to give information over to his squad mates on where the attack is about to loot from. 25 seconds. Priestahh, excellent beams. A bomb plant, a kill. Oh, nearly a close quarter one as well. Afro brought low. Now has to chase down Skyz. Where is Caesar hiding? You know he loves that spot over at the desk. Run, Caesar. Run. Afro. No, not able to find him. How in the world did Skyz just win that?
Oh, that's a gunfight that you have to win up close and personal with the Vaznev, but Skyz with the movement.
Whoa!
Hits him with the nice little belly flop. Comes back up swinging with that TAC 56 to clutch up in the 1v1. Just another round right there, though, where New York almost throw it away. You're in a 3v2 situation. It should not be anyone trying to make an individual play, trying to go for a late flank. Try to set up a team fire. Try to set up a team crossfire so you can at least assist your teammates and not force one-on-one gunfights, but they clutch up on a round and tie it up at 1.
Yep, should be 2-0. However, 1-1. Røkkr, you give them any bit of an advantage and they will take it. That's really what this team has had to rely on so far throughout this season. Whether in search destroy, which obviously has not been great for them, but absolutely in the respawns. Not a team known to outslay, but really get the job done. When it comes down to their COD knowledge, Bance, without question, one of the players with knowledge at the top of his list. Crosses in. Bance will pop Deddy. Meanwhile, bomb still yet to get planted. Afro does get all the information that he wants. As New York run right into the trap, they at least find one for their efforts.
So now it's a 3v3, and if you are Minnesota Røkkr, you can potentially try to put this bomb down and rotate it over towards B. They're trying to get it down, and KiSMET already decides to strike. He takes down Bance. The only player puts up towards bedroom. Bomb carrier, bomb planter is still alive. He gets out with his life. Fame actually plants the bomb, runs right back through main arch, and he's able to find 2 to now put KiSMET in a 1v2. Everybody throws a shoulder. You just want to stay alive, waste as much of this clock as possible, but KiSMET actually hops on it.
There's no way! There is no way, Fame! Oh my god! He was close, but not close enough. But Jay, we gotta highlight how in the world does Fame manage to plant the bomb pretty much in the wide open, makes his way through middle, finds 2, actually ends up finding the 3rd as well. I mean, that is like a situation where it feels like for New York, you've got to raid that guy. Like, you can't allow for that guy to escape.
Yeah, the way that he was able to get out as well. It's not like anyone was not in a position. Like, KiSMET just got a kill from D2 desk. He was looking for the bomb carrier, but could not spot him. He was thinking that that guy definitely has a VASnet, but Fame with the TAC 56 is able to find 3 to close out the round. Would look like to go in New York's favor. Minnesota with another clutch. Now Fame on a 3 spree. This is a guy who turned up yesterday in that game 5 versus Seattle. Started off 0-5, ended the game 8-7. So he was taking over in the search and destroy just like he's doing here. But that's HyDra with the first blood.
Yep. HyDra finds that first one, and you can tell what it does to the Røkkr defense. Fame has to rotate over. Meanwhile, for Afro, he's also one to send on forward. He drops 2. So New York winning the trade fights, and really now they have the choice of what bomb site they want to go to. They've got numbers. And they've also got plenty of time. 40 seconds to work with on the clock. And really for Røkkr, Fame, and Cammy, want to be back-to-back, want to work together. And what is ultimately going to be a 2v3 retake.
Yeah, this is the perfect setup, though. You have Skyz who's watching the cross. The only thing he can't spot is if they go super deep through the back of their spawn. And I thought he was in a great position, but Fame reads it, instantly turns it to a 2v2. So now both players from New York trapped inside the kitchen. They're trying to get a couple wall bangs, and Fame gets another one onto HyDra. So now it's Priestahh left in the 1v2.
P-Dog, 28 seconds, trying to defend in Røkkr. A 2v3 retake. And I'll be honest, Jay, it just feels like these last few rounds have Fame written all over it.
All over.
I noticed New York, I mean, when they were going for the plant, Fame sprinted to the very backside of kitchen, gets one for free, and from there works alongside Cammy perfectly. Just wonderful, wonderful work coming in from the new man added onto the squad.
That's unbelievable. This guy's a rookie. This is insane stuff, what he's doing at such a high level, especially in search and destroy. Rounds that look to be going the opposite way, he somehow reels them back in and makes it possible for his team as he ends that round on a 5 spree. 1 kill off of earning that cruise missile. Minnesota Røkkr looking like a different beast in search and destroy so far. HyDra with another first blood. HyDra with 2. You shut down Fame, but at least he does earn that cruise.
Exactly right. So you do walk away with at least one positive if you're Røkkr. If it's not going to be the round ultimate, at least you do have that streak moving into the future of this game. But I mean, it just feels like 2v3s. I mean, this is what has been Minnesota's specialty so far.
Yeah.
Big kill's about to be inbound. That bomb is rotating over, and New York are ready for it.
That's another 1v1 gunfight. It's a 3v2. Let's just simply play trades, but Afro's able to take down KiSMET. Now the bomb is going to get planted over towards B for free. But at least you stall out enough for that time. So now let HyDra earn that dead silence to be the playmaker. Wraps his way all the way into Diner. Skyz also pops his Deddy as well. This is a double push from the front side.
They give HyDra wonderful timing, able to catch out Cammy. Afro now Soul Man alive onto this. He's actually found up close. He's found up close. Oh my God, it's a team kill, but it is a round regardless. New York nearly letting another 2v3 slip. But thankfully they come away with the clutch, and boy, did they need that. It got quite dicey. They were inside of the kitchen, Jay. Afro was very slippery right there.
Yeah, Afro was dancing all in the kitchen. Like, obviously it comes down to a 2v1. Both of these guys are going for the chow. At least you have 2 versus 1 in that situation. As New York are able to take the round on the back of HyDra, who's able to take down 3. Now stops the bleeding, down 3-2. But in my opinion, this has been very, very sloppy search and destroy from New York. Like, your man advantage, just simply play the trades. Run in there like a freight train and play the damn trade.
I mean, what, the rounds that Røkkr have so far are like a 3v4, a 2v3, and somehow FaZe planting a bomb and really making his way through middle somehow. Like, as you said, just not the cleanest work so far from New York. We'll see if things can begin to tighten up. But FaZe, how about him? 9-2, bringing in that cruise missile. And we'll see what information he can find. Obviously not going to find anybody with it, but we'll see if it can lead to some future success.
And this is what Minnesota Røkkr were doing so well yesterday versus Seattle. Every time they tried to cross the bed, that guy was getting cut down. But every time they tried to go for the plant, it was the wall banks coming in from the ARs as Cammy's able to take down Priestahh. Bomb does not get planted. And now Dead Silence does get invested. You allow Bance to make the play. Takes down Skyz. 3v2 now, but you still have to be worried about where HyDra is, because now he's right behind you.
Yeah, Røkkr, it's just always a player you got to be aware of. A player you got to be conscious of. KiSMET found. And now HyDra, Dead Silence beginning to deplete. 20 seconds and that bomb is right left over at A. Such a tall task. And he's going to get found out. Røkkr coming up clutch again.
That's just a perfect game plan. You call on the round is to invest the cruise missile. Even after getting first blooded, all the information you're able to gain allows your SMGs to invest that Dead Silence, put themselves in a little bit of a better position. And then Bance does it all from there as he finds the final 2 kills on the round. Minnesota Røkkr 2 rounds away from tying the series up.
Massive 2 rounds at that. I mean, just given where this team was not long ago. Major 3, not a single victory to their name. Making the roster change and currently trying to tie things up here versus New York. A chance to make it to a Sunday again. Huge round at that. Opportunity to go up 5-2, but it is the swing round. New York trying to go clutch. Bance does make the Dolphin dive, so NYSL are aware of the fact that Bance is now going to be in their base somewhere. Whereas he decided to hide, and Afro talk about a spot where he needs to go clutch. The utility is out. He knows that the jump is going to be there. Tosses out a nade, singles out 1. He can go for the challenge on this guy's pretty much for free. Oh, wonderful work coming in from Røkkr. They set the trap, and from there, it is a 5th round gained.
Yeah, New York on the defensive side. I truly do hate their setup. They're not sending anyone towards the bedroom side. They try to at least watch the cross from the middle of the map. But that's 3 times now where Minnesota have put the pressure over towards A. They do not rush it. They throw a couple shoulders towards L Dash again, Bance across towards bedroom. Once he puts himself in that position, you know that New York have to be committing on the flank or pushing through middle. And right there, Minnesota, fully ready for that push. Crossfire setup out of FaZe and Afro to find all 4 kills on the round. The rookie, 12-2, dominating in this search and destroy.
He is. He's just looked so solid for them. I mean, ever since he put up that debut series, I think it was the 2nd highest debut for a rookie in CDL history. Funny enough, the other player was actually a part of Minnesota Røkkr, Standy, back in Cold War, but he has just been such an excellent addition to this roster. As we said earlier, the coaching staff, so thrilled with his gameplay. He is the glue for the team. He is the constant communicator, somebody who's willing to be unselfish, an SMG in challengers, and now an AR here in the CDL. Incredible work. As now we'll see if Røkkr can close things out with man advantage.
40 seconds on the clock. Afro in a great position to at least spot this player on the cross towards bomb. The trophy system is going to be down, so KiSMET can potentially get out with his life, and he does so. But Bance immediately finds him. Priestahh there for the trade. 2v3 now.
The big dolphin dive from Afro sets things up. And yep, another kill. Priestahh, last man alive. A 1v3, instantly on the defuse. Can P-Dog go big? The answer is no. Røkkr answer back with dominance here on Hotel Search and Destroy. And it's off the back of the new guy in town, Fame, having himself a map. I don't know if I would just give fist bumps to that guy, Jay. I think I'd give him a good old kiss on the cheek for a series or for their map like that.
Oh, well, that might just be you, my friend. I don't know if I'm doing that, but that was definitely a great performance out of the rookie in Fame. Takes over in rounds that you didn't think were possible to actually win on the side of Minnesota Røkkr. Back to when he got that bomb down, somehow as soon as he gets it down, he finds 3 kills. The very next round, he finds another 3 to earn himself that cruise missile. But New York, he just made a lot of mistakes, man. It was 5-3 in the first bloods, but I'm pretty sure in the majority of these rounds, New York found himself in a man advantage. He just completely gave it away. Their defensive setup was abysmal. You got to have someone over towards the bedroom to not allow Bance to cross for free, or at least have multiple people watching that cross so they cannot cross towards that angle. Just completely outclassed in the search and destroy as the Røkkr are able to tie the series up at 1 now.
Yeah, I mean, every round that Minnesota got first blood, I'm pretty sure they clutched up on it because the other 3 rounds were like 2v3s, 3v4s. I mean, it was just not a great search destroy, one that you were worried about, I think it's fair to say. When we talk about that game 5, which I know the numbers, we could always dive into that, but I know this team, New York in particular, when you look at their LAN performances, about the translation from how they have been online to LAN, S&D, I feel like has been that primary game mode where they have really struggled. Obviously not a great, result earlier versus Texas, and now not a wonderful one here on Hotel versus Røkkr either. But we've got ourselves a 1-1 series. As we said, it's the final matchup of the day. Somebody is going home in top 6. The other is headed to Sunday tomorrow, getting that 4th and final spot. We'll see you guys for LSilo right after this. friends, and welcome back. Minnesota Røkkr taking on the New York Subliners. It's the final matchup here of a lovely CDL Saturday. Both teams trying to make it to Sunday. By the way, you saw that video bumping in. Make sure if you have not done so already, get your Røkkr Home Series tickets. It's going to be a blast of a time. May 6th, going down in St. Paul, Minnesota at the Palace Theater. It's going to be a great time. Jay, I hope that maybe you and I could make it out to one of those last time. I'm a little jealous of the fact that Chance got to go last time.
Oh yeah, because Chance made it look rowdy. We were sitting in the green room and all you can hear is non-stop energy. So I know that those Minnesota homestands are always lit.
Absolutely. Speaking of rowdy, we got to check out the scuff play of the game. Yes, we're rewinding back to round number 4 here in Hotel Search Destroy. Jay, what do we got here?
This is a 2v3 situation where Fame just absolutely picks apart the setup from New York. Look at this angle he's able to spot Skyz. He gets the first kill, right? But then he snaps onto the second. A little bit of assistance right there from Cammy. But then they spot out Priestahh and go for the double chow. Fame had multiple rounds in this search and destroy, but he just took over. But that's just another round right there where New York threw it away. 3v2, you have one player watching the cross. Even with Skyz dropping, HyDra doesn't sit a corner in towards kitchen. He decides to fly out for absolutely no reason. Gives up his life for free. And that's basically how that search and destroy went for New York. Throwing away man advantages every opportunity that they had. So now allow Minnesota to take that map, tie the series up at 1. Yeah. Now they're going into their best control on El Asilo, where they have a 10-0 record. Going up against New York, who are 2-7, this looks absolutely brutal. But to make it a little bit less brutal, it's 8-0 with the old roster from Minnesota Røkkr, 2-0 ever since Fame has entered the lineup. So if you are New York, this is where you have to take them down, because we saw what Minnesota are capable of. When they win controls, they have the ability to complete reverse sweeps. This is their map, and this is their mode that you have to take them down.
Oh, this is the map that made Bance, I think it's fair to say, a hero, maybe a national hero, potentially. Yes. Unbelievable work from that man yesterday. We'll see if Røkkr can get it done in a little bit of a cleaner fashion, or if New York can stop them here. By the way, that search destroy lost for New York 1-9 on land since the Major 1 Raleigh. So you definitely want to win this control. Make sure that game 5 is not guaranteed. But into the round 1 we go, and it is a wonderful job here from the Subliners off the rip. Jay, they find their kills, and that A zone is done in nearly record time.
It's already done and dusted, and Minnesota Røkkr, they're the best defensive team on this map. But yesterday you saw in that series versus Seattle, it was all about the attacking rounds, and New York trying to do the same exact thing. Early A capture, they find a couple kills. They're trying to hit the transition over towards B, and this might be a scary opportunity. If he's able to block those spawns, he does. So 2 players from Minnesota spawning all the way across the map. The last 2 guys pushed up have to try to stay alive.
Yeah, especially Bance. Can he go big? Fame, meanwhile, ends up dropping Skyz top. Party! Okay, Bance thought he was dead to rights. Absolutely not. HyDra eventually clears him out, but a frustrating gunfight nonetheless. But P-Dog has managed to make his way toward back mountain. So that is one thing, if you're Røkkr, that you've definitely got to work on. Get Priestahh out of your base.
Yeah, Priest is the guy that's blocking the spawns, making it a lot more difficult to put the setup around this B point. But Fame pays it. Super patient. Finds that kill onto P-Dog. Now he can decide to strike, set up a pinch with his teammates. He finds the second, Bance with the third. Now the farthest player is pushed up is KiSMET. Just want to try to play your life in this situation, allow the troops to get back into play.
Oh, great gunfight victory. They're on to Bance. Does he have a second one? Not gonna happen. Lightning does not strike twice in this occasion. Although the Skyz here on El Asilo look like a rainstorm could be coming in quite soon. Minute on the clock. New York still have a few more chances at this. We'll see what the strategy elects to be. As we know, on El Asilo, find 3 kills really in a row, maybe even find 4. Things can quickly turn for the attacking team, and that is going to be 2. Thankfully for Røkkr, they have held off just enough in order for a few more forces, some reinforcements to be back into this fight. But you do have KiSMET currently on that objective. Skyz on Overwatch. Great work from those 2. Time paused. First tick nearly in.
First tick is about to be complete, but Cammy and Bance, they combine for 2. Bance, the playmaker with the TAC 56, is able to take down KiSMET as well. All ready to push, has been shut down. Only 30 seconds left for the Subliners to try to get aggressive up through field. Priestahh with the snap onto Afro. HyDra finds a second, but as long as you keep trading these kills, Minnesota are setting themselves up to walk up with this defense. Final push coming in from New York, and right now the positioning of Skyz is so crucial.
Absolutely is. I do not believe that Røkkr have any idea that he's going to be here. I know a few of these spawns maybe give that away. Time paused. Yep, nobody's turning around. However, they're still finding the kills. Everybody found the kills that they needed to, and now Skyz is left up a stream without a paddle, without a chance. Røkkr cleared the board, and those are just some huge fights where it's like maybe if one goes New York's way, Skyz has a chance to be influential, but Minnesota win all the gunfights that they have to. And how about Bance? Excellent work. It doesn't matter who has the high ground in this occasion.
He just had the clutch kill after clutch kill multiple times. It looked like Minnesota Røkkr were in a very, very tight setup. You got a couple players who were sitting towards top AC, a couple players spawning all the way across the map, but they did not panic once. They held their pre-aims. They clutched up on those gunfights. The ones that mattered the most for them to walk away with the very first defense. Now we get to watch them on attack, where they were able to walk away with 3 of them versus Seattle Surge yesterday. Can they do it again?
Absolutely, and right into the B zone we go. Nobody yet to drop, so this Røkkr push is absolutely in a good state. Well, there goes Cammy. Regardless of it, Bance goes for the quick dolphin dime. Time paused, as now Afro looks to get all kinds of aggressive. This is where he feels most comfortable clearing the way right now for Røkkr. And Bance also wins another fight. This is excellent work right now from the SMGs here of Minnesota.
And I'm pretty sure Bance isn't even doing it with an SMG. He actually has to attack 56 out. He knows a lot of these gunfights are going to be long range, but KiSMET with that back left cliff spawn is able to find 2. They take them off for that B point. Do not allow that second segment to be complete. So now this is the time where you can make that decision if you are New York to get a little bit more aggressive on the map, build layers to make it more difficult for them to try to get up towards one of these points, but they're able to stop that clock. Don't have any radio tower control as Priestahh is holding down that power position. They try to get over towards A. They all get cut down. Now they're all back off spawn.
Yeah, and this is just a wonderful reply here from New York as they look to try to put in the chokehold, if you will, get Minnesota pinned as far back in the base as possible. A great tag comes in from KiSMET, and now, well, Minnesota starting to make their way up through the field. They are 3 strong, but Priestahh is trying to be a thorn in their side. Another big gunfight victory for Skyz. Minnesota just continue to get peppered up. All they need is one occasion, one situation, but New York hesitant to even give them the chance, give them the opportunity. As another one will fall, it is just excellent plays coming in from NYSL. A lovely team spree. It's currently at 9. Priestahh having himself a map, one away from the cruise missile, as this round is surely going to go the way of the Subliners.
And it's a big kill if you can earn it. Yes, he does. Big one-on-one versus Afro to earn that cruise. He also runs out of bullets in his tag. So this is probably a round where Priestahh did not die a lot, but he's able to secure that cruise missile, dominate the right side of the map, only allow 2 segments to the Røkkr. Now puts New York in a nice little lead. They got A pretty easy last time around, but I think this might be a round where you decide to invest that cruise missile, close out B, and then transition over towards A. You're up by 1 segment, so as long as you stay ahead in those ticks, Minnesota are gonna have to try to clutch up on an attacking round.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I know we were talking about it yesterday, even though the stats absolutely went out the window, but about 60% favorable on defense. However, we've been seeing a lot of round 5 attack victories, not just in general attacking victories here in El Asilo lately here in Columbus. I don't know what it is about Columbus, but just makes God get a little crazy. Into the B zone we go, just as you called, Jay. Trying to get that one done and dusted nice and early, but while they do get 1 segment, all of them have to fall in the process.
And now you got to find out of your base. With so many angles that you have to check. You know how Bance plays, you know how Afro's plays. They cannot sift them out as they both win. They're both one-on-ones. And now, with a couple players dropping, that's all 3 dead in the feed. Bance does drop from white side, so now it allows the New York Subliners to get aggressive up through field. 50 seconds left. They're able to stop the clock, but for how long? Priestahh wins another one. Priestahh wins 2, and now the 2 stack is going to be it.
Yeah, Priestahh is a man on fire. 17 and 9. HyDra finds another massive cutoff kill. Cammy, the sole man behind enemy lines, able to drop 1, get some information for the squad mates, but all he can do is really watch from afar, hope that his teammate can come up clutch. Goes top shelf, wipes away Caesar, and from there, New York get another segment, but my God, it felt like they should have got a whole lot more than that.
Yeah, you cannot lose those gunfights to Cammy. You were set up for him to jump out of the window, and with you not taking him down, he earns himself a cruise missile on that street. Goes for the chow onto Skyz, eventually does get cut off. But now that's 3 dead in the feed. New York said, screw A, we're going to just try to complete B because we have a cruise missile to take you off a top radio tower. Time extended by a minute, but the Subliners are down by 6 lives.
That's exactly right. Afro popping dead silence in the process. Bance trying to get himself all kinds of comfortable inside of the base. So Afro pretty much setting up Bance maybe for some future kills. Excellent work and highlight plays coming in from multiple players here on Minnesota. It was Cammy and now it is Afro. And as we said, the SMG kills coming in from Marcus Reed. Now potentially set up Bance. Do a bit of the dirty work. Into A we go. Afro wiped away Cammy too. And so now Bance is going to have to make something happen here as everybody from New York in a wonderful and prominent position. Here comes the cruise missile. Cammy trying to bring it in and cause a bit of a stir. Bance finds one in the process. No kills with it. We continue to fight.
Yeah, Cammy's just trying to get them to scatter a little bit. Try to make an opening for Bance, who's staying alive towards Yellow Shack, but eventually does get cut down by KiSMET. So New York had the opportunity to get the stack going. That's already 2 ticks in. You drop Fame. Priestahh finds another one onto Afro. The stack is going to be in. Cammy, the only player here, and the Subliners able to walk away with the attacking round. Do not invest that cruise missile as well. They were down drastically in the live column. All it took was 1 set of kills to close out the round, and they do just that to perfection. Subliners 2-1.
Oh, like New York went through a war in that round, Jay. Like they had to face off against cruise missiles. They had to face off against Afro going on sprees, Cammy going on some wild sprees, but they hold it down. They just focus solely on that objective. They just allow for Priestahh, by the way, to just go on an absolute tear. Now at 23-12, as New York trying to hand Minnesota their first loss on LSELO control this year. Is this the round that does it? Or does Røkkr and specifically Bance have some more magic to wield? Into this one we go. HyDra trying to be a problem off the rip. There's already a few seconds have began to expire. Røkkr looking for their plan of attack. 1 player over at A. Great coverage there from Bance. Regardless, Afro is found.
Afro is getting taken care of. So now time is starting to tick down. There's only a minute left on the clock. It's looking like Minnesota are trying to set up around this A point. But once HyDra wins that one-on-one versus Bance, you take radio tower control. Makes it a lot more difficult for you to push up on that street side. That's all 4 dead in the feed. You have Priestahh roaming through the back of the spawn. As Bance finds a couple kills in a row. They're able to stop that clock for now, but it's only a matter of time before Priestahh strikes on the flank. He takes down Cammy, and now his teammates are here to assist him.
It just feels like if you're New York. Bance, get out of here. No, Bance, stop it. No crazy plays coming in from you. HyDra continue to be a thorn. 25 and some change now left on the clock. Big kills coming in from both Bance and Afro. Vaznev's finally beginning to wake up as, boy, do you need this extra minute. Right now, if you're Minnesota, continuing to get the cutoff kills. Right now, they're looking good. Halfway there at A.
And it's looking like New York are going to decide to just chalk this one up. The only player that can potentially contest it is going to be KiSMET. He goes for the chow, at least takes down Bance. The rest of his teammates are just focused on maintaining map control. They're playing for the exit kills, and it works out perfectly as the SMGs strike for 2. They block the spawns on the right side, forcing all of Minnesota to try to overextend through the front end. As it's now 18-13 in lives remaining, a minute left on the clock. The Røkkr, they have like 2 to 3 more good pushes in them.
A great stat line right now from Fame. And the electric search and destroy performance, but not currently looking great in this control. But as we know for Røkkr, they were in this exact same spot yesterday and managed to pull off something special. Can they do it again? Priestahh, who as we said is having a phenomenal game, continues to add into his stat line. Only 8 lives left for Minnesota. And not a dent has been made over at that B zone. Fame trying to get things going right now for the squad. Player number 7 in KiSMET absolutely is going to be an issue. The first wave that they have to clear. Bance able to find one on Skyz. Can he remain intact? Can he stay alive? as here comes Minnesota, the final push.
This is the final push. You have to make these kills count. If you are New York, just play your corners, make the kills a lot more difficult as HyDra strikes first. Afro there with the trade. They know there's a couple more players up towards the white trucks. Afro at least finds 2, but now the rest of his teammates are off spawn. There's only 2 players here for Minnesota. Bance and Afro, the SMG duo, have to try to do it all. Bance gets cut down, and with only 4 seconds left, and looking like New York are gonna hold on.
It looks like they are. It looks like they are. Fame Dolphin dives in, and there you have it. The streak comes to a close. Bance not able to pull off some magic this time, as NYSL answer here on El Asilo. A huge victory here in the swing mode, game number 3, as they now find themselves once more in the driver's seat, 2-1 in the series.
Oh, and that's fantastic work right there out of the Subliners to come out and take a team like Minnesota Røkkr on their best control map. Only allow 1 defensive round to go the opposing way, but everything else was all Subliners. More specifically, Priestahh, have yourself a map, my friend.
Yeah.
28 and 16, 3,100 damage, 25 non-traded kills alongside KiSMET, the Bulldog, who was putting on that aggression with the SMG. That dynamic duo just set the tone on this control. Allowed New York to dominate on their attacking rounds. They didn't even have to invest a cruise missile on that side. They invested it on the defense just to get the information on how Minnesota are going to try to put their last push in. But if you are the Røkkr,
yeah,
that's one that you can't let slip away. This is your best control map. You had the best record on it. And unfortunately, you're 4 short. Now you have to try to clutch up 2 maps in a row.
I mean, Jay, how do they do it, right? I mean, what does New York do that 10 other teams failed to do here versus Minnesota on El Asilo control?
Well, what they did great was the fact that they were putting a lot of pressure towards the map on certain angles. Every single time Minnesota Røkkr thought that they had an opportunity. You even think about that attacking round where they got 2 early ticks on B. KiSMET gets a blessed spawn towards back cliff to find 2 kills to break them. And then on their attacking rounds, it's just a perfect transition. They know what exactly they want to do, what power positions they need to take. SMGs just roam around the middle of the map. ARs hold down top radio, hold down top AC. As that game plan worked out to perfection. As long as you don't go with clean 3 to 4 dead on a control map, you were setting up for success. And that's exactly what New York did. Never dropped all 4 at once. Eventually leads to that double.
Absolutely. There you see the scoreboard at the end. An excellent map here from Priestahh, the 28 and 16, doing it versus his old squad. The 200th control of the season was an absolute banger, and it leads to Røkkr losing their first El Asilo of the season. I think, Jay, that's also the only team who was undefeated on a single map and mode that we had in the CDL, right? So that streak is now come to a close. There is at least 1 loss for every single team on every single map. You get the point. I think I might have screwed that up. Regardless, you know what I'm talking about. Anyway, now we got to talk about Fortress Hardpoint. New York back in the lead. However, we stressed it. I think it was Nameless who was talking on the desk about how you kind of like both of these hard points. If you're Minnesota, they come up short in the hotel, but why is this Fortress such an exciting prospect still, Jay, if you're a Røkkr fan?
It's very exciting if you are Røkkr, because the last time these 2 teams matched up on this map specifically was all the way in February 17th. And that was Røkkr who was able to walk away with this map. Ever since then, the Subliners have not played anything on Fortress Hardpoint.
Okay.
So it's been quite some time since they have spawned in on some HP on Fortress. Obviously, on the opposite side for Minnesota, they played this map yesterday versus Seattle. They are the worst rotation team in the game, but what made them stand out yesterday versus that Surge roster was their breaks. They were dominating in those categories 5 out of 8 of the times where Seattle rotated early, got properly set up. Minnesota found those breaks, and it was all on the back of Bance. I think if I remember correctly, it was the P4 hardpoint. When Bance stayed alive for about 25 to 30 seconds, he stayed alive so long I thought his controller broke, but he played it to perfection to allow his teammates to eventually get into the play to find the break. So if you are the Røkkr, this is a map that you have played a lot more than the New York Subliners. So this has to be one that you are feeling really confident in to try to force that game 5.
And it also feels like for Røkkr too, like you're kind of putting all your chips really into your SMGs in a map like Fortress, which,
oh yeah,
I don't know, man. I mean, the one time that Røkkr was able to make a run at a major back in Boston, it was because of Bance specifically, and also Afro. I mean, so often we've talked about it, Minnesota, when they find success, it really feels like it's off of those two. It's off of their SMGs. You're kind of relying on them again, which feels like it's been your best strategy. Why not try it out again? But as you said, a huge victory over Seattle Surge yesterday on this map. We'll see if Minnesota can do it again. Got to be a little dazed after that El Asilo loss. Coming into the following mode where, like we said, they've yet to be in a situation like this. Hot off an El Asilo control loss. But into Fortress Hardpoint we go. Potentially the final map of this series. Jay, do you think it closes out here, or do we see a game 5?
I think we see a game 5, man.
Okay.
Minnesota Røkkr do exactly what they did yesterday, which is rotate early towards some of these money hills, find the breaks at the right times. The New York Subliners, who haven't played this map in almost 3 months, are going to have a difficult task. And I think the guy that I want to focus on for Røkkr, who's going to be the guy that is able to push it all the way to a game 5, is Afro. We know the head-to-head matchup between Subliners is not good in this mode. A .77 in hardpoint. New York have been absolutely dominating him, but already into this game, the Subliners starting off on the better side. They get 21 seconds off of that P1. They're maintaining the spawns over towards P2. But Røkkr have the ability to climb back into this game. They can find an early break again.
Yeah, they absolutely can. And I think you bring up a really good point, right, about Afro. I want to say there was the last time these teams met, it was a game 4. However, it wasn't on Fortress, it was on Mercado, and Afro has like a 13 and 25 performance. You need him now to go off for the squad. And seeing the boys will look to try to make a break over at P2. Currently in control of NYSL, and Skyz snaking his heart out, having a wonderful time in the back lines. Eventually drops, but Cammy put that Vaznet to good use, trying to run wild. HyDra eventually able to tame the beast, but Røkkr continue to force their way through the front.
Røkkr right through the front. Bance, more specifically, is able to find 2. But KiSMET finds 2 of his own, so he's able to find that remaining junk time. And now off the rotation, it can start to get a little bit scary. KiSMET finds another 2. Skyz already puts himself in a position towards the back. He takes down 1. KiSMET is here to strike. You find the trade onto Fame, and that's full rotation going to the Subliners. With KiSMET only 1 kill off of earning that cruise missile. A perfect start to this hardpoint.
Oh, heavens! HyDra as well! Insane work. That is just perfection out of the Subliners. They jump in, they get their time, and they say, Minnesota, you can have the scraps. We'll go for the roto. Wonderful plays and heads up work coming in from Caesar as New York continue to set this hard point in place. KiSMET not able to drop Bance. However, thankfully the teammates are there from the front. Now the push comes. HyDra drops once more. However, it is again the rest of the teammates, the bodies, outweighing the bullets in this occasion. Excellent work for New York. Handling things, handling business. One player left up in the back. Actually, a few close spawns come in. Still a very formidable fight with 20 seconds to go. Bance able to take it. Big 20 for Røkkr as we rotate now toward cannons.
Finally, Røkkr are able to break their way in. They were getting those close spawns towards those double doors for a long time, but only able to find about 20 seconds over towards P3, and now you put yourself in a trap. HyDra and Skyz so far pushed up on the map. They're creating those layers. Keep their teammates safe at the new hill. So they're just cutting them down, knowing that Minnesota are still going to be spawning out. Skyz with the absolute beamer to take down Bance. His first 10 seconds already uncontested. Minnesota Røkkr trying to find their way in, but New York are cutting down every single angle. Finally, with Fame finding 2, they can push up on that P3 side. They can set up that pinch.
They've got a few players working their way through the back. However, Afro ends up dropping. Yeah, it's all onto Fame, and the back lines did what he could. And with 30 seconds left, I mean, you can already be very happy with how this hardpoint has gone. If you are a Subliner fan, Priestahh having another phenomenal, at least start to this hardpoint. And there you go, a cruise missile nearly snaps onto 3 in a row. Skyz finishes his work. New York up by 100 already.
Yeah, this game is getting out of hand. Røkkr need to find something. They need to put something together, and fighting for 3 seconds of scrap probably is not the right situation. Now Now New York are going to set up early off that rotation. KiSMET with the repinch towards backstage. He's now going to put himself in a position to block that spawn. So all of Røkkr are going to continuously spawn over towards street. Have to try to locate where KiSMET is. That's the first job done. But now it's all about taking these guys off the point where none of these angles are pretty easy to get them down.
Yeah, it just feels like, man, every time a player from New York dies, there's instantly somebody there to grab the trade. I mean, just every single occasion. I mean, look at the numbers right now across the board. HyDra 14-8, Skyz 15-8, Priestahh having a great game, KiSMET 14-11. That's your objective guy. That's the guy who's trying to get the trades, or they're trying to set you up for the trades. Impeccable stuff so far from the Subliners, but Røkkr, they've got to dig deep. They've made crazier comebacks previously. Can they do it again? As we'll step aside and see how the comms are sounding. Down 100, can they do it? A check-in now with Røkkr.
Nice, good shit. Yeah, I spawn P2, I spawn P2.
One shot, front out, one shot, low up.
Bench.
Low up, bro, challenge me.
He's doing top jump, weak.
He's streaking, he's gonna be in, he's gonna be...
Lower that.
Bottom up, close.
Forge.
Closed, dead.
Nice.
Absolute.
Nice, I'm blocking.
I'm holding left, by the way.
Yeah, bench.
I can call you maps.
Left? Okay.
No, they can come left, they can come left.
I'm trying to look left, your left.
Top,
dead. Nice. Okay.
One map's dead. One shot on the left, B5. P5, below maps, B5, let's go, P5.
You want to block off spawn, Ben?
Yeah, go.
Yo, cross open.
Okay, I'm watching left.
You got it?
One open. Dead. It was Priestahh on the left. Priestahh on the left. Dead.
Top map. Go. One shot.
Just
Top maps.
Bottom mark, can they?
No.
Already in open. Skyz, bring him back steps. Skyz, last guy open, okay?
Bottom map.
Yo, I spawned out.
Lower.
I spawned out.
Nice.
I spawned out.
They spawn P5.
Nice, last guy.
Skyz, close.
I'm one shot.
Yeah, I'm trying to get you fast.
One side open, I'm absolute. Stunned open.
Trying to get the front cross.
Already in.
On the right.
Open dead.
On the right, dead.
One more open.
Skyz, look at the Skyz.
Close it up.
That was a lovely check-in there with the Minnesota Røkkr. You can see the sense of urgency. We said they were down by 100. What can they do to bring this back? And right now, Jay, they brought up the blueprint. They're doing what they need to right now.
Yeah, it's the P1 to P2 chain. It's now a 40-point game, so if you are the Røkkr, contest this as long as you can, but do not lose those spawns for that P3. So it's going to be a huge battle across the map. Cammy, the only player here for Røkkr. He does get sniffed out by Priestahh. New York Subliners also getting that remaining 20 seconds at the old hill. So this might be a situation where if Røkkr don't find the break, New York will potentially be able to close out the game. They're still trying to fight this whole time. They're trying to get Skyz off. They do so for 5 seconds, but it's all about this break. Can they find it on one of the more difficult hills in the CDL?
That was a huge 1v1 as well. It's KiSMET who's able to win. Also, like we said, finding the trade. HyDra, in the meantime, also just earned a cruise missile. So even if Røkkr do cause a bit of a stir, cause a bit of havoc, they at least have that to rely upon, or really just throughout the remainder of this game. Minnesota trying to cling on to anything, any small advantage, any break, any kill. Means so much right now for the squad. Bance at least able to find one, but still 30 seconds to fight for. And right now, New York are in prime position to have it all.
Yeah, New York's they're staying alive. They know that they don't have double doors control. They know that Røkkr are going to get a couple close spawns, but it's all about keeping them off of the time for now. Once you get the kills, then you're able to hop on it, as now they wipe the spawns out. They get the close ones for their squad. And now Røkkr are forced to hit that rotation over towards that P4 cannon hill. 100-point game again as New York are able to grow the lead. Røkkr have to try to play some flawless hard point to try to climb back on in. First line of defense is Bance. He does get sniffed out. HyDra has a cruise missile. Pretty sure everyone on Subliners has a cruise missile to work with. But so far, Røkkr, 10 seconds in, not a single player from Subliners past that 50-point mark.
It's really not a matter of if it'll happen. It's just a matter of when. What will Røkkr do to answer? All players from New York making their way in toward the back. All 4 strong. Is this the final break of the game? It very well could. They absolutely can win it here. Minnesota trying to cause some problems, but HyDra not having any of it. Double positive finally hits the dust, but that very well could be the game.
That could be the game. All of Røkkr spawning all the way across the map. All you have to do is hold down to one more push. 5 seconds. Subliners call series.
Well, just a few seconds away. Is this the moment for New York? Yes, it is. guys, NYSL, welcome back to a Champs Sunday. For the first time since Raleigh, they are going to see that lovely day again. It's been a while for this roster, but it has got to feel good. The drought has ended for NYSL as they will claim our 4th and final spot moving into tomorrow. And for Minnesota, they leave Major 4 with a top 6 finish.
Yeah, Subliners just came out and they had a better game plan. In the map number 1, it was a full team effort. They fall short in the search and destroy due to some terrible setups on the defensive side. But then they get the bounce back, defeating Røkkr on that LSC low control due to the performance out of Priestahh, who was just a guy holding down his pre-aims, winning his one-on-ones, making the map a lot easier for his SMGs. And then when you get to the map number 4, we know it's SMG territory. I was worried because Bance and Afro, they love themselves some Fortress. Subliners haven't played it in such a long time. But if you're asking HyDra how he feels on Fortress, that guy enjoys himself this map quite a bit. 34 and 17, 26 non-traded kills. The Subliners take all 3 respawns to close out the series. But if you are Minnesota Røkkr, I'm not really mad with their performance throughout the weekend, man. Yeah. Going into this Major 4, they were on the bubble, right alongside Vegas Legion. They find 2 W's here, so now that puts them at 150 points between Boston, between Vegas. So they have a little bit more space to work with, not as much pressure as it was going into this Major to try to get their spot at Champs. Well performance to get a top 6, but the Subliners get the better of them today.
Yeah, as you said, I mean, not a lot of people predicted Minnesota to even make it past Surge, let alone be here versus New York. So you got to give props where it's due for Røkkr. Obviously, maybe back to the drawing board. We'll see what lies, next for them when it comes down to Major 5. But it has got to feel good if you are a New York fan, right? The roster that kind of, changed the pace when it came down to Major 2. We were talking so much about flights and all of these things. It felt like Minnesota was the one team who caused so many problems for New York. Since then, they had yet to see a solid land placement, and now they have got it. But that is going to do it for myself and Jay as we now send it back to the Belong Arena. I believe it is KiSMET who's there for an interview.
Ladies and gentlemen, what is going on? I'm joined by KiSMET from the New York Subliners. What's going on, Bulldog? What's happening? Good win. You just got a win against the Minnesota Røkkr. How's it feel?
Feeling good. Obviously, it feels good to go to a Sunday, top 4. Obviously, we wanted to stay in winners because you obviously have that, something to fall back on, but it sucked that we lost to them, but they're obviously a good team. We learned a lot, and I think it kind of showed in this match. We kind of showed a lot of resilience, which is good for us because, they smoked us in winners, and then we come back and answer like that is really good, I guess. So.
Yeah, after you lost the first series, what was the mindset like with the squad?
We brushed it off. We went back there and I was talking to him and I pointed out I think 3 things that were big picture.
Right.
I was like, if we change this, it'll help us going forward. But outside of that, I was like, anything small, minute, gunfights, whatever. I don't care. It is what it is. It happens. And we just focus on those small or those big picture things and not really focus on we could have won this gunfight or we could have done this rotation or whatever. We'd be fine. And I'm glad that we were able to show the resilience we did. And so we're good.
Yeah, for sure.
Speaking of big picture, you guys won the first major of this season. Yeah, I know you guys have had your ups and downs. What, specifically have you guys been working on? Because I feel like a lot of people are just where's the New York Subliners that won the first tournament?
I think our biggest thing is, let me think. Consistency, if that makes sense. I know it's, broad, but it's, we're really bad right now about we'll play one day and we look like the best freaking team in the world, and then we play the next day and we just look like, who are these guys? Why are they a top dog team? And then we'll build from it. And I think we've been doing a really good job with it. Right now, our biggest flaw right now is when we get in those situations where, I guess, our backs are against the wall. We're really bad about getting ourselves out of that, and that's what our main focus is right now. And that's what I talked to them in the back after OpTic, because I was like, those guys brought it to us. Let's make sure that we can answer back somehow, whether it be rotation, whether it be comms, whether it be whatever. And I think that's our biggest thing to get back to that Major 1 form. Because Major 1, we were obviously we were clutching a lot, so the game feels good, but it's we just had something that was so consistent that it was impossible to lose, I guess.
Right.
Obviously, speaking on the day-to-day stuff, you're going to play FaZe tomorrow. Is that sort of your biggest concern going into FaZe, or is there like one or two other things you guys want to work on to clean up from today and yesterday?
I think the biggest thing going into tomorrow is, without like harping on too much, is just right now search. I think is going to be the biggest thing to beat them. Their search and destroy is godlike, and I think the series that they do lose is like that's the game mode that gets iffy for them. If we can steal a respawn, which anybody can steal a respawn in this game, I think if we're dominant in that S&D, you know, a series goes from maybe 1-1, it's like comfortable, to being down 0-2, like teams freak out. So that's like our biggest thing, to like either be able to dominate them 2-0, or like if they take a respawn, we're able to answer back and level the playing field.
Well, listen, KiSMET, congratulations on making it to Championship Sunday. Thank you for hopping on. Good luck the rest of the way, my man. It's always a pleasure talking to you. Desk, back to you.
Thank you, Flank. Great stuff again. Day 3 in the books as the Subliners pick up our final victory. Now, what we're going to do is talk about how they did it, show you what happened in all the other matches, then show you the bracket and the schedule. But let's start at the first step here, Nameless. Revisiting this series because the Subliners get it done and get us out of here before a second search and destroy.
Yeah, and you know, when you think about, when we were talking about the series headed into it, we liked Minnesota in the hard points, right? Yeah. But we did establish the fact that HyDra has a field day against them. So we get to this Fortress hard point, and we're liking what we're seeing from Minnesota, and then P3 comes along. What happens? KiSMET breaks on through, flips the spawn immediately, and then they get to a 100-point lead. Now, they clawed their way back in, P1, P2 rotation second time around. What happened, Chris? P3 comes around again. And what happens? New York breaks their way on through once again, and it's HyDra this time who's picking up kills left and right. So, you know, to what KiSMET said about those consistent situations and approaches to breaks, that's what we saw throughout this Fortress, and it's very impressive.
The most impressive, Matt, for me had to be that LSTO control. Not only they break the record, I mean, Minnesota is 10-0 on that map mode, respectfully. Most teams just decide to ban it against them. Not New York, they decide to Scrapz. Despite rocking a 2-6 record on that map, they prefer to veto it in every single series they're in. And New York says, no, we're going to take it to them. We're going to try and be the first team to beat them. And they do it not in a game, excuse me, not in a round 5 fashion, but in a 3-1. They clinched that offensive round. It was a huge momentum push, especially off of that harsh loss that they got handed on the hotel search and destroy. And then that is all the momentum that they needed to head into that Fortress hardpoint.
I love that call out because you were kind of calling questionable moves by Toronto with their pick and bans in the previous series. It didn't work out for Toronto. FaZe moves on. Now we see Subliners and the coaching staff making some bold moves. Well, it pays off, and the Subliners are moving forward. Let's take a look back at the start of the day, though, because we had a lot of games. Toronto Ultra had to face off against the Florida Mutineers, and well, Toronto, they respected our time. The Mutineers get into the top 8, but that's where their road ends in Columbus. Toronto survived for one more match, but they look super strong to start the day.
Yeah, my bad, Florida. I respectfully wrote my notes smoked for that series because that's really all you can say about it. I mean, 250-101, 6-1 in the LSCL Search and Destroy, 3-1 in the hotel. I mean, Toronto, I really did.
She really wrote smoked in her notes.
I wasn't lying. I also wrote Hixie 11-4 as my notes for that matchup. Unfortunately, though, we do see Toronto fall later on, but we'll touch on it in a second.
Yeah, impressive numbers from Scrapz. Kleenex had some phenomenal plays in this sweep as well. Toronto moves into the top 6, where later they played Atlanta. Let's talk about the winners bracket, though, because Atlanta had to fall somehow. They matched up against the LA Thieves, and it was the Thieves this time getting revenge against FaZe. They keep trading blows. Thieves now in that power position. They are locked into our top 3.
Yeah, this was a sick matchup. Drazah really brought it to him. The guy was going off, especially after that big 1v2 in game number 2. aBeZy got shut down on this one. 0.79 in the series. Might be the worst aBeZy series I've seen all year long. And then Atlanta FaZe, man, we saw in the game 4 some of the same problems that they've had in hardpoint, not rotating on that second rotation, just sort of looked like they gave up. And they had to go down the losers bracket and bounce back.
Hard point, an issue for a squad that I never feared in a respawn. Atlanta FaZe struggling against the Thieves, but they were able to rebound as the Thieves are set up to play against the squad that won this game. Let's talk about the battle. New York Subliners versus OpTic Texas, Game 5. I don't think so. OpTic does it in 3.
I mean, this is, no, there's not another smoke there, but there definitely is this was a you blink and you missed it type of series. I mean, same situation. OpTic Texas continuing their domination from stage 4 qualifiers, and from what we've seen from them to put them into that final. You know, thankfully New York go on to win that series against Minnesota later, but I think again, this just tested how dominant Texas is seriously looking right now. I mean, the fact that York Subliners fought so hard against Minnesota Røkkr later on in the day, and Texas made it look like a pub. I mean, they are easily the favorites to win going into tomorrow.
Yeah, they unleashed the beast. That's all I gotta say.
OpTic Texas destroying the hard point, winning the search, and then finishing strong as they complete the control. They also have now tied the world record for most hard points in a row. Yeah. Atlanta FaZe versus Toronto Ultra, though. This was a battle that we were super excited for. I expected to see it maybe in a winner's bracket at other majors. Here we get it in the loser's bracket, just the top 6. Tough matchup for both teams, and at the end of it, it's Toronto who exits the tournament.
Yeah, I think in this series, Toronto made a huge misstep, at least when it comes to vetoes, letting that embassy search and destroy go through. I understand it's a pick your poison type of situation, but you've already played them on that map and mode, and it hasn't gone your way either time. So I think maybe you kind of test your toes in the water with that Mercado search and destroy. But regardless, it was a huge clutch out of Atlanta in that game 5. Simp going 12-4 for the win. I mean, Atlanta, they did not want to lose that. They placed top 3 for 9 majors in a row, starting from last year, and they didn't want to end that today.
It was top 3, 9 in a row. They're making it 10 potentially. They have to win one more match. That is against the Subliners tomorrow. That is our elimination battle. But we're also going to be checking out that upper bracket matchup. OpTic Texas taking on LA Thieves. All 4 final matches happening on Championship Sunday. Allie, talk me through this schedule.
I mean, it's a banger schedule all the way through. I think New York Subliners easily the underdogs in this. You know, the run that they have made has certainly impressed me, just with the way they've looked during stage 4 qualifiers. But I mean, you got Atlanta FaZe on the other side.
All right, let's take a look at your match schedule. Here it is. 1:30, OpTic Texas, LA Thieves. That's your winner's bracket. Elimination battles begin at 3 o'clock as we go from 4 teams to 3, and our grand final should kick off around 6 o'clock Eastern. Fantastic day of Call of Duty. 5 matches are done, and so am I. So I'll see you tomorrow, 1:15 Eastern, here for another round of headquarters.
Homie, that's what the streets told me. And grind hard, keep your guard, cause some people phony. And keep your mind on your money, cause the girl's funny. And 9 months later, now you really see who done this. Not your boy though, I learned to creep slow. I punishing this up and trying to stop your boy though. It's just a Mack flow when I'm in the studio. I mix it down and press it up and watch me rock a damn show. And on the radio, I tell them something new in town. And on the thing going back, please lay it down. The frown. Roll dog or your best friend. Bet your bottom dollar that I get that, flip that. Hustle in my blood, so I get that, flip that. Bet your bottom dollar that I get that, flip that. Hustle in my blood, so I get that, flip that. Bet your bottom dollar that I get that, flip that. Hustle in my blood, so I get that, flip that. Bet your bottom dollar that I get that, flip that. Hustle in my blood, so I get that, flip that. Bet your bottom dollar that I get that, flip that. Hustle in my blood, so I get that, flip that. Bet your bottom dollar that I get that, flip that. Hustle in my blood, so I get that, flip that. Bet your bottom dollar that I get that, flip that. Hustle in my blood, so I get that, flip that. Bet your bottom dollar that I get that, flip that. Hustle in my blood, so I get that, flip that.
Bomb, one more on A bomb. He saw his daddy. Hold on. You guys gotta kill this guy. Nice.
I think he's A bomb.
Yeah, I think he is too.
You want to challenge?
Go, yeah, I'll try.
You horrible! Oh my god!
No, good try.
That was weird, dude.